Johan heading up to Wednesday.
Okay. Careful.
Okay. So there was a really interesting room about 24 hours ago about the Apple vulnerability, iOS data collection. Let's see if we ping Johan in here.
Give us a summary.
Yeah, I'd love a little bit more granularity there, because I heard some things that concern me, and I would advise against doing some of the things that were recommended. Number one, I wouldn't download anything off the internet someone tells you to download. And number two, when the software starts talking about like upload your backup of your device so that we can analyze it, I start to get a little bit suspicious. So I was just going to say that I wasn't in the room to have any granularity, but I would just say practice good hygiene. Don't assume that everyone's saying they're trying to help you can or will help you, and that it doesn't come with risks. And almost assume that everything is already compromised to begin with. And by introducing a direct relationship with somebody that knows who you are is probably more risky. For example, if Tyler's the hacker and he's trying to help me out, when I go give him my bundle, guess what? He knows everything about me, and he actually knows who I am. And that's a huge, that's like half the battle. I'll shut up now.
Okay, so where is... There
Johan's here.
Undo. Hey, Johan. We were just talking about that room 24 hours ago about the Apple data collection vulnerability.
Give us a summary, Johan. Kyoko, you want to join us on stage? Raise your hand.
In the audience still.
Okay.
Yeah, Johan,
I got it. Oh, I accidentally clicked Alma. Here we go.
Can you get Kyoko up?
Yeah, it was a bit hard to answer, actually.
He's here.
Hi there. Yes, that was an interesting little event that we had yesterday.
Hold on, Johan. You're very quiet. Hold on. Let me kill
Speak closer to the mic.
Okay, go ahead, Johan.
Yeah, that was an interesting little trip we had yesterday.
Yeah.
We have gone through the binary that he actually linked to, and it looks a genuine Apple. It's signed, and we can't find anything odd and off in the binary package, so you that downloaded it can try it if you want, but not on my recommendation, but it's probably harmless.
But the only, I mean, there's no real purpose in trying it, because they basically showed what the results you can expect from trying it is. You'll come to realize that there's thousands of data points on your phone that Apple can take from your phone when you go to the Genius Bar, for example. A lot of information that you would not think they should have.
And the thing is that even if you reset your phone and to sell it, all these data points is still there. And it seems like there's no way to actually get rid of them except of putting it through a shredder, more or less. What he also discussed yesterday, and I have been looking into afterwards, is that all these data points and the thing that our friend Siri apparently is listening, even if you turn it off, it's still there. Every time it always is listening to you. The same is with your Apple TV. Apparently, the Siri in the Apple TV is also always listening and sending data somewhere unknown. So, yeah, this is, you actually have some kind of good music for the findings he did do and relieved yesterday regarding this.
Yeah, and then there was also the guy who did this, the security researcher, did another YouTube video just in the past few hours where he shows himself with an iPhone next to him with no cables connected to it, and using his laptop he's able to delete. You can watch his phone, the camera's right on the screen of the phone, and he says, now watch the Dropbox app. I'm going to delete the Dropbox app. And then he clicks some couple mouse clicks on his laptop, and boom, the Dropbox app disappears from his phone. And then he says, now watch this app. And then he makes that app disappear. And then he does that multiple times. And then he changes from dark mode to light mode. Then he makes the phone reboot without touching it. So he basically took full administrative control of the phone remotely. So he's going to reveal how he's done it. That's essentially full control of the
Well, you
phone.
just have to realize that the entire tech stack is running Linux. The entire tech stack is running some version of a Linux, and that means it's accessible by terminal. And that's it. You just have to realize that.
Well, everything technically is accessible
Yeah,
by terminal.
exactly.
It's just how do you
Yeah, that's the very front end of any kind of computer system is a
exactly.
terminal, right? Like when you have a headless situation, you can always ping in with a terminal. And so we just have to realize that.
Johan, did you say that even when we do a factory reset, the 1,000 data point will stay?
The 5,000 data points will still remain
5,000.
if you 5,000 if you reset your iPhone to sell it or give it to your kids.
Yeah.
5,000 unique data points about the last users are still there.
Oh my God. You know, in
And,
Asia, they like to buy and resell. I mean, resell their
yep.
phones. So
And,
if a
and,
factory reset and it will still, oh my God, that's
and guys,
huge.
here's the why I use cellular with this app and why I only use a phone with nothing on it with this app. Because this is probably the riskiest app in your pockets. You log in with a phone number and you verify who you are with a text that comes via SMS and 6 digits. Now, on the surface, this application is really innocuous, but the real danger is when you introduce the pathway for somebody to come in and start hacking your network, because your network is your biggest point of ingress. The cellular systems, they're pretty robust. You know, this is a single channel from you to point from me to the server that is hard to really get in between. You know, you really have to be setting up a stinger.
Speakers from
You
the
know,
1970s, right? SS7 is one of the most porous protocols ever, and that's what runs the public service telephone network. I'm sitting here listening to all this, and I'm just like, I don't know what to say, because these are like really, really old known vulnerabilities that and this demonstration that you described with the iPhone, it's completely not even surprising to me, because there's been so many different ways to do these things at so many different levels for so long. It's just that most people, you know, I guess what they say, you know, every sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and then when you start showing, well, it's not actually magic, then people freak out.
Hey, Chris, I got a question for you. What if we delete the app from the phone and use like what Tyler's using, what I'm using is Club Deck or an emulator to get in instead?
I would put that at actually more risky, because you're using your own home network and another application. You know, my main thing is I don't want any vectors coming to my home network, because all it requires is a port scan that takes, you know, anywhere from, and Johan will tell you, it takes about 60 seconds to scan 50,000 ports on someone's router. And those ports are where everything's located. And if I know what your router is, that's the first point of ingress, because no one updates their routers regularly, you know, and the passwords are often, you know, easy to ascertain because people don't update their first layer. So if you're one of those people that don't even update your router because you don't know you have to, that's a huge risk.
Well,
And so really your best approach is just to isolate. And I'll shut up.
Andy, does that apply to Android phone too?
There is he on Monday. The same guy will do the same thing with Android phones and pick them into pieces and show that everything we did find about the iPhone is also available on the Google stack.
And that's
And
actually an additional concerning point because he was suggesting that the similarity between the two implies potentially that this is being utilized by a common actor, namely the American intelligence agencies, are kind of using this, requiring that they both have a similar structure so that when they collect the data from the devices, they can marry it into one bigger mother database.
yeah,
So I have a
he,
question actually
he
about this. Sorry, I had a question for Johan or Andy or Chris. But is this, are they talking about the same vulnerability that we had heard about, earlier, regarding with Pegasus and the core graphics? Is this
Uh,
the same core graphics thing, or
That's
is it
been
different?
fixed. That's been fixed. This is Corey. That specific flaw's been fixed.
it's and then I think you guys really don't need to. And Dr. Danish, the best analogy is treat it just like viruses. So you have what are called attack surfaces. That's anywhere you're exposed to the internet is an attack surface that can be considered a vector for viruses, right? Um, and so you want to minimize your exposure and you want to reduce your attack surfaces. It's just like masking or taking and I don't want to get that far down the road, but yeah, don't be so concerned about the particular flaw. Just consider reduction of your surfaces and increasing your hygiene. And that's what I wanted to get to. And I didn't want to lecture too much, but just focus on those items and therefore minimize your surfaces at the riskiest points. And this is one of your riskiest points.
One of the things
So,
that one of the things I actually brought back from yesterday's conversation with this quite knowledge investigator was to decide about this with VPNs is something of the past, because all the major VPN services they actually purchase, and this links back to news that Tyler talked about yesterday, that all the VPNs today are probably owned by the same people, and some of them are quite shady apparently. And he said about this with VPN, if you have not put it up yourself, you might be even be in a bigger risk. And this was something that he said. He didn't say it straight out, but he said that I wouldn't use it. So I did read that in between the lines. Regarding the statement from Chris, this regarding with people that doesn't update their Wi-Fi or their routers to the internet and the possibility to port scan them. Yes, but the thing is, the default they usually don't answer on many ports. But the thing is here that they should be aware that if you have a broadband provider that actually gives you a modem to connect your Wi-Fi network and your computers to, they are always with a master password. So in Sweden, Telia is the major provider. In US, you have the AT&T. You know that the support always can log on to your router if you call the support. How can that be? Might it be there is a master key for them? Yes. Is that key leaked? Probably. Is it even set by some state organization? Yeah, likely. So the thing is here that we are in the dark ages of internet, because information is the juicy data, and I think we will see a huge backlash in especially the Electronic Free Foundation (EFF), that they will actually do something large with this in within the next few days. You are done speaking.
so there was something else that he actually raised in that session yesterday, which is that not just it's on the phone, but rather the companies such as Apple, they have been collecting all this information for the past, almost many years, not just recently, not just with OS 15. He said that it's actually all the iOSs has the
Since
capability
3.
by logging keystrokes and the kind of data that he said that each one of us would be able to go, type certain commands and to actually literally view the data points that our information has been stored in Apple's server. But there's a way that for him to get access to other people's data as well. And I actually asked him that question. That he said that there is a way to do that, but obviously he is not going to show that publicly. But he has communicated to the Apple team that this is something that could be done. which is really much more dangerous, where it's not just our own each individual's information, 5,000 data points, but there's a central place at Apple where all this information is stored, and that's definitely because it's there. It is subject to be hacked. I mean, we're assuming it has not been hacked yet. Several other people asked, "Hey, has this been disclosed? Is my data being compromised by bad people? Blah blah blah." He couldn't answer that question just because we don't know, but just because the data is there, it certainly brings the vulnerability. And an associated issue with that is, I sort of raised the question of need to know basis. Obviously, we are giving up certain privacy in order to get conveniences such as GPS, right? I want to get driving directions, so I'm gonna disclose my location now to the software. But is it necessary for the companies such as Apple? And I believe it's more than just Apple. I think that's the capability for most phone companies, whether it's Android or iOS. But is it possible to do necessary need to know basis? In other words, to give me control of sharing my data only when I want to, but not in a blanket format. Kind of the agreement that we sign when we start using these phones. And the agreement would be, oh, you agreed to let me, the company, collect all the information indiscriminately. He actually thought that was actually an interesting idea. He wants to actually work on something, some sort of a software or patch that
Yeah,
he might be able to offer to users.
it's Corey. There's like Brittany Kaiser, own your own data. There's several movements going on around taking advantage of hardware encryption versus software. A lot of this is software encryption. And there's a lot of aspects around this actually, but basically being able to own your own keys and your own encryption and decryption key, and be able to then give access. But even then, you have screen scraping and a bunch of other things. But you can start to limit as someone mentioned earlier, your surface area in terms of data that you can control and decide who to share with. But that being said, all these free services are have to change their business model. People still use Facebook, and to be honest, most people right now don't care because they still use Facebook, even though they may have seen, like on Netflix, The Social Dilemma, for example, and exactly what they do with that. Apple does the same thing. Google does the same thing. This is why data is the new oil of the century, and why you're having these huge, these FANG companies really are billion-dollar companies because of data. And so unless we change our minds and really work towards, data privacy and data integrity and security and owning your own data, and there's niches around that, it is what it is today.
Hey, Tyler, can we check the hand raise? We got some friends down there.
Yeah, I just got Faraz and John. Okay, so we get into the big news. The top story of the day is from the New York Times, from Mike Isaac, one of their tech reporters there. And the headline reads, Facebook and its apps were inaccessible for about 2 hours on Friday afternoon, which the company says was caused by quote unquote configuration change. And here's why I say it that way. And I'm going to tweet this so you can see. So he's implying that that they're lying, which they probably aren't. It probably is. They probably did go down due to a configuration change, though. But he doesn't, as a tech journalist, probably doesn't fully understand what it means or understand it in the same way that a lot of people, would put climate deniers would often put climate change in quotes. This guy's putting a configuration change in quotes because he's not a system admin. He doesn't fundamentally understand what it means, so he thinks that they're lying to him because he doesn't know what it is. He thinks it's this blanket excuse that they use when they don't want to say what it is, when in reality, it was a system configuration change. So the question is, why is he putting it in quotes in the headline? Why? By the way, because I just tweeted it to the Tech News Twitter account so you can see. Facebook's own headline about it says, here, where did it go? There's a whole bunch of these. So BBC's headline is, Facebook apologizes as services including Instagram hit again. Forbes says Facebook's new nightmare is suddenly coming true. TechCrunch says Facebook and Instagram went down again Friday. CNN says Facebook apps hit with 2-hour disruption days after massive outage. That's a really good headline. They're drawing the context that it happened a few days previously, and that's why it's surprising that it's happened again. The Verge says Facebook confirms some of its services are having issues following a massive outage on Monday. Again, perfectly good headline. But for the New York Times to say Facebook and its apps were inaccessible for about 2 hours on Friday afternoon, which the company says was caused by quote unquote configuration change, why are configuration change in quotes? What exactly
Tyler,
are you implying?
yeah, that's probably because on Thursday, the previous one,
Yeah,
the Facebook's own engineering explanation was a configuration change in the BPP
right,
protocol.
right.
That's probably why they're saying
No,
there must be something insinuating something suspicious.
right. They're insinuating something suspicious without any evidence at all of anything suspicious. That's not journalism. If you have some, if explain that, explain if you're putting it in quotes, then please give us a reason for why you put it in quotes. You're implying in your headline that Facebook is doing up to something nefarious and not being honest about the problems that they're having, when it's more likely that if you were a system admin, you'd be like, oh yeah, probably was a configuration change. There isn't really a big conspiracy theory there. It's just on the face of it, it's almost certainly a system configuration change issue that would cause an outage like this, which the last one was as well. But why make this air quotes, uh, you know, the same way that how anti-vaxxers talk about quote unquote science and how climate deniers talk about quote unquote climate change. What the hell, New York Times, that your quote unquote configuration changes? It's like, what? What?
So Tyler,
Tyler, is there a possibility that that configuration change was timed on purpose, just as Vanderbilt's Twitter account has disappeared on purpose just before Tether is going to court?
I can't
Maybe that's
imagine
why it's in quotations,
Facebook.
in air quotation.
No, because it's costing Facebook billions to do that. I don't think they would voluntarily do something that would cost them billions of dollars for no apparent
so
benefit.
Tyler was
Without a strong benefit.
Tyler, just remember to frame it time-wise. That was the same day the Pandora files came out, so that's why I think people are suspicious. I'm not personally suspicious after I hear the border router.
You mean on Monday with the big outage?
Oh, we're talking about a different one. I'm sorry.
We're talking about Friday, like yesterday. It went down for 2 hours
Tyler,
yesterday. Yeah.
I'm the total.
Tyler, did the second outage? Did Facebook say, "Oh, this is a continuation of the previous problem that we've been having"?
No.
The configured problem.
No.
Because the Facebook CTO did say that, "Oh, it's not over." Even though Facebook was back up, but we're still not quite 100%. So there seems to be. This is about the previous incident. There seems to be a possibility that Facebook was still working on getting everything back up to normal. But if it's not, then I would say, just a bit of a defense of the journalist. In a few days span, Facebook had 2 configuration change accidents, if you will.
Yes.
That seems to be a bit suspicious on his part.
Right.
And one more question, Tyler.
But
just a quick one here.
No, but there's nothing suspicious about it. It's like I'm trying to.
Just a quick question.
So on Tuesday, there's a whistleblower from Facebook going to be testifying, and they're associating this as a build-up to preventing news around that. Is what the rumor is, or what the association is right now. It's all about the Tuesday whistleblower.
But he doesn't say this in the article.
In addition to that, they're all sitting, with due respect to the United States and all countries in the world, they're all sitting at the Pentagon. All the big tech players are sitting at the Pentagon talking about whether they'll cooperate with defense and military and government officials. So, I mean, people and journalists all have a right to be a little suspicious, don't you think?
Fine. Then write that in your fucking article. But why do it in your headline and then not mention any of that in your article?
Yeah, I agree with you, Tyler.
Well,
because
everyone's as open as perhaps I am being or you're being.
No, because Faraz, you had to say that for me to actually get it. and I'm pretty forward thinking, right? Like, because what you're saying is Facebook had to demonstrate to somebody that they had the ability to pull the plug to show off that they're actually able to pull the plug. Is that what you were inferring? And if so, then I get your story. And I'm not saying this argumentatively. I'm just saying when you say that, my head starts shaking. Yeah, now I totally get it.
Well,
Like if you, you know,
I'm not inferring anything, but listen, infer what you guys want. But just like the
oh
Chinese do certain things, the Americans do certain things, the Pakistanis do
no,
certain
that's
things, the
why
Middle
no, I'm
Easterners do
agreeing
certain
with you.
things.
I'm
So
agreeing
the
with
Right?
reason
you.
why
It's
he
just
may not have said it
But
is
yes, okay, there you go. But I don't want to infer anything to offend anyone. But okay, Chris, yeah, okay,
no, but
that's what
what
I'm
I mean
saying.
is that they want the audience to get to that conclusion, but they don't provide any of the evidence
Exactly.
that makes you get
They're
there. And what I mean
feeding
is
they're feeding
you
into
gave us
conspiracy theories. Check
Thank you.
this out.
you
I can
you
read.
gave us a pathway that makes sense, is
I
what I'm
have
getting at,
20
Russ.
different publications that are all covering this exact second outage, the Friday outage that was for 2 hours. Here's USA Today. Is Facebook down again? USA Today. Is Facebook down again? Some having trouble accessing Instagram Messenger, WhatsApp days after 6 hour outage. Okay, right, perfect. Next one, and this Tech Radar, Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp go down for some in second outage this week. USA slash dot. Facebook says some of its services are having issues again. All of them just shoot straight. They're all super straight shot headlines. No insinuation of anything, conspiracy ish. The New York Times headline by putting the word, they say it's due to quote unquote configuration change, implies that there's some kind of, that they're misleading or being dishonest in their description or explanation as to what's going on, but then gives no evidence at all or even reference to that in their article. So why do that? It makes you as a journalist look like you don't know what a configuration change is because you don't like, as if you, it's like, I'm trying to give an example of 99% of the time, something like this would be a configuration change. So that there's nothing to be conspiratorial about unless you're not a system admin and you don't know that this is very actually likely to be the most common thing. And you think, oh, they're making up some new phrase to as a smoke screen for what's really going on. No, they're not. They're not lying to you. It's almost certainly a configuration change, but you don't know that because you're a fucking journalist who went to journalism school and never took a programming class.
So
Wait,
Tyler,
is there.
what was the name of the journalist?
Mike Isaac.
Catherine?
So I
uh,
have a
Was it
question.
Catherine?
Michelle is in the audience.
may I ask a question?
Sure.
Is this is just on in the headline? I don't have the. I read the article. I just don't have it in front of me. This is just the headline, right?
Right.
Okay. One thing everyone has to be clear. I used to edit, and I've never worked for a big publication. Just a small little thing that I started with some friends. I had people go out and write stories. I would write the headline. The person who writes the headline is not the reporter,
Right.
especially in these big publications. What the person who writes the headline is trying to get clicks and attention.
Right.
Also, when you quote two words like that, they could be two things. Either, okay, those are their words, and you put it in, or other times they are scared quotes, as sometimes we call them, and so they can be interpreted in two ways.
Yeah.
So maybe they just wanted more attention to this article, but I tend to like, and I was at yesterday's event also but given by the hack. I tend to. That's why I was never maybe such a good investigative journalist when I did that. I tend to take people at their face value when they're telling me something, and then investigate and see what's going on. And the
Sure.
final thing I'll say is that correlation, for example. You always have to remember correlation does not imply causation, but it's something that should make you question a little bit more what's going on here. So I think the correlation here is, well, all these things are, I mean, Facebook, they're going on, all this controversy, and the Facebook goes down for 2 days in a row. And so what's the connection there? There may be no connection. It just happens to have correlated without a causation. But that's what, the investigative journalists will want to sort of look into.
Yeah, but I think they're confused as to how likely this is the real scenario. I'm trying to think of a good example of like a car stopping on the side of the road. It quote unquote ran out of gas. It's like, yeah, that's what happens when a car runs out of gas. It stops moving. Yeah, well, now it's happened twice, and the car's stopped moving and kind of slowed down to a crawl, and then came to the side of the road, and no one could use the car, and they're claiming it quote unquote ran out of gas. It's like, yep, that's what they're claiming because that's what happens. That's a very likely, believable scenario. If the car is not moving anymore and it's not starting, it's very possible that the car ran out of gas, but you don't understand that because you're not a mechanic. So that's not even a good example because I can think of 40 other reasons a car would stop moving. But I'm trying to think of a better example. Like,
No, I agree. I agree that these journalists
the
or
person
any of
went and
us,
ate lunch again because they're quote unquote hungry. Yeah,
right?
that's why they did go eat lunch because they're fucking hungry. What are you fucking
Well, I
implying
don't think it's
exactly?
that simple.
Oh, he
I
went to
don't think it's
Subway
that simple,
sandwiches again
man.
and he ordered the tuna because he's quote unquote hungry.
They should be
But
more
Hang on.
technically knowledgeable. I agree. They
If
should be more
but Tyler,
technically knowledgeable.
I would give the journalists a bit
Two
of
tunas in
grace.
1 week?
It was
Something's fishy.
Hmm.
Quote
no, no, no.
unquote
But
Sometimes
hungry.
they have to.
well,
Sometimes they
I
have to
don't
do
get.
that.
Hashtag Hungrygate.
but
So
Tyler,
let
I would
someone
give
Sometimes
some
speak for a
the
leeway to the
second.
journalists.
editor forces them to do this for legal reasons. They have to leave it open ended for people to make assumptions because they don't want to have the legal liability. So those are some reasons why they sort of leave it open ended. You need to make the connection sort of concept. I'm not saying that's
Or,
the right thing to do. I'm just saying that's some reasons why they do that.
or maybe, just maybe, they should report the fucking news
That's
and
my
stop
point.
making shit up.
That's my point. Stop trying to create conspiracy theories. I know you want to take them down. I
Damn it,
understand.
where's my clip?
New York Times, I know you want to take Facebook down. It's abundantly obvious. It's painfully clear. The New York Times, Wall Street Journal, corporate media run by these corporations who are not going to be in business in 5 years are just desperate to take down Facebook on their way down. They're on the sinking ship. They've got a hole in their boat. It's slowly filling up with water. Facebook comes by on a nuclear submarine, and they're trying to shoot holes in the boat, and it's driving them insane. And they partly feel like the holes in their boat are because of this submarine, that this submarine fired at them. And they want to retaliate while they sink. And so they want to try and shoot holes back in Facebook's boat. But be honest about that. That this is the problem is these publications were never meant to be in a war, and they're meant to deliver the news, as Donish says. How about just giving the article straight? Because what Nikkei Japan, they give the headline straight. They're not in a war with Facebook. They don't perceive themselves to be in a war with Facebook because they're not. A lot of publications don't do this. The New York Times is doing this, and some of the Rupert Murdoch publications are doing this. The Wall Street Journal is certainly doing this, and they need to be transparent that they're doing it, because then you're you have a conflict of interest. You have a conflict in this. You're in a
So you
fight
can't
with
have it
this.
both
It's like you're
ways.
fighting against somebody. You're using your tools of perceived neutrality when you're anything but neutral in this fight. You're in a war and you're claiming to be no. I'm just reporting what's going on. Oh, mom, I saw this bad. Bobby did something bad over in the playground. Mommy, you need to know. I'm just letting you know, mommy. No, you're over there trying to beat his ass into the ground, and then you're reporting to mommy that, oh, no. I'm just here trying to say what happened, mommy. I'm not in a fight with Tommy.
Okay,
I'm not trying to sink his ship.
I mean, they can't have it both ways.
That's
One
my
That's the
point.
issue.
one question
They
here.
can't be like, oh, look at
Well,
us. We are these great journalists. We
Right.
have all of these journalist ethics. We don't, we are reporters.
Right.
Like we are, and then come back and then say, well, I didn't write. Maurice is absolutely right. I've heard this before as well. I'm sure everybody has. that the headlines are written by the
Can we
editors.
discuss
But at the end of
Facebook
the
for a
day,
second and forget the journalists?
No, because this is the big issue. The big issue, one of the big issues in society right now is that our journalism is driving our society off a fucking cliff. And
Yeah,
I'm
across the
giving
board,
a
it's biased.
concrete example of how they're doing it.
I mean, across the board, it's been biased, whether
well,
liberal, Democrat, political reasons. It's hard to find a true, like, just give the facts,
because provocative
platform.
wins, Corey. Because provocative wins. In the old world, provocative was winning because it was about eyeballs. It was about getting people to click on those. And now you can't tell the difference between the New York Post and the New York Times.
Great,
This is
great
a
point.
crazy
Great
world
point.
we're
Great
living
point.
in.
So check this out. I found a blog post today on Substack. Full credit to Balaji who tweeted this out, and he talks about this issue. His name's Freddie DeBoer, and Balaji shared this with his followers of who I follow on Twitter. I think Balaji is one of the best people to follow on Twitter if you don't follow him already. And it's 10 paragraphs long. I'm just going to read you the last two, which are not that long. And I've not heard anybody say this before, but this is quite a profound summary of the issue here from my perspective. He says, in the span of a decade or so, essentially all professional media, not explicitly branded as conservative, has been taken over by a school of politics that emerged from humanities departments at elite universities and began colonizing the college education through social media. Those politics are obscure. He's talking about the woke journalists that have infected the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, and et cetera, et cetera. And so he says it came from. Let me read it again so you have this in mind. Sorry, I should have prefaced by saying that. In the span of a decade or so, essentially all professional media, not explicitly branded as conservative, has been taken over by a school of politics, meaning woke politics, identity politics, that emerged from a humanities department at elite universities and began colonizing the college education through social media. Those politics are obscure, they are confusing, they are socially and culturally extreme, they are expressed in a bizarre vocabulary, they are deeply alienating to many, they are very unpopular by any definition. The vast majority of the country is not woke, including the vast majority of women and people of color. How could it possibly be healthy for an entire media industry to be captured by a single niche political movement, let alone one that nobody likes? Why does no one in media seem willing to have an honest, uncomfortable conversation about the near total takeover of their industry by a fringe ideology? And the bizarre assumption of almost everyone in media seems to have been that they could adopt this brand of extreme niche politics in mass as an industry and treat those politics as a crusade that trumps every other journalistic value with no professional or economic consequences. They seem to have thought that Americans were just going to swallow it. They seem to have thought they could paint most of the country as vicious bigots and that their audiences would just come along for the ride. They haven't. In fact, Republicans are making great hay of the collapse of the media into pure, unapologetic advocacy journalism. Some people are turning to alternative media to find options that are neither reactionary ideologues or self-righteous woke yelling. Can you blame them? Substack didn't create this dynamic, and neither did I. The exact same media people who are so angry about Substack when they abandoned any pretense to serving the entire country and decided that their only job was to advance a political cause that most ordinary people of any gender or race find alienating and wrong. So maybe try to look at where your problems actually come from. They're not going away.
Boom. Do you
Yes.
tweet out that one,
Yeah.
please?
I when I read that, I was like, wow, this guy's just took him to task.
What do you think about this, Tyler?
I think he has a great point. I think he's got a really good point because they're becoming activist, and this is what I've been said now this week. I think I brought it up on 3 different days, Monday to Friday, where I was like, "This isn't journalism. This is activism. Why are you doing this? This is going to hurt you. Please stop doing this. You're going to sabotage yourself by doing this." But they feel like they've got this agenda that they gotta, you know, that's more important than being a journalist. This is not what you went to journalism school for. This is not what you were taught in journalism school. So, but it's infected some of the surprisingly premier outlets who have spent centuries building their legacies, or decades, in some cases more than a century. And to me, it's a bit of a sadness, because we need the press play an incredibly important role in protecting democracy and everything else. And I don't say that lightly. I mean, that's it's incredibly vital role that these legacy journalists, publications play, but are tarnishing their uh, kind of reputations and our ability to trust them when they're do these kind of games for short term gains, I guess. And maybe they feel I'll play devil's advocate and try and think, why are they doing it? Well, maybe they're doing it because they feel like they have to do it, because the Fox kind of went off the rails of doing journalism and went into entertainment, fear mongering, and they felt like they had to do it to stay economically viable in this game. I'm just trying to empathize with them. Why would they feel the need to do this?
It's KPIs.
Yeah, I think. Oh, yes, I think. I think that is part of it. But to this, I think the person who I'm quoting in this Substack piece is correct in pointing out that this is driving ordinary folks to now look at things like what we're doing here, or Substack, or Medium posts, and etc., and trying to get a more uh, un uh, un, un,
Unfiltered.
I don't know what the right word is, but you know what the point
Is
is.
I think
Yeah.
opinions crept into journalism, and that's the problem. And then the other counter problem is that personal opinion has not crept into regular civil discussion anymore. It just has become polarizing. So that's the kind of unique thing about opinion, is that it doesn't really exist outside of close circles where you feel safe, and platforms like this where you can actually have um, civil discussion. You don't have to agree with everybody here to feel safe enough to counter their opinion, and I
No.
think that's the challenge, is
And
that where
I,
it's
I,
supposed to be free of opinion, it's not. And I'll shut up.
I will say, like, places like Axios and others that don't leave room for opinion are probably the big winners. I think Corey was alluding to that Nikkei, Axios, these types of news organizations that have removed, in my opinion at least, a significant amount of personal opinion, or when it's opinion, they make it very clear. I think that's the other thing, Tyler, that the the hard part is they try to fashion opinion as fact, and I think it's causing a lot of confusion. And I'm just confused about how to actually solve that problem. Like, how would you solve that problem?
Just scientific method, man. They've done this a while ago. You state the facts, and then you state your personal observation or summary, which is potentially biased. But the facts are the facts, and you can have references. You can have, you quote, locations. You reference everything, and so if articles really had, here are the facts, and then, oh, here's my opinion based on that, then it's very clear. Here are the facts. Here's the opinion, and people can make a decision.
Well, that
But
you know
these
what?
issues,
I just want to say
these
real
issues,
fast.
yeah.
The reason I love doing this, and why it's important that this format where we get hundreds of people in the room and people can raise their hand and jump up, because it's not uncommon that somebody with a kind of either quite far right or far left view makes the best argument. Charles sometimes make an argument that the far right, he very articulates a far right perspective sometimes in a way that you're like, you know what? There's some truth to what that perspective, and sometimes people bring up a far leftish, quote unquote wokish perspective that actually, you know what? There's some truth to what they're saying, and we can, as a group, internationally balance it out and let them debate it if we need to, and then work through the process of figuring out who's got the best argument. Who you see what I'm saying? And I feel like that's why the social audio news format can be so incredibly valuable. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I was
agree.
just gonna.
you could just come. You get the facts by adding more and more information and reinterpreting. I'll just say a couple of things quickly about journalism. I've said it before, so you guys know my position, that there's never been objective journalism, that objectivity is impossible, that you have to just take into account the subjectivities of everyone, including Axios. Now, this thing with the journalism being opinionated and woke or whatever, just Google or go and look at the USS Maine, yellow journalism, the sinking of the Maine. As
Yeah.
my teacher in
Yeah.
junior high school said,
Hearst.
you know,
I'm all about
Hearst.
it.
But also it's like, what was the Maine doing in the harbor in the first place?
Yeah.
So it's always been there. I think we think of the New York Times as like the, first of all, remember, it's the first draft of history. And even if you go to the history books, there's all these interpretations and reinterpretations of history. So it's never, you're never going to get a to the objective truth. But that's why the dialogue in here is helpful, even if I disagree on the point of view of journalism with Tyler, but I appreciate the insight into the technical issues, which I'm not that privileged in knowing about. And I know a little bit about journalism. I know a little bit about this and that. I'm not an expert at anything, but I take everything with a grain of salt, and I see that everyone has interest and there's subjectivity to everything.
Okay, next article. CNBC, Apple appeals the Epic Games ruling, asking for a stay on the requirement to make App Store changes. If Apple wins the stay, the in-app purchase changes could be delayed for years, and that would be a tragic loss indeed. Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games, has taken to Twitter to say Apple filed appeal. As a pun, picture of Fortnite's peeling the banana. An appeal, apple peel. It's a really terrible pun. But Apple has filed an appeal and a stay in the ruling of the trial of Epic Games, potentially delaying the need to make court-enforced App Store changes by at least a year. Yes, and this speaks to the lethargy of the American legal system, which is simply by filing appeal, Apple just delayed by a year the need to comply with this in-app purchase monopoly that they've enjoyed for the past decade, which, by the way, they're now starting to lose in multiple countries. Korea's government just said you got to fix this lickety split. Russia's telling them to do the same. What was the new one? Netherlands this week. I think it was Tuesday this past week. Now the Netherlands says that they're calling out Apple's shenanigans with their monopoly on their in-app payment within their own app store. And there was a startup that came out this week. Somebody might recall the name of it, had a clever name, as the suitable replacement for app developers inside the Apple App Store, so that they could have, instead of paying 30%, they would pay between 5 and 10%. Anything over $10 is 5%. Under $10 is 10%. So, make no mistake, there will be another country announced in the next 2 weeks. I imagine India is going to do this very soon. Trying to think who else will be in line for this relatively soon. Japan is already pushing on it. Actually, that was one of the other countries that we could add to that list. They're kind of halfway through that process already. But Apple, of course, is going to appeal it because it's going to cost. It's been revealed now, they make $600 billion a year from their 30% tax in their in-app purchases of the App Store. China's been revealed to be half of that. Oh, by the way, China this week now brought that into court. And it just got approved by a lower court to go up to a big court in China to hear this case. So that case is escalating in China as we speak, which is 300 billion of that 600 billion a year they make. No, am I getting that can't be that high.
Yeah, I was going to question that. That's a huge
That's
number.
a way too big of a number. It was but it's got to be
it's
more. It's got to be more
I
than
think it's
600 million.
60.
Maybe
I
it's
think it's
600. It might be 600 million.
No, 600 would be too little, Tyler.
I know, that's why I'm confused. I'm
So,
very.
are you sure it's not a maybe it was. I seem to remember 60 billion,
Maybe
which
it's
seems like an
Well,
inline number.
that could be
Apple's revenue is $270 billion a year.
270 per year. So maybe it's 60,
Yeah,
60 30.
60. I remember hearing 60 as well.
Okay.
So
I just remember China was half, and I remember the numbers 30 or 306, 600. You could be right. So somebody will dig it up and we'll get the truth on that. The next article is from The Verge that Tesla delays full self-driving beta rollout to about 1,000 drivers with perfect safety scores of 100, meaning this full self-driving beta rollout to the 1,000 drivers, they only were accepting drivers who had perfect safety scores with driving their cars previously. Makes sense. That's kind of genius. Elon Musk says due to a quote-unquote few last-minute concerns. Now, in that case, it's like as Maurice correctly stated, yeah, that's a journalistic way to show. What did you call that, Maurice, when they include the quote in the headline?
The scare quotes or
Yeah, but
the
this
direct
that
quote?
doesn't seem like a scare quote. What is it? What's the other reason that they use quotes? You said
Well, you just want to quote directly
right. It's
from
a direct
the
quote.
source.
They
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
quote the source directly in the headline, which in this case they're doing. That was he says it was due to quote a few last minute concerns, which of course they have. And then Elon Musk tweeted about it, saying exactly that: a few last minute concerns about this build, release likely on Sunday or Monday. Sorry for the delay. Okay, let's hope it's on track for release for 1,000 drivers for their full self-driving beta. People have been waiting for this for a very long time, and there's many doubters out there. And just take 2 seconds to reflect on the kind of cleverness of this whole scenario of cherry picking your users for this, very anxiously awaited drop. This technology that is likely to be incredibly game changing, potentially game changing, like what he's calling full self driving. If it's level 4, that might really be good enough in most places to let the car do its thing. And given their strategy for how to get to level 5, they're still quite confident, despite a whole lot of quote unquote experts think that we're still quite a ways away. But Tesla thinks they have the recipe to get it there in the near future. And boy, will that be a game changer. Even level 4, even this full self-driving beta really should be suitable for the use case of really young drivers, like 16, 17, 18-year-olds, or much older drivers in their golden years, who have a little bit of difficulty with driving as they once did. I love these. I love these use cases. Not to mention how it's pushing the whole industry forward with the autonomous delivery of all of our orders and e-commerce, and the game changing, totally game changing. By the way, but the cherry picking of your human beta testers based on their data of the cars they've driven previously and how friendly they are to your company. I'll bet you these 1,000 drivers have also never tweeted anything negative about Tesla. And Amazon had a bunch of releases. Was it on Monday last week? Where they announced the robot and the new doorbells and the lights and the this and the that. They had about 10, 5, 6, 7, 8 different new items that they launched. And each of these items, you apply to get these new items, to be the first to receive these new items. Because they're going to check your ass. Oh, I bet your Twitter account is part of the application. Because they want to see if you're critical of the company. And this journalists are probably not likely to be the first to get this. So it's a really interesting new approach for these cutting edge technology companies who are releasing potentially groundbreaking new things like the new Amazon robot, which is likely to get a lot of criticism from haters, as Tesla does too. That's another thing Elon and Jeff have in common. They're doing cutting edge shit, they want fans to test this stuff out who are not going to be, overly critical, intentionally fault finding, intentionally negative. They want constructive criticism. They don't need a bunch of assholes going on their YouTube accounts and causing all kinds of brouhahas. So I imagine that trend might spread out further in the industry, in other areas of tech. Be interesting to see. Just a thought to keep in mind. So the next one's from Bloomberg. They say they have sources that the Biden administration is considering an executive order on cryptocurrencies to set up a government-wide approach to all things crypto. The Biden administration is weighing an executive order on cryptocurrencies as part of an effort to set up a government-wide approach to the white-hot asset class. Smart. Great. Let's make it real clear as fast as possible so everyone can go about with their business. Whatever their business is, sooner the better. Let's draw the lines. Let's make the rules. Let's make it real clear right now. Why go slow on this? Why drag this out in all this nebulous area where it's unclear? It becomes the Wild West, and we don't know who's impeding and trespassing on whose territories or whatnot. It's just can cause a whole lot of headaches. Let's get the brain trust together. Let's figure it out. Let's draw up the lines. Let's draw up the charts and the maps and the borders and the laws of the land and do it so that we can start innovating on top of this shit. And precisely why China's got such an asymmetrical advantage and all that. So like shit is crystal clear. Like, we're done. We're not doing it. Done. It's over. Bye-bye. They're done with crypto. Okay, well, at least we know it's all clear now. Will any spot on the planet, El Salvador, and who will be next? Somebody else was in the headlines this past week to say they were pushing ahead with making Bitcoin a legal tender. Somebody recall which country it is somewhere in South America?
Brazil, but I don't think they're pushing ahead. They're just talking about it.
Yeah. Okay, next up, Engadget says that Google says that Chrome's follow button, there's a new button coming to Chrome that says follow. It's a follow button for sites that support RSS, which is called Really Simple Syndication, made by Dave Weiner. Jesus, back in, what year was that? 2004-ish? And one of the most loved things Google or anyone has ever made was Google Reader. I still miss Google Reader. Holy shit, was that awesome. And it was a whole different way of consuming the internet, where you subscribed to websites and their blog posts. And you had this app called Reader, and then you followed every website that you wanted to follow. And every time they wrote a new post, it would come in your little Reader inbox. Not so different from Twitter. But instead of following people, you were following websites. So you could follow CNN. And then if you wanted to get and CNN had 3 different follow buttons you could click on. CNN American headlines, international headlines, or breaking news. And then, because you could determine what you wanted to add to your feed. And then in your Google Reader app, you could dig into each publication separately to see everything that they've done and which ones you've already read and which ones you haven't. Just like inboxes. It was almost like creating email-like inboxes, and following is a hybrid of Twitter and email. It was super cool. People loved it. And when they shut it down, people are still moaning about how they shut that down. But now they're bringing it back. Hallelujah. I imagine everyone's going to love it. And I love it being built into the browser instead of a separate app.
And that's colloquially called the RSS reader, is that right?
Yes, yeah.
And I think I see Vinay down there from Moldova.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. So next one is, it says it's now available to all Android users. So it works on mobile as well. It's very cool. The Verge headline says Google Reader is still defunct, but now you can follow RSS feeds in Chrome on Android. And Android Central says Google Reader lives on in Chrome's latest feature, available now on Android. And interesting to see the ones who mention Reader and which ones don't. Chrome on Android gets a sweet little RSS reader. Yeah, it's dope. RSS readers was the golden era of news consumption for people who are.
And they were really useful. Like you say, like instead of Google News now, where it's kind of curated, you just got chronologically the news as it came out.
Yeah, based on the sites that you were interested in getting up their updates from. And now it'll be back. It's totally brilliant. So the next one is from the Washington Post. The headline says, ex-members of Facebook's integrity team speak of demoralization as management ignored their work. At least 10 members now work in a similar division at Twitter. So they went from Facebook integrity to Twitter integrity. Dissidents within the company endured personal and professional setbacks for their criticism of the powerful social network. Washington Post, and it says around the same time, Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen was downloading tens of thousands of revealing company documents. Really? Tens of thousands of revealing company documents, and you've released about 3. So the other 9,997 documents, I guess they're coming out soon. Those other revealing 10,000 revealing company documents, and we've only seen what the one slide about Instagram and how teens feel about that. Were there more of these 10,000 revealing company documents that Facebook says she stole? How slow are we're going? We're going to get one a month. That's a long time. 10,000 revealing documents. I think it's kind of interesting that out of 10,000 documents, we've thus far really only seen one truly interesting revealing document that is actually Facebook released. Technically, she didn't release. The Wall Street Journal themselves did not release. They wrote a headline about the document that inspired Facebook to say, oh, are you talking about this document? Because here's the document, and let's have a look at this document, because when you look at the document in its entirety, you realize that the Wall Street Journal cherry-picked one data point out of the entire document to make their whole article. But if you don't cherry-pick that one data point out of the whole document, you're cherry-picking data points out of a document to write hit pieces. That's why they had to release the document themselves. Facebook released the document. So in fact, you've released fucking 0 out of these 10,000 revealing company documents, and you've not released any. How revealing are they if you've not released any? Again, with your agenda journalism, knock this bullshit off. I understand you're Washington Post. I understand you want to sink Facebook. I get it. Facebook's not, there's plenty to be angry about Facebook for. They've certainly are not angels. They certainly have plenty of things we can be critical about, incredible, and even perhaps even angry about. But doing shit like this is not journalism. Stop doing it.
It lacks the intellectual honesty in some cases,
Correct.
and I know, I get it. 1/3 of the females that were in that particular survey did have negative thoughts, but it was just, it was 11 positive points out of a no, it was 23 positive points spread across male and female, and 1 negative point, and it was really because of how Facebook presented the data, right? If they would have said 2/3 of the girls don't feel these feelings, then they wouldn't have had such a negative thing to present.
And then
this
God
is really
bless NPR, who even
yeah.
wrote an entire piece to take down the unscientific survey of letting the subjects determine how they feel in this survey, as John pointed out. And NPR spoke to actual psychology professional researchers who said this is a mockery of research that this slide is based on. Nobody should ever be revealing this to anybody. I mean, you can do an internal survey for yourself, fine, but this ain't research as we as professional researchers would call it. So you can't draw any conclusions from this. As a researcher, that's useless what you did there by surveying people and asking them how they felt about how your app makes them feel. That ain't science. There ain't nothing about that that's anything close to science.
So that ultimately
But by the
part
way,
of it, the slides weren't worth.
NPR, God bless them, is still on one of the good ones as far as I'm concerned, an incredibly valuable resource as far as I'm concerned. And kudos to them for calling that out, because you're kind of countering the entire narrative that the Wall Street Journal and their friends at the New York Times and Washington Post were, dogpiling on Facebook about this. And NPR comes along and says, you know what, that whole slide that you used, no one should be really putting much any value into any of that. Just so you know, that took a little bit of courage, honestly. And I applaud the NPR for doing that piece. And it's a far cry from what the Washington Post doing in the opening sentence of this hit piece, about how there's so much turmoil, with these former employees of Facebook who are now at Twitter. Yeah, well, I imagine if I spoke to former Facebook employees who now work at Twitter, I wouldn't expect them to say much great shit about Facebook either.
So that's the interesting thing is, why does it have to take courage to say something that's true?
Well, doing real journalism is not so easy these days, apparently. So anyway, in America, I mean, the Nikkei Japan and DW and EU and out of Germany do it every day. So I don't see what the problem is.
Hence the Nobel Peace Prize.
But Tyler, what you're really saying is that the research is junk. The slides that came out of the research is junk, and therefore the article.
I'm not saying that.
Really
NPR is saying that.
Well, no. Okay, let me take the step back. That's what NPR is saying, and that's probably the most neutral stance to have, right?
Well, it was just an interesting point worth knowing. Yeah.
To be fair,
probably the most intellectually honest. Sorry.
From the NPR article, what they're saying is it's not necessarily. They didn't say it was junk. They said it's not good enough to make all the claims that we're making. And I think that there is a distinction between the two, which is it's inconclusive.
Yes. Thank you for the clarification on that. Anyway, around the same time that the whistleblower was downloading tens of thousands of revealing company documents. No. Show me a revealing document. You've yet to show me one. I want to see these 10,000 revealing documents. Tens of thousands of revealing company documents that we've not seen. That's peculiar. Why haven't we seen them? Another researcher from her division quit amid a mix of burnout and frustration. He too had lost hope that he could make change at Facebook. I see. Oh, he was trying to save his own company. Right. Okay. Oh, and by the way, oh my God, on that point about trying to save Facebook, our friend David Sachs, as he is known to do, had another fantastic tweet today. I don't know if you caught it. David Sachs. Let's see if this is the one I'm hoping it is. Here it is. I'm tweeting it now. Just a few hours ago, he says, David's totally brilliant, by the way. If you don't know David, he runs Craft Ventures. He sold his startup to Microsoft for $1 billion after only a couple years. And now he's one of the best investors in all of tech, easily. And he says, did anyone else notice that the Facebook whistleblower basically proposed that she would be installed as Zuckerberg's boss? Got to admire the chutzpah. And then he shows the receipts. Here's her quote, where in her testimony before the Senate subcommittee, she says, besides internal changes, Hagen also said that there should be a dedicated, quote unquote, oversight body with the power to oversee social media platforms. She said that such a group within an agency like the Federal Trade Commission could provide, quote unquote, a regulatory home where someone like me could do a tour of duty after working at a place like this. Right now, the only people in the world who are trained to analyze these experiments to understand what's happening inside of Facebook are people who grew up inside of Facebook or Pinterest or other social media companies, she said. She, previous to Facebook, worked at Pinterest. So she's pointing to herself to say, pick me to be the regulator of Facebook. That's what we need to fix this problem. Senate. She literally, in her Senate hearing, proposed the idea that there needs to be a governing body, an oversight body of Facebook, and the people who should be on it. She points to herself twice in the description of this body. People like me who have done a tour of duty at Facebook or Pinterest, the two places I've worked, that's who we need on this body. I'm available to start anytime now.
No bias there.
As David says, did anyone else notice that the Facebook whistleblower basically proposed that she should be installed as Zuckerberg's boss? Got to admire the chutzpah. Well said. Like this, and that's her whole claim. I'm just trying to fix Facebook. I love Facebook. I want to fix it. I'm just pointing out to the SEC that they lied to all their investors, and that they didn't reveal the numbers of the young users that are leaving, and they're playing funny with, and I'm just pointing out every possible wrong thing to sink it. But I love it. I don't want it to go away. I'm trying to help it. I want to help you, Mark. Let me help you, Mark. Trying to.
Let me
Well,
help you.
I actually said that the day we discussed. I highlighted that point that she had pointed to herself, but my interpretation was people like me, and that's what I think we've been saying here, that if you're going to have regulation, or you need to tackle some of these issues, it's spyware, anything, national security issues, you need people in the field to go into government and be able to know what they're talking about so that they don't go off on crazy tangents. The difficulty is, as you know, it's hard to attract those people because the government can't pay what these big companies can. So,
Something tells me she'd do it for free.
well, at this
But
point, she might.
Tyler,
I mean, it would be.
don't
I don't think it'd be ridiculous for her to accept the position or to be offered one. But someone like
Oh,
her with her skill set.
yeah, Messi.
Tyler, I was just wondering, don't we big tech companies, don't they have like a hackers conference or whatever
Yeah.
to actually, yeah, that's the way they source it, because those hackers are the best way to see if their system can be hacked. So how far is that? I mean, it's similar thing she's suggesting.
I'm missing your point.
No, I'm saying that because she was the one doing this type of oversight, or she was monitoring, she was being hired by Facebook in order to do, this kind of seeing bad posting and other information, bad misinformation on Facebook and things like that. And because they disbanded, she's saying that while I was there, I knew what type of information to look for. So maybe I'm the best option. The same way that tech companies are getting the hackers because they are the best solutions.
Yeah, so Coinbase hired former SEC, right, to go on board, and it makes sense when it's not in a I hate the company mode. So I think the I hate the company aspect's only slightly different here than if they hire someone from Facebook just to hire them away that knew about Facebook versus someone who left on hostile terms.
Okay.
And one more point on this. It happens in reverse, by the way. It doesn't happen so much in technology, but remember that the people who work in these government positions then go work for lobbyists and for companies. So they know how the government works. Then they work for lobbyists or companies that could then exploit the regulations and be able to lobby effectively. So it runs both ways, but more in the other direction, because that's where you could really cash out on your government experience because they pay so much more.
Okay, so let me get back to this article. Yeah, just this whole former employees journalism is also it's just, I'm tired of that trick. I can get former employees of any 100,000 person company like Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, you name it. How about the Catholic Church? I wonder if I could get any Catholic Church members who are upset about the Catholic Church. Oh my god. I wonder if anything. I wonder how some of the kids who went to Catholic churches might feel about how it made them feel about themselves. You can do this all day long about any company over 100,000. You can write any article you want. You give me the company. You pick any company over 100,000. You pick the headline you want me to write. I'll go find the person. I could get people to claim the Pope is a fucking alien, Hitler reincarnated. Done. I'll go. I can find that person. That person exists. What's the point of that? Interviewing former disgruntled, and out of 100,000, you could get anything. Is my point. In tech, out of 100,000, these huge companies, you have to understand how tremendously big they are and how many former employees there are. There's 100,000 current. I hesitate to think how many former there are and how many disgruntled people you could find and how many crazy quotes you can get. You could do this all day long, but it's not really entirely relevant because you're assuming that these people who get fired aren't fucking crazy cuckoo ass dingbats, which in many cases they likely might be. Ashley at Apple has given, based on her actions, I'm inclined to think she might not be playing with a full deck of cards.
You think, Tyler?
It was apparent from her first tweet, and it was apparent from her manager's own comments to her and the HR's comments to her, and everything she's done since then points to Ashley's a little, a couple of French fries short of a Happy Meal.
Probably let's just limit the term to unreasonable.
Anywho, but interviewing Ashley about, how's Apple doing? Is anything crazy going on at Apple? Are you kidding? Like, this lady's on a rampage of scorched earth against Apple. Like, you're not going to get any reasonable assessment of how Apple's doing. Like, she's literally trying to drum up campaigns globally. She's trying to get the Illuminati involved and the World Bank and the IMF, whatever she can do to throw at Apple, she's trying to do. It's just, this is not the behaviors of a
It's like, if anybody has a picture of Apple killing a baby, please report it.
That's what she did. She's, please contact me if you have any hateful things to say about Apple.
She's literally hoping there's a picture of the Apple logo with a knife doing something, right? That's what she's hoping we get.
Anyway, so the Washington Post is going down a similar road here by interviewing former Facebook employees and collecting horror stories, and it's just sloppy journalism as usual. So I'm getting tired of that one. Anyway, next one from ZDNet. Google announces new efforts to protect journalists and high-risk users from cyber attacks, including providing over 10,000 free security keys through 2021. And we did it. There we go. ZDNet with an actual piece of actual tech news. No slant, no angle. Google's doing something quite interesting. They want to help protect journalists from getting hacked because everyone's getting hacked these days, particularly journalists. And they've come up with a really cool initiative to help protect them. I did a little investigation myself. They're giving away YubiKeys. My friend from Stockholm, who made YubiKey, which Facebook is incredibly fond of, has done a very deep partnership with. They've given these YubiKeys to all of their employees across Google globally, and now they're giving them out to 10,000 journalists to help protect them for free. And by the way, they're going to start making it eventually everyone's going to have a hardware key. That's going to be the end game here, with everyone getting to a higher level of security for their machines, for their devices. Until it's kind of like vaccines. They're, $25 a pop. So for the time being, they're going to, God bless Google. Good on you, Google. Google did something great. They understand there's a problem. They want to be part of the solution. I love it. I totally love this. I love everything about this article. Google understands they're not perfect. They understand they could be better. There's something they could do that would help fix things. They understand the importance of journalism and all. It's lovely. What a great article. What a great initiative. Incredibly little coverage. ZDNet, not which is a true geek publication run by geeks with a non-slant headline. Not surprising because ZDNet's a bunch of geeks. The other notable, who else has covered this? Wall Street Journal? No. New York Times? Nope. Washington Post? Nope. The typical suspects who love nothing but shooting shots and hit pieces? No, not one of them covered this. It's ZDNet, Tech Radar, PC Mag, TechCrunch, and two others I'm not familiar with. Cloud
And you know
Blog
what, Tyler?
and Security Affairs.
Are they actual articles, or are they just basically redistribution of the press release? Like,
it wasn't even a press release. They have a website that they made for journalists to go to register, and they're trying to promote it.
yeah.
So anyway, next one is, but there's a whole lot to be written in there about the safety and the importance of safety of journalists who are getting hacked and all of that. And by the way, the ZDNet article does that. They add in all that context.
Why I was going down that road is when you don't see a lot of coverage and you see like 1, 2, 3 people picking it up. Sometimes it's just, because they had to pay or the press release got picked up. But this looks like 3, 4, 5, actually dove in and wrote something about it, which is good, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not just pushing out a press release.
No, this is actually quite a long article, so it's well beyond just regurgitating a press release or putting a press release in a blender and just mixing up the paragraphs. So like your high school book reports,
Yeah.
So the next one is a deep dive into iPhone 13 macro mode, including how it works and the shortcuts Apple took to make it work seamlessly for most users. The iPhone 13 Pro features a new camera capable of focusing closer than ever before, less than an inch away. And doctors are using it for iris scans and all kinds of cool shit now that people can do with this very powerful new macro mode on the new iPhone 13 Pro. Next up, Wall Street Journal is doing a profile of an interview with the CEO, Cristiano Amon, on Qualcomm's auto industry push and the acquisition of Veoneer as he navigates, no pun intended, the global chip shortage, where they just bought a new self-driving car technology company, and Qualcomm wants to be a player in the autonomous vehicle future, which will be tremendous. There's going to be an obscene number, an ungodly number of autonomous vehicles on our roads and streets and sidewalks in the not so distant future, and Qualcomm wants to put those chips in those vehicles. Next one from Politico. 136 countries, including the US, China, India, and every EU country, agreed to set a 15% minimum tax rate for corporate profits. The deal still requires G20 approval. The world's biggest companies like Facebook and Johnson & Johnson face an extra collective tax bill of hundreds of billions of dollars. Yep, no, bye-bye tax loophole from Ireland, basically, because Ireland is agreeing to this. And Mark Scott, from Politico, who wrote the article, who I consider a buddy, who used to be at the New York Times, by the way, and now he's at Politico, and he's got one foot in, he's a journalist, but he's got a love for the tech, and he particularly is into the European and the political tech, and that's why he's at Politico. And he's been covering this more than anybody, these EU tech issues, and he's brilliant at it. And so he covers it while they're happening. Like, he tunes in for their live streams when they're making their announcements and whatnot. So he's a great person to follow on Twitter. So I'm retweeting him where he said, breaking, global tax deal is done. And so I just retweeted Mark's tweet. Okay, and then I just saw Ben join the room. Who else do we got down here? The who's tardy for class here today? What do we got? There's Ben, and I got Laura's in here. Okay, so next one up is from Wired. Laptops that U.S. schools issued to students for remote learning at home. A whole bunch of students have to do remote learning, right? So U.S. schools have issued laptops to those students who need to do at-home learning during the pandemic. And the headline from Wired says laptops at U.S. schools issued to students for remote learning are likely to have monitoring software, right? Flash your mics if you thought that the school laptops that the schools issued to students wouldn't have monitoring software. Go ahead. Don't flash them too hard now. Don't break your finger. But go ahead and just flash your mic. Let's see if none of you, not one of you, right?
I
Lakeisha,
did a slow flash.
You did
I
a
did a
slow
slow
flash.
flash.
You're Lakeisha.
Lakeisha's just towing the line. That's why.
That's all right.
I love you, Lakeisha.
We all love Lakeisha and her. So Wired says now that these where'd the article go? Holy shit! It just disappeared. There it is. These laptops that have monitoring software disproportionately affecting low-income students and people of color. And then it's the essence of this article, and I love Wired. I have no beef with Wired at all. It says, borrowed a school laptop, mind your open tabs. Students, many from lower income households, were likely to use school-issued devices for remote learning, but the devices often contained monitoring software. Oh, is that news, really? I mean, that's why I wanted to do the survey on stage. I don't think that's really much news there, Wired. I think we would all assume that a school-issued laptop would have monitoring software on it. And then the article reads, when tens of millions of students suddenly had to learn remotely, schools lent out laptops and tablets to those without them, but those devices typically came with monitoring software, marketed as a way to protect students and keep them on task. Now, some privacy advocates, parents and teachers, say that software created a new digital divide, limiting what some students could do and putting them at increased risk of disciplinary action. Dun dun dun. We got you. You fell right into our trap. One day last fall, Ramsey Hootsman's son, then a fifth grader, came to her with a problem. He was trying to write a social studies report when the tabs on his browser kept closing. Every time he tried to open a new tab to study, it disappeared. It wasn't on accident. When Hoopman emailed the teacher, she says she was told, oh, surprise, we have this new software where we can monitor everything your child is doing throughout the day and can see exactly what they're seeing, and we can close all their tabs if we want. Hoopman soon learned that all of the district's school-issued devices use Securely, student monitoring software that lets teachers see the student screen in real time and even close tabs if they discover a student is off task. During class time, students were expected to have only 2 tabs open. After Hoopman's complaint, the district raised the limit to 5 tabs. But Hoopman says she and other parents wouldn't have chosen school-issued devices if they knew the extent of the monitoring. I'm lucky that's an option for us, she says. She also worried that when monitoring software automatically closes tabs or otherwise penalizes multitasking, it makes it harder for students to cultivate their own ability to focus and build discipline. Now that's an interesting claim. If you close my tabs, how am I supposed to learn to not have too many tabs?
It's the mystery of the universe, Tyler. I'm gonna go and answer it forever.
If you tell me watch out for cars, and you stop me from walking into a hot, riding my bike on the freeway, how am I supposed to learn? What? You have a problem with the teachers removing tabs that you shouldn't have open? As parents, we spend a lot of time helping our kids figure out how to balance schoolwork and other stuff, she says. Obviously, the internet is a big distraction, and we're working with them on being able to manage distractions. You can't do that if everything is already decided for you. Okay. You understand this is the school's laptop, right? You understand it's for school use, right? Ryan Phillips, communications director at the school district, says Securely's features are designed to protect students' privacy, are only required for district-issued devices, and that teachers can only view a student's computer during school hours. Securely did not respond to a request for comment before this article was published. After it was initially published, a Securely spokesperson said district administrators can disable screen viewing. The product notifies students when a class session begins, and schools can limit teachers to only start class sessions during school hours. In a report earlier this month, the Center of Technology hold on. The journalist in this article makes the point that laptops that U.S. schools issue to students for remote learning are likely to have monitoring software disproportionately affecting low-income students and people of color. That's the headline.
I don't get this whole thing. I mean, like I said, it's owned by the school. They give you a calculator, do the functions you're supposed to do with the device, use your own laptop if you want to do other things,
Well, this is their point. It says the report found that Black and Hispanic families were more reliant on school devices than their white counterparts and were more likely to voice concern about the potential disciplinary consequences of the monitoring software. The group said monitoring software from companies like Securely offers a range of capabilities from blocking access to adult content and flagging certain keywords. And we're supposed to feel empathy for your problem with that? Like you want your children watching porn or certain keywords, and they show the keywords: profanity, terms associated with self-harm and violence. Why? Hey, how am I supposed to not learn about self-harm and profanity if you don't let me? You're pre-deciding all this for me. What? Clarice Brazos, a teacher in Philadelphia's public schools, is alarmed by the ability to remotely monitor screens. Oh dear God. And this is why this is the difficulty with EdTech. Here it is in this article right here.
It's a virtual classroom, just like your own classroom, right? They control what you work on and what you see posted on the boards. They don't have guns blowing up people posted in a classroom in a school. So I think people just think of this as a virtual classroom and virtual tools.
The district issued Chromebooks to qualifying students, but she worried about the disciplinary consequences of monitoring software in a district where a majority of her students are non-white and low income. I don't know that it's my job as an educator to police what content students are looking at when they're at home, she says. I consider that the family's job. Oh, now it's getting even more interesting.
So here's where I would understand the teacher is if they get an alert every time this happens and they need to make a decision, then yeah, they have a point. But if it's a software just doing its job, it's not the teacher doing it at all. That's why you have the software. So to remove the teacher as the
Right.
the intermediary.
Yeah, I understand the teacher's point here. The teacher's not used to, well, they kind of are. They go around their classroom all day long saying, put away that comic book, put away that porn magazine. You shouldn't have brought that porn magazine to school, by the way. I don't know that it's that different if they're opening tabs on a browser and bringing materials into the classroom that they shouldn't be bringing.
If I can ask a question, I didn't pick up on your reading of the article, whether you said that were the parents informed of this monitoring? Because I would think if they just told them, look, we'll give you a
Right.
free computer, but there's going to be certain restrictions because we're also protecting the schools not getting sued for having your children do things they shouldn't be doing or whatever.
So
Were they
now,
told that?
then here's
Number
the,
one.
well,
Number
it's a
two.
good question. Good question. Yeah, number two.
Number two is the analogy is actually, let's say you were in a classroom and raise your hands if you can't afford a notebook.
Uh-huh.
And the poorest students raise their hand, or they're already verified as low income. They get the notebook. Everyone else brings their own notebook. The teacher goes around and only monitors the notebooks, the physical notebooks, not a computer
Right.
notebook, that were given to the students who were low income, and the other students who bought their own notebook are not monitored at all. So if they're scribbling or they're writing dirty stories or whatever, they can continue, but the other students are the one that's monitored. That's
Mm-hmm.
how you have to think about it.
Right. Let me check out this point in the next article, in the next paragraph, sorry, where it says the next point they tried to make in this piece is they found that there was not a consistent approach to policing students' online activity. The lack of oversight, she says, has led to a case-by-case approach to disciplining students, which could unfairly harm students of color. Well, yes, it could. Which color? It could, yeah, it could, of course. Uh, shouldn't, unless the teacher's a racist. But yes, of course it could. Really shouldn't, but that would depend on the teacher being a racist. But that has little to do with the startup that you're trying to hit piece with on this. The startup isn't racist. They're writing it. They wrote an app to help kids learn at. Let's back up. This is fun. The startup wrote software that enables remote learning so that kids continue to learn during a pandemic. And you're trying to make them out to be bad guys? Let's look at the big picture here. There's a pandemic going on. Kids need to learn. Somebody said, you know what? I'm gonna commit my time and energy and resources to providing a solution here because I think it's important for kids to learn during a pandemic. So I understand, they're gonna need to learn remote. I'm gonna write some apps to help that. And we met with a bunch of teachers, parents. They're concerned about the kids at home watching porn or going on negative content that they shouldn't during class time. Great. We built in some tools for that too. You as the teacher, if you see them doing something bad, you can handle that just like you do in the classroom. And now the journalist is writing a piece arguing that how this could be a problem. They're problematizing. Why? Because potentially this could be negatively, disproportionately, they mentioned like 3 times in the article, including the headline, that this could disproportionately, unfairly harm students of color. Yeah, in theory it could, but that would depend on the teacher and how they're policing it. And you're right, of course there's likely to be inconsistent policing from teacher to teacher, just like there is in the physical school. Miss Crabtree in third period English is much tougher than Mr. Cook in 5th period science. It's a bit arbitrary, isn't it? It's a bit case by case, just like in the physical school. Why are you trying to make tech out to be the bad guy again? When tech is clear, on the big picture, tech is the good guy in this article. Why are we problematizing tech, which is clearly intending to be a social benefit in this instance? What's going on?
Tyler, this is Vinay. One of the things about journalism in general, right, when it comes to tech, is how often do you see articles that celebrate tech and a problem that it solves? Even if it does, it's the first few lines, and the next 25 lines are about all the potential negative aspects of it. So I think there's this tendency to that obviously sensationalism and negative is selling a lot more, at least that's what they think. But anything that's good, they'll spin it. They'll put the good out in 30 seconds and then spend the next 45 minutes talking about all the potential negative consequences. That's been a trend for a couple of years. I don't know. I mean, if anybody else agrees on it.
I just feel like
Especially,
there's this default approach now with any new startup that a journalist sits back and thinks, how could this be a problem? Could this be and it's actually a good hygiene process for entrepreneurs and investors to do that, and at time for journalists to do it. It's not a bad thing necessarily to think, could this technology disproportionately impact some minority group, any minority group? That's a healthy, hygienic thought process to go through, and it should happen when the founder's making the product. And the product team should be doing that, and sometimes they don't, and sometimes that gets pushed, that can get kicked down the road. Sometimes the investors notice it, sometimes they miss it and it gets kicked down the road, and sometimes the journalists do pick it out and be like, you know what, you guys missed a glaring thing here. You're actually really disproportionately negatively impacting this minority group. Totally valid to do that, but in some cases it's your arguments stretch a little bit, and this seems to be such a scenario where the journalist is stretching to try and fit it into that context, and that framework has gotten a little bit too familiar as of late with tech journalism, looking for problems that don't necessarily really exist, especially compared to the physical scenario that it's trying to temporarily fill in for. Because everything that they're accusing the tech of exists in the physical school scenario.
I think it's important we remember that the term yellow journalism was coined in 1890, so this is not a new phenomenon.
I think it also that Laura here. I just wanted to say that what Vinay said, it's a trend, because if you looked at articles 10 years ago, Wired was all about tech, and now they're trying to get more clicks. I mean, it has to do with that also. Journalism and magazines are relying on clicks,
I think
and rage sells.
Yeah.
Getting people to be mad, it makes them
Yep.
go there.
I think you're right on that. I think I like the way you phrased it, because the headline, laptops that U.S. Because I read the article and they don't really make a strong case for the headline, which says laptops that U.S. schools that U.S. schools issue to students for remote learning are likely to have monitoring software disproportionately affecting low-income students and people of color. Well, okay, I'm open to. I want it. Show me. I would love to see that.
Yep.
They
But there's
oh
sorry. Laura hit something interesting, right? When she talked to Laura, you're right. 10 years ago, there was this.
Hey, Vinay.
But just one quick thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Tyler. Um, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, if you wanted tech news, you had to go to tech journals, tech papers. But today, tech news is in mainstream news. And the mainstream journalists just don't have the understanding of tech, and they'll just spin it. Therefore, with a limited understanding, they just go for the negative. That's just another thought.
Well, check this out.
Anyway, I'm
So,
done.
I have the in this app that I use, I have this superpower of the ability to see people who have tweeted the article. And somebody named Ariel Pardis tweeted the article, and her tweet says, "This is absolutely wild. Laptops that low-income kids borrowed from their school districts during the pandemic often had spyware installed on them." Oh, dear God. Because she didn't read the article. She's jumping based off the headline to a not crazy conclusion, unless you read the article. But based on the headline, I don't blame that person for taking it one step further with that kind of ungrounded tweet. It's not spyware. Oh, dear Lord.
It doesn't only happen in tech news. It happens also in biotech and I mean medical things. I see this from the longevity space where some new companies started and it's being funded by Silicon Valley, and then they talk about immortality and things that get people very enraged because they're not talking about the actual science. But headlines are for clickbait now,
Dr.
and they
Here we
dismiss
go.
so much.
So here's the here. I
Could
just want.
I parse the?
Yeah, go ahead, John. But before
Yeah,
I'm going to turn it to you. But Dr. Thomas Ho just DM'd me, and I just invited him on the stage because, as he tells me in his DM, he was a tech director at a K through 12 school, which means kindergarten through 12th grade. So go ahead, John, and then we'll gratefully hand it over to Mr. Ho.
Yeah, just real quickly, I think if we parse this a little bit deeper, I think we're dealing with the headline level aspect of it, but underneath the headline, there are subcomponents. So the first one is, should they be giving free laptops to people that are means tested for ability to buy your own laptop? I think we'd all agree with yes. Should they put software on there to ensure that those users of their free laptops do not do things that put them in legal or other jeopardy? And I think we would all say, sure. Now, if we go a step further and say, should the data captured on these disproportionately economically disadvantaged individuals, should we make that freely available to anyone or to federal agencies or to subpoena or to hackers? I think we have a different kind of issue. And so I would say rather than take down the takedown, I would say let's sharpen the pencil a little bit and say, how are you securing the data?
Yeah.
Who has access to it? For what purpose? And for what duration? Should they be purging these data on a monthly basis so there isn't this hackable treasure trove of data that can be used for unknown purposes by unknown people in the future? And my answer to that is unequivocally yes. So I think if we sharpen the pencil down to the point of this is all good, this is all appropriate, except we need to put these precautions in place, I think we can have a more legitimate and rational understanding of what the concerns are.
Okay, so did Mr. Ho get on stage?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Welcome. Thank you for jumping
Yeah.
in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So anyhow, with respect to the use of securely, that's required by a federal program called E-rate, which subsidize internet access and infrastructure to the tune of 50%. So it's a really good deal. The schools and libraries just all take advantage of it. And the particular feature she's talking about on Securely is not required by E-rate. It's a additional feature on Securely, extra cost called classroom monitoring, which yes does let you see what's going on the screen, which allows you to take control of the Chromebook by closing tabs, etc. And there's a lot of controversy within K to 12 circles about whether that's such a good idea. Aside from the extra cost of it, like you said, the kids really need to learn another way. And far too many teachers take too much advantage of it. Rather than talking to the student, they just sit up front at their desks and control the room, and that's not a good idea either. So that's a little background on this particular feature.
Okay.
There's a lot more to use of the internet, Chromebooks, and all that sort of thing K through 12 I can go to, but I just want to
Thank
tell you about this
I
particular
appreciate it.
feature.
Thank you. Rachel, you had your mic open, and then I know 5G Greg had his hand up.
Comment this phenomenon, kind of the headline, is totally or has nothing to do with the content, is actually very common among the Chinese media. In fact, it's so universal. There's a special term coined for this phenomenon. It's essentially literally translated as headline party. So essentially, people are used to those headlines are just for grabbing your attention.
Yeah,
And
we call it clickbait, but this is like a new type of clickbait where, because I like the headline implies that there's a racial um, inequity related to this, and that I think a lot of people are looking for examples of tech abusing and being unawareedly racist or unawareedly contributing to inequality, and they know people are looking for that. So that's this new clever type of clickbait where it's like value driven clickbait.
yeah, that's exactly the same in among the Chinese media. Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. 5G Greg, if you want to jump in, feel free.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hey.
Thank you for having me.
Sure.
I'd like to say that I did not get a chance to read the article. I was just listening to everyone's comments and just had a comments of my own.
Yeah.
So while I did not read the article, I did want to say that it is very common in tech to have a internal policy for that enterprise-owned devices and versus bring your own devices. Often the enterprise devices they have more access to different systems. So if that device is owned by the school board or college or university or whatever, yes, it probably has some software on there that they need to monitor and manage to keep them from being liable.
Right.
But with that said, yeah, is it going to affect people of color? No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that it would affect people who can't afford their own device, or sometimes people leave their devices at home. They lose their devices and they need a backup. And we've seen that. I spent many years at Georgetown University. We had basically a BYOD network for this type of, basically for these type of this situation. And that network was policed separately and differently, and policies are applied differently. So I do agree that if you have a corporate-owned device, you are subject to different scrutiny, as the doctor said previously to me. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, patches are done. They tend to have less viruses. Yeah, they do have some what people call spyware because people don't like it. But I
Right.
agree that it happens, but for a good reason.
Yeah, I gotcha. Thank you for that. The next one up is from The Verge. Sources say that Twitch valued speed over profit. Oh, here we go again. Uh-oh, they did it. Oh my God. Um, a super huge tech company. Oh my God, you guys, one of these tech companies really did it this time. They they valued profit over user safety. How fucking dare they? Oh my God, you guys, one of these big $1 trillion tech companies, they valued profits. You
No
guys,
way.
this shit's happening now again. First we had Facebook, now it's Twitch. In the news, The Verge is on to them. We figured you out, tech companies. You're valuing profits. We got you. We're on to you. Get the gig's up, big tech. You're valuing profits. You're putting profits over user safety and data security, regularly choosing not to disclose security issues, including one in 2017. We got you. There was an issue back in 2017 where you didn't value user privacy and you put your profits over user privacy back in 2017. It was probably in March or April, who knows. It might have been during Mercury retrograde, we're not sure. But the point is, you cared more about money than about me, your user. We got you. And we're going to take you down. That's the sin of all sins. Never mind what's going on with all these, Catholic priests. Never mind what's going on, with the Uyghurs. No. Well, let's talk about you and your, how you are the incredible sinful injustices that you're doing to us by putting your profits first. We got you. And we're calling you out, big tech. Back in 2017, I know when you did this. It's probably third week of March, maybe fourth week, maybe it was a Wednesday, Friday, who knows? But you did something back then in 2017, and now we're writing this headline about it because we now have the receipts. And we're calling you out. And boy, you really screwed up this time. Because you, back then, 2017, we've got the sources who tell us what you did. Here it is. Here's the article. Sources say that Twitch valued speed and profit over user safety and data security, regularly choosing not to disclose security issues, including one in 2017. Bad security practices made the breach seem inevitable to former employees. A massive security breach at Twitch has exposed a wealth of something. What is it? A massive security breach at Twitch has exposed a wealth of information pertaining to the website source code, unreleased projects, and even how much the top streamers make, as data analysts and journalists work to decipher what exactly is contained in the hundreds of gigabytes of information. Others are still wondering how this happened. Such a breach seemed like it was increasingly likely to some. The Verge has spoken to multiple sources who claim that during their time at Twitch. Here we go with the former employees again. The company valued speed and profit over the safety of its users and security of its data. Yes, startups value speed and finances and growth. Actually, if you really want to be very specific, they're valuing growth over everything else. That's right. That's how it works. And if you want to be a billion-dollar company, you will do that too. Let me tell you, there's one thing all of these unicorns have in common. They prioritize growth. Yes, that they a lot of them have. Too many of them have male founders. Too many of them might have Caucasian founders. But not. There's one thing they all have in common. They all prioritize growth. I don't know that there's any, other than the fact that they all use the internet. The only other thing they probably all have in common, they all prioritize growth. That's how it works.
Slow and steady wins the race,
So
Tyler.
Tyler,
Slow and steady wins the race.
No, it does
Ty-
not.
Tyler, how would you? My question is, then, how do they report? How would you see a journalist actually giving a report that's not biased on what on this particular
I
issue?
love, in this case, I just love noticing the culture difference between what's going on at the sinking ships of journalism and the launching rockets, very literally, of tech, where they've grown so quickly that they're now literally launching rockets into space, right? By the way, is the New York Times going to them? Do they have a lunar landing plan? Are they going to Mars as well? Is the Washington Post building fucking rockets to Mars? Because Amazon and Tesla are, and Virgin Galactic, and these publications. Oh, the publications are dying. Hang on. So here's another tech publication who won't be in business in 5 years, writing another piece about how big tech is bad because they're just so obsessed with growth that they're hurting. They don't care. They're psychopaths. These tech company startup psychopathy. They're startup psychopaths, and they're on the death train, and they'll run everybody over to get to the $1 billion valuation. And they did something bad back in 2017 because we spoke to some former employees who,
Okay, I hear that, but I'm saying Amazon didn't get to be able to put a man in space or go to space without the fact that they have definitely underpaid their
yes,
warehouse
yeah, I'm not.
employees.
Don't get me started.
So, so
I'm not going to defend Amazon. Don't get me wrong. My point is uh, the I I think tech the journalists are not familiar with the culture of tech and their growth, and they point it out as a big problem, and again try to problematize it. And let's read the article and let's see what it says there. And by the way, so it says the such a breach seemed like it was an increasingly likely to some. The Verge has spoken to multiple sources who claim that during their time at Twitch, the company valued speed and profit over the safety of its users. The data breach, as if that's some big smoking gun or something. Yeah, every tech company is doing that. Hey, Verge, here's an announcement. All tech companies are putting growth and speed over user security and data security. All of them, every single one of them. So you go ahead and write. You wrote this one for Twitch today. You can pick another startup tomorrow, and you could write headlines for the next 50 fucking years, one per day for every startup on the planet, because your headline here applies to all tech companies rather equally. This is a rather worthless observation you're trying to make this article into.
Like the Irwin, to kind of give you a different point of view, perhaps they could have written former Twitch employees claim that security systems were not up to par or
I
something like that.
I could get
But to claim that
I
all
could get
tech
former Verge journalists to claim that the Verge is a worthless piece of garbage. I can.
former employees are very easy because are easy to go after, especially like, can you imagine if you were a former Twitch employee that perhaps left before fully vesting? and now look at the valuation of the company? What if you're a former Twitch employee that didn't like the leadership team and that's why you left? Perhaps you're a former employee that now has started a competitor. We don't know anything about these former employees, right? And it's easy to find disgruntled employees when everybody's holding on by their fingernails to a rocket ship. It's really easy for people to get really upset. I think I was mentioning this before too in another room. You know, there's a reason why startups are set up the way they are. There's a reason why they're set up to scale and things like I mean, like when well-known people like Reid Hoffman are saying things like blitz scaling, they're not kidding. It feels
Correct.
it feels so difficult. It's so hard to explain, and not
Correct.
everybody's built for that. And I don't
Correct.
mean to like go
No.
after
You
employees.
nailed it. You absolutely found that there's this Reid Hoffman's series on blitzscaling. He even calls his podcast blitzscaling. This concept of you go fast or you die at someone, and someone else who's going faster is going to take you out. These are races. When you're a startup, you're going into a space like these electric scooters, like everyone in edtech, like everyone in who has, when startups start, they rarely exist in a vacuum. There's almost always competitors, and you're racing to see who can get more money to go faster. They call it putting gas in the tank and stepping on the pedal. Those are literally the metaphors that are used in every single meeting. And the money you get is gas in the tank, so you can put the pedal to the metal and go faster. That's why you raise money. You can build your startup super, super slow without VC funding. It'll take you 50 years. You could build any company most companies without VC funding, and it's called bootstrapping. And it will take you a very, very long time to grow because you have to wait for your profits to come in each month, and you take your five, $10,000, $20,000 you made that month and put it back into the company, and so you can keep moving along at 5 miles an hour, month after month after month, until a competitor comes along, raises $50 billion, hires a huge team, a huge sales team, and then gets all of the clients and sucks up the whole market, and you're toast. You're done. Bye bye. Race over. They're running circles around. They already completed 5 laps, and you just barely left the start line. And they've
And
got
it's supposed to be a monopoly. I mean, Tyler, to be fair, a lot of people don't like the fact that these companies own their markets, but do people realize that that's the only way that they became so big? I mean, if Google didn't own search, like none of us would be talking about them right now. And the reason why these media companies are so upset is because they don't own their markets.
no, because
It's just small
they're
business.
getting lapped by tech. And the tech is going so fast that it's looking that tech journalism's riding a fucking horse and buggy, and tech is zooming around in a fucking vertical takeoff and landing electric, hyperspeed drone copter.
It, it,
And,
Please slow down because we can't keep up with you.
and then tech journalism's like, you're going so fast, you nearly hit somebody. Look that you're so bad. What they don't realize is from startup land perspective, and Don kind of verbalized it perfectly. The investors tell you every entrepreneur wants to work with the best investors who have a great track record of helping the entrepreneurs take over and win their whatever market they happen to be in, whatever race they happen to be in. And the consistent best advice is raise enough money to go as fast as you can to block out others from coming into that market, so you can go quick. You can go, if there's no one else to compete with, you could go super, 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 super slow. But if somebody enters your market and they've got money and they can build up a faster team and they can go out and sell to everybody who might want the product, they're going to suck up the entire market, and then you have no one to sell to, and then you're done. That's why they're
I'm gonna
focused. That's why they're focused on speed, 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 speed. Yes, there will be road bumps. Yes, we might bump the car next to us. Rarely do people, are there? Rarely are there real tragedies. So this is just how tech works. And so when the tech journalists write these articles about, wow, this tech startup, we've got the receipts right here. We talked to some former employees and they say they valued speed over, security. Yeah, exactly. That's what you're supposed to do. And if you didn't do that, your investors would be like, hey, we don't think we like you anymore. We're not going to give you any more money.
Can you imagine you me sitting down with my VC and being like, okay, guys, so I know we have product market fit.
But
I know we're there.
let's focus on
But
Let's
security.
hit the brakes,
we got to
Danny.
Let's
Hit the
slow
brakes,
this
brother.
rocket
let's
down.
slow this down.
Let's slow
You know
this
what we're
rocket
gonna
Hit the
down.
do?
brakes. Let's
Let's
adjust the
pump the
cap
brakes a
tables.
bit.
Let's bring the cap tables in. Let's bring it in.
We were
You're
thinking of
16%
raising more
return.
money to continue to suck up the market, but you know what? On second thoughts, let's pump the brakes a little bit
Let's hit
and
it.
focus on security. Your investors would be like, "Are you a fucking idiot? What kind of fucking idiot are you?
They want
Get
traction, 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 and
get
more
the fuck
traction.
out of our office. We need to sell the company, you dumbass. You wasted our time. Go back
And
to
then Tyler, you know what I would
We
do?
want to
I
be
would
we
then
want to
go
be
to a
the safest
traditional
race team
corporate
out there.
media. I would go to traditional corporate media and I would be the disgruntled employee. That's exactly how it would work.
Can you imagine an Olympic 100-meter track and field race team, and this team is really unique. They're like, you know what? Instead of focusing on speed, let's focus on safety. You know what? Because you know what? We're going to be 50 someday, and our knees are going to get bad. And who you gonna laugh to then? When
Yeah,
you got
we're
that
gonna
gold
walk
medal?
this
Oh,
way,
that sure,
bitch.
you got a gold medal, but look, you got fucking crazy knees now.
When I'm 70 doing this event, you're gonna be in your grave, and I'm gonna be showing you assholes.
This is just
Hey,
yes,
is this like just sour grapes because all those media they really suffer a lot after all this digitalization because they
yes,
couldn't sell copies
correct,
anymore.
No,
exactly.
I mean,
Sour
but
grapes.
to
Okay,
be
Tyler, you mentioned something.
fair,
Go ahead. I'm
s- s-
sorry.
sorry, but to be fair, there is room for companies like that under the space of social enterprises or, ethical
Yes.
investing, etc. But they can't be compared with the traditional tech, fast-paced growth companies. And I think journalists are trying to pigeonhole all tech companies, saying everybody needs to be more ethical. Yes, to a degree, of course, but you can't say every company needs to be a social enterprise. Right. That's not
Just to be
really
clear,
true.
just to be clear, like this is not about ethics. I just want to kind of take a step back, Vinay, because what you mentioned is really important. You don't have to be unethical to go fast. What we were talking about was security. We were talking about showing up things and not bumping people along the way, and not worrying about, like, honestly, uh, people talk about sort of practices that are bad, like, hey, did you always run the extra audits? Did you always do that? In certain industries, you're required to do that, so you do it. But you do the absolute minimum to meet all compliance because you don't want to fall. You don't want to fumble the rock. But at the end of the day, the goal is always the same. I have yet to meet an investor that said, you know what, man? How about you really, really shore everything up before we really scale? You would think that's what they would say, but it is not what they say. What they say is, Danish, you need to focus on having a cloud clinic in every city in America. Like every single one of them will say the exact same thing. Go, 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 go. Because at the end of the day, no startup has true defensibility outside of speed. And that is something that these tech journalists, I have to admit, often forget. The only defensibility you have is speed and the ability to grow fast. That's why we beat the incumbents, right? And so I just want to kind of make sure that it's not about ethics per se, because there has been this, like, again, this tech journalism narrative that people are like, hey, I don't care about ethics. I just want to go fast. That's not even the worst of them. That's not what they're claiming. What they're saying is we're not going to choose things that aren't connected to growth as our sole priority, and it's normal.
So here's the article. It says here's the last two paragraphs. All of this adds up to the type of messy environment where a configuration mistake, here we go with the configuration mistakes again. It was quote unquote the configuration again.
This is like when Wiley Coyote discovers gravity.
Yes. Yeah.
So they just discovered configuration files, and
Yes.
now that's the word.
Greg, all of this adds up to a messy environment where a configuration mistake like the one that happened this week seemed inevitable. Twitch suffered some type of security issue in 2015, which led to unauthorized access to some accounts. This new breach, in 6 years later, has exposed a massive amount of internal data to the internet, leaving Twitch with no option but to address it publicly. Twitch is now racing to work out exactly how much data has been stolen in this hack. As the investigation is ongoing, we're still in the process of understanding the impact of the details, says Twitch. While Twitch investigates, hundreds of thousands of people are now tearing apart its most inner secrets. Yes, but they're pointing to, well, because you had his security issue back in 2015, which led to unauthorized access to some accounts. You should have known this was coming. You had lax security. The writing was on the wall. You had this big hack coming. Well, yeah, every company could get hacked like this. Twitch is not in any way unique here. Twitch is no different than every tech company out there. Everybody has had a vulnerability since 2015.
No. I think the big difference is tech companies are being held up to a higher standard of perfection that very few other industries have been held up to. I mean, oil and gas, right? Exxon Valdez, and even today, the number of oil spills that keep happening off ships, or in the logistics industries, containers falling in. Every industry and every business will make mistakes, but tech companies cannot make mistakes. Will rake you over the coals if you do.
John?
Yeah, sorry. I'm. I don't know if I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I'm feeling a little bit contrarian this morning. I agree with 95% of what's been said. The 5% I disagree with is that
we lost you, John.
a little bit of a contrarian is when yellow journalism is amplified to the point that it's been amplified, um, both within Facebook as well as within the sinking ships of legacy journalism, if there is some feedback control in the form of regulation or consumer choice that allows transparency into where some of these issues that are swirling around Section 230 become really problematic, like fanning the flames of conflict. There is an opportunity, and this is where I'm being a little bit of a contrarian with the discussion, where there's an opportunity to find consensus around what is just totally unacceptable in any startup at any point in time in terms of violating people's trust and privacy in a really conspicuous, universally accepted way, to the extent that that's part of compliance. You level the playing field so all startups can still compete on speed, which they should. Execution is everything. But if we can raise the bar a little bit around protecting the public, not to the extremes that some of this journalism is suggesting right now, but just where everybody can agree that this is a floor we just shouldn't sink below, then the competition can focus on speed of execution without trampling the rights of individuals to get there to get into the lead position, stay in the lead position. So I think there is, and I'm not a big blunt regulator, but I think some very surgical regulation in this space could allow for competition on speed of execution without violating some of the basic human rights that have been violated in this race to the bottom.
Okay, let's get into the next one here. Filmmakers are using AI from companies like Deep Dub to create foreign language versions of their movies using samples of the original actors' voices. This is genius. Holy cow, is this an amazing
This is
unlock.
incredible.
This is totally
So,
incredible.
so, so Tyler, are they using? So they're using the same voice, but
Correct.
it's a voiceover.
Correct. And let me explain. Everyone in Germany and Poland, Maria, back me up on this. Is Maria still on stage? In Poland, for example, in other parts of Europe, Germany as well, they get American shows and movies, and they get these actors with these voices that talk like this, but it's like you're watching some movie with like Pee Wee Herman as the character, and then the voice is talking about Pee Wee Herman with this crazy this 300-pound German guy is telling you what Pee Wee Herman is saying, right? But in this voice that clearly doesn't belong to that actor. I mean,
I officially confirm this is true.
It's like comically different from the actor, like atrocious.
So
You're watching Friends, like or you're watching some really popular American TV show, and you've got Chandler, and Chandler's got this voice, right? Well, now with this new deep faking, they could actually have Chandler's actual voice saying the words in Germany, instead of this guy who's talking about Chandler with this crazy voice who has nothing like Chandler's character at all.
yeah, I mean, back home in Poland, all of our movies are, well, in Germany they're dubbed, so you will get different voice actors at least. I mean, I guess if that helps. But in Poland, everything is read by one person, so literally
all the characters by one person.
all of your movie experience comes down to like this one guy whose name is Tomasz Knapik. I can even tell you just because we know him, for doing that all his life. And so it's really funny. So that's great news for
And
all
Maria,
of us.
just to help, I'm not even that far off from expressing how he talks. Like it's like this.
Yeah, but that's how he has to intonate. It's like when you read listen to audiobooks, that also is like similar with some people. But yeah, it's a bit, especially with like female voices when he's a male. It's messed up. So, and and so so is my is my dad. dad. Female voices too? Yeah, of course, because it's one voice. You're reading the whole thing.
Wow.
Why would anyone watch that?
It's comical as all hell, by the way. When you go to Poland and you
This
turn
is
on the TV,
Poland. Like
you're like,
that's how we experience
Okay,
culture.
I'm going on YouTube right now.
yeah.
What's his name again?
His name is Tomasz Knapik, Knapik. But in any case, like you can get any movie saying, Polish version, and you will just hear this one man speaking throughout the whole movie. So that's it.
Do you have an option to Maria? Do
No,
you have an option
no
to?
option. No, this
No,
is
there's no
Poland. No
option.
It's not like your TomTom, Maurice.
No, you can't. You can't have the subtitles instead of the voice translation.
I love, Maurice, how like advanced you are in thinking that like all countries live with like subtitles. I mean, movies in the now there's Netflix, right? But TV, there's no such thing on TV. Like obviously Netflix and the movie theaters, yes, but like on TV there's no subtitles. Now there is closed caption, I think, because we're living in the era of smart TVs. But my childhood and my teenagers, no, none of that. So
It's good times. You'll enjoy it. Go watch, some like America's Got
really,
Talent, and watch Simon Cowell, with this other guy's voice. And then when they cut to like Gwen Stefani and he's still talking over her, it's hysterical. It's very funny.
so what they did for that, they just launched their Polish versions of those shows, right? Because
Yes.
I think they couldn't justify it anymore. But everything from the 90s and early to 2000s, it's you will find it on YouTube.
Yeah. Thanks for that. So I love this idea of using these deep fakes with their own voices. Their voice, it's called voice printing, by the way. And so for those who don't know, who haven't been with us for a very long time, it's worth reiterating that the technology exists to, and by the way, the best way to do this, anyone can do this themselves with Descript, the website Descript, where you can record 30 minutes of your voice, and then you can start typing anything, and then it will read it in your voice surprisingly accurately. And they do this so that when you create a podcast with your voice, it will create the text for you automatically, and then you can go in and edit the text, and it will change what you said in the podcast before you publish it. So you can edit what you said like you're editing a word processor. It's kind of magical. But the point is, with that same technology, I can take a voice print from anybody and make them say anything. That's what a deep fake is. And so why not use that for foreign language markets for TV shows? And when they run reruns of old American TV shows like Friends, where you've got 3 guys and 3 girls as the main characters, or Seinfeld, and you've got, all the cast of Seinfeld, why not have, Jerry Seinfeld do his own character in his own voice, in a different language? Now they can. It's totally genius. But by the way, TikTok, in the latest versions of TikTok, every user of TikTok has agreed to let TikTok take a voice print of themselves. So TikTok has the right to use your voice print for God knows what. Future ads of the future that you might see in TikTok.
So, Tyler, can I just posit one crazy thing right now?
Yeah.
As I always wondered what Clubhouse is about, this is that. I really think Clubhouse is going to be one of those futures where you have this machine that knows everything you like, knows how you talk, knows how you think for the most part, and can offer you one to many conversations via this deep fake, AI driven get to know you algorithm. So I think in the future, people will be having conversations with us that we won't actually know or actually physically interact with. The real magic is, how do you get that data from those people back to the celebrity? Like, if I'm Taylor Swift, I can't do 500,000, happy birthday calls. But if I have a deep fake that can do that with high fidelity, there's a lot of interaction there that can really increase the level of connection you have with your audience. And then the question is, how do you do the back connection? Like here on stage, I'm pretty much, close with everybody, like, back channel, hey, how you doing? Talk to people on the phone. That's the real connection we have. But how do we establish that, in a one-to-many situation? And I think the deep fake is the one path. And then the other problem to solve is, how do you get it back? And that's probably in Dr. Danish's wheelhouse. So I'll
Great,
stop pontificating now.
great. So I get an email from the AI
Thanks
saying,
for confirming that you're Taylor Swift.
I see a lot of lawsuits, intellectual property concerns. All these stars are going to put in their contracts that they have to get revenue if their voices are used this way. I don't know if someone can comment on that the legal angle, but that
Well,
could be
we saw
problematic.
a headline 2 weeks ago that there are now Russian commercials with American actors speaking in Russian, which they don't know how to do. And what they've done is they've done a face print, which is similar to the voice print technology I was talking about. You can take somebody's face and put it on any actor's body. And so they're intentionally creating commercials, popular TV commercials in Russia. And the example, who was the actor that they stole the face? Was it Arnold Schwarzenegger? Something like that. Like an action hero male actor. And
Tom Cruise.
no, I don't think it was Tom Cruise. And
Yeah, there are multiple Tom Cruise deepfakes now
yeah,
on Instagram.
but the idea, the Tom Cruise deepfakes that we've seen were not for commercial purposes. It was just somebody making funny TikTok videos. But now to do it in an actual commercial for an actual brand, and you have the likeness of the celebrity without paying them to be an actor in your commercial. That's like doubly screwing over the actor and the celebrity.
Tom Cruise spelled Crews.
There's no copyright.
uh, it depends which country you're talking about. Of course, there is in some countries. Some countries work under the rule of law, some do not. So if China decides that they want to take American celebrities, and I can't wait to see what North Korea does with their anti-American propaganda films, because now they can get Joe Biden to actually star in their movies. Because I don't know if you know this, Vice did a fantastic documentary when they visited there of the one white guy who's been living there since the '60s, who plays, the American in every North Korean propaganda film. But now he can play Joe Biden because they could superimpose Joe Biden's deepfake face on top of his body, and now you're going to make your actual movies with the likeness of Joe Biden. And that's my point: is celebrities are very conscious about what brands they represent, especially in Japan, where you have. This is kind of well known now, but it still makes me laugh every time, living there in the '90s and whatnot, where you get Tom Cruise doing ads, for crazy products that he would never promote in the US, but they're doing them in Japan. And now Russia can make commercials. And they made a commercial with I forget which American superhero actor, and they put his face on a different actor's body, and now he's promoting some product that he was not paid to promote.
Tyler, here's just take it one step further.
Someone saying Bruce Willis.
Most of these actors have
It
done
was
motion
Bruce Willis. Thank
sensor.
you.
They've gone in and done motion sensors. So just think that if you sync up that computer graphic with the face, you don't need the actor anymore because most of them have already taped stuff
Right.
for a motion sensor.
Right. Oh, by the way, there was another headline a month ago of exactly that, where something about they were using an actor's voice to fix some doing edits in a film, and so the actor didn't have to come back to the studio and redo stuff. So no, don't worry, we already have your voice print, we can fix it. And don't forget the famous version of this, which is the still to be released Anthony Bourdain kind of documentary that's coming out, where they took a voice print of Anthony Bourdain and had the computer read an email that he wrote, and it sounds like him reading the email, but it's a voice print of him reading one of his emails. And a friend of his saw an advanced screening of the film and asked the director, "How did you get Anthony Bourdain to read that email? If there's no way you could have done that, he was dead." And they said, "Yeah, that's an AI that read that in his voice likeness."
So if you're a voiceover actor or a model or a translator, this is a warning that AI can replace you, and it leaves you with three options. A, do nothing and be the best in your field and hope that you're the one who still gets paid jobs. Two, pivot and start to see where your skills can be transferable. Or three, innovate and find ways to take the skills that you have and actually create a new type of job or add value harnessing this technology.
Thank you. Yeah.
There might be a fourth option, and the fourth option would be when you establish yourself as a trademarked voice
Right.
that can be translated into any language.
Right.
You can protect that with whatever copyright, trademark, patent, and syndicate your voice
Right.
Globally across all languages. So that's probably going to be the most creator protective approach.
Yeah, there was a startup
And
that's
I was
working to do that.
reminded of Michael Jackson's performance in like the 3D performance on TV, and who is getting all the money from that because he's not alive and he's not there to regularize his appearance. But that's the future, I think.
And then
This could be an arms race where, let's say, North Korea does what they want. Yeah, they have Biden's voice saying that Kim is the greatest thing ever. But U.S. intelligence agencies and other propaganda-minded entities could have his voice somehow being able to, it'll be difficult to penetrate North Korea, saying basically all the bad things about North Korea from their leader's voice. So it'll be interesting how it plays out.
So the BB found the video. It's Bruce Willis in a Russian advert, but it's not actually Bruce Willis, but it sure looks like him. And I just tweeted that to the Tech News Twitter account for those who want to see it. So thank you for that, BB. And
Tyler, I have this question.
yeah,
Because lately the Marvel's TV series What If, they've got so many celebrities, the original stars, to do the voice for the animation. But some of the stars, they didn't do that. They found a replacement to do that. but it sounds exactly the same. But in the credits, they were write who voiced for that character. For example, the Black Widow, since we know that Johansson they have the lawsuit, so they didn't want her to do the Black Widow voice. That means the money will go to the actor who voiced for Black Widow, but they sound very, very alike. Sometimes you can't even tell, like for Tony Stark or others, who's the original character, uh, who has that voice. But you pay for the one who do his voice. So my point is, so if in the future you use the voice print technology to do the to do all this script, but you when you have this credit, you give it to this technology. So I don't think that's a copyright thing for the very similar voice thing. So so I have this confusion. So if this is written in the credit, so there's no copyright issues for that. So can anybody give me some insight if that, because it's legal this way. You can find somebody who has the exact voice print style to do it right now. So in the future, you just use this technology, but you write it clearly that this is done by the technology. So there is no issue in, for example, the animation thing.
Well,
So
the closest precedent might be how Harley Davidson did the sound of their hog, um, their trademark noise of a Harley Davidson. Um, and to the extent that you're correct, any motorcycle engine could be tuned to create the same noise, or it could be a byproduct of another optimization. The same thing would be true with trademarked voices, that you just find somebody with a voice that's so similar that you can claim that it's a unique voice because a unique individual has that same kind of voice. So I agree with that being a risk of voice protection. However, I think what we're on the cusp of with deep fakes is that instead of using your voice to create content, we will see people use content to capture the value of their voice, and that there will be significant litigation around voices in the very, very near future, based on the voice leading the content rather than the content leading the voice.
Okay, now we get into all of the tweets, the juicy tweets. Here we go. First one from BBC, and my apologies to who sent this in. Someone just DM'd it in. Facebook to act on illegal sale of Amazon rainforest. Facebook says it will begin clamping down on the illegal sale of protected areas of the Amazon rainforest on its site. The social media giant changed its policy following a BBC investigation into the practice. The new measures will apply only to conservation areas and not to publicly owned forest. The move will be limited to the Amazon, not other rainforests and wildlife habitats across the world, according to a recent study from the think tank called EPAM. A third of all deforestation happens in publicly owned forests in the Amazon. Facebook says it would not reveal how it planned to find the illegal ads, but said it would seek to identify and block new listings in protected areas of the Amazon rainforest. In February, the BBC Our World documentary, Selling the Amazon, revealed that plots of rainforest as large as 1,000 football fields were being listed on Facebook's classified ad service. Many of the plots were inside protected areas, including national forests and land reserves for indigenous peoples. In order to prove the ads were real, the BBC arranged meetings between four sellers and an undercover operative posing as a lawyer claiming to represent wealthy investors. One land grabber was trying to sell a plot inside of the indigenous reserve for about £16,000, so about $20,000. In response to the BBC's investigation, Brazil's Supreme Federal Court ordered an inquiry into the sale of protected areas of the Amazon via Facebook, despite calls from indigenous leaders to do more. At the time, Facebook said it was ready to work with local authorities, but would not take independent action to halt the trade. Now the companies say it has consulted with the UN Environment Program and other organizations to take its first steps in trying to address the issue. Here's the quote: "We will now review listings on Facebook Marketplace against an international organization's authoritative database of protected areas to identify listings that may violate this new policy," the California tech firm clarified. Love it. There we go. BBC. What a great article. And kudos to Facebook for finding a technical solution to detect these types of ads preemptively. That's kind of genius. Next one from Evan. University of Arizona researchers say that two single asteroids with very strange names that are both near Earth have enough iron, cobalt, and nickel to exceed current total global reserves. New research into metal-rich asteroids reveal information about the origins and compositions of these rare bodies. Mini psyches give insights into mysterious metal-rich near-Earth asteroids. That would be fantastic. Let's hope they have lithium.
Yep. Want to make a quick $1 trillion? Let's go fly, bring it back to Earth.
That's what they're working on, mining asteroids. So the next one's from Dr. Fran from The Economist. Facebook is nearing a reputational point of no return. The problem starts at the top, according to The Economist. Jumping on the hate train. Disaster struck the world's biggest social network on October 4 when Facebook and its sister apps were knocked offline for 6 hours. It was one of the less embarrassing moments of the company's week. The next day, a whistleblower told Congress of all manner of wickedness at the firm, from promoting eating disorders to endangering democracy. Some wondered whether the world would be a better place if the outage were permanent. A share of the what? Opprobrium? I don't even know what that word. I've never seen that word before. Opprobrium. Look it up.
That's an SAT word.
Yes, it is. This is a big. It means opprobrium. It's a noun, harsh criticism or censure. Opprobrium. Holy cow! That's
Fancy British.
that's a
SAT.
Never heard that word in my
me
life.
neither. That's a 50-point Scrabble word right there. Double. A share of the opprobrium heaped on Facebook is incoherent. Politicians are angry, but so far seemed incapable of coordinating reform to rein it in, and investors have kept buying the stock. Yep. Well, at least you point that part out, because normally they seem to ignore the fact that Facebook stock is doing just fine, thank you. As much as the headline says Facebook is nearing a reputational point of no return, and it's, and it shows the logo huge on the landing page, shows the Facebook logo melting into a puddle like an ice cream on a summer sidewalk. Well, the stock doesn't seem to coordinate with that. So I don't know. I understand you're trying to do a hit piece, but the Wall Street's not buying it. So a share of the opprobrium heaped on Facebook is incoherent. Some of this week's criticism was tendentious. Come on, guy. This ain't a fucking spelling bee.
Jesus.
This dude's trying to show off his fucking vocabulary here.
Maybe he got like that toilet roll with all the new words, the toilet paper that
Tendentious?
comes with it.
Tendentious.
Two words no one has ever heard.
Tendentious. Tendentious. That's an adjective expressing or
That's the
intending to promote.
tendency to do something. Yeah.
It says an adjective expressing or intending to promote a particular cause or point of view, especially a controversial one. Tendentious.
Well, I'm having a tendentious moment right now.
This guy's on a roll.
I'm having flashbacks from spelling bees.
Yeah, it's like Reports highlighted internal research showing that Instagram, blah blah blah. Other complaints are really criticisms of the broader internet. The more damaging claim this week gained the least attention. Does any of this matter? Although Facebook's share price has lagged behind some of tech giants. It has risen almost 30% in the last 12 months. Again, kudos for pointing out the reality that counters your narrative here. Politicians threaten to break the company up, but the antitrust case is flawed. The Justice Department's claims that Facebook is a monopoly rests on defining its market so as to exclude most social networks. Yep. Again, kudos again for pointing out another point that counters your narrative. But fury may matter. Facebook is nearing a reputational point of no return. Even when it set out plausible responses to the whistleblower, people no longer wanted to hear. The firm risks joining the ranks of corporate untouchables like big tobacco. If that idea takes hold, Facebook risks losing its young liberal staff. This part, I believe, is actually true, and that's actually a good point. And I've said it here myself. Even if its aging customers stick with the social network, Facebook has bigger ambitions that could be foiled if public opinion continues to curdle. Who wants a metaverse created by Facebook? Which, by the way, this week they removed the name Facebook from their metaverse initiatives, which is called what again? Horizons. So again, you have a point there as well. They just removed the word. It's not called Facebook Horizons anymore. Facebook, who perhaps as many people as would like their healthcare provided by Philip Morris. Badoom. If rational argument alone is no longer enough to get Facebook out of its hole, the company should look hard at its public face. Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook's all-powerful founder, made a reasoned statement after this week's wave of anger. He was ignored or ridiculed and increasingly looks like a liability. Okay, so the economists doing their part to help their friends at the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and to jump on the bandwagon and kick Facebook while it's down on a bad week.
Hey, Tyler, somebody should also point out that the big tobacco companies are still around. They're still very profitable.
Good
I
point.
just checked. Altria is paying a dividend over 7%. So, I mean, they may not be growth companies, but they're still very viable companies.
But are they bigger than the Wall Street Journal?
Well, I think part of their
The
growth
Wall Street
is
Journal is a subsidiary of another company. So.
part of their growth is outside the U.S., I think.
Yeah,
And
so's Facebook's.
so it had an impact on here. But it's a broader question. Look, we spoke before about moving fast and breaking things. In order to be profitable, people forget we live in a capitalist system. Yes, you're going to do that. You have to. But it's journalism's role to see what tech has broken in that process of accelerating.
Yep.
Ideally, you'd have a type of journalism that has some of the broader discussion about what are the impacts of the privacy issues, of all these issues that we've been discussing, and lay it out on the table and do sort of an education so people can be informed. That's the best way to do it. But they have to make a profit also, and they have to run, so they have to do some of these headlines that people don't like. But the New York Times is also not going under. What's happening in media is not that they're going under, it's that it's consolidating to a few big media companies. And so what's really getting hurt is local news, for example, and other news organizations that are very small and can't compete. The New York Times is just growing enormously. They have all these different languages now in translation, and that will be easier and easier with ability to automate a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
So it's more complex than that.
Okay, here we go. You ready? Here we go. Here we go. Next one up is from Jeff G. in the audience, who just sent this one in from the Wall Street Journal. I guess this is quite recent news that U.S. troops. The Wall Street Journal says they have an exclusive, so maybe this is very recent. U.S. troops have been deployed in Taiwan. The small presence of Americans secretly training local forces marks mounting concerns regarding China's years-long military buildup and its recent threatening postures.
They started that last year. That's a part of the last administration, and they're just doing drills. So, but it is a new thing, but it's not started by the Biden administration, but it is being continued. And it
Okay.
makes sense to do with your ally.
Next one from CSQ, who sends in fantastic tweets, by the way, like this one, from Business Week. After raising almost $3 billion, Ginkgo Bioworks has built the world's largest DNA factory in a bid to alter the code behind life and replace traditional manufacturing with biology. And there's a video included, and she includes in her tweet, latest DNA factory leads to valuable genetic data, and my mind is racing at the endless and nefarious possibilities. And it's true, you can use DNA to make all kinds of crazy shit, which people are starting to do. Even the screens on your phones that are, better than plastic and protect your phone better than plastic can. All this endless stuff. So
DNA is insanely amazing, everybody.
yeah,
It's what drives everything.
and yeah, the combination of proteins and DNA was like, we're going to start making stuff, like replacing a lot of plastic stuff. Affirm, which is a buy now pay later company. I happen to be a shareholder. Affirm shares surge 20% on new Target deal ahead of holiday season. Affirm shares jump. It was like on Thursday, I believe. Yeah, about 20% after the online lender partners with Target. Affirm's buy now pay later service is gathering traction among a growing number of large retailers as more commerce shifts online. And we read the headline, I don't know, about a month or so ago, 6 weeks ago, that they partnered with Amazon to offer buy now, pay later when you check out on Amazon. And now they got Target. And that means they're probably going to get a whole lot of the other big American companies now that they've got Amazon and Target, because those are pretty much the two biggies.
That's pretty much the 80% of Americans' life is probably Amazon and Target. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And yeah, buy now, pay later.
Now, now,
Yeah.
now I know how they got my email and my information, because I said I never signed for a firm, but I know I bought some things online from Walmart. So now that's how they got my data. I was just like, wow, how the heck did they get that? Okay.
So the next one, also from CSQ in the audience, sends this one in that it says America's CEOs are losing confidence in the economy. U.S. business leaders are still upbeat about the economic recovery, but they're not as confident as they were just a few months ago, as they blame the Delta variant. And let me open the rest of this article and find out the jewel in this one. It's from CNN Business. And it says they're still upbeat, but they're not as confident as they were just a few months ago. And they blame Delta variant and a super tight labor market for the drop in sentiment. The Conference Board, the leading business research think tank, reported Thursday of a steep slide in its CEO confidence index for the third quarter. After hitting an all-time high of 82 in the second quarter on hopes that the United States had turned the corner on the pandemic, the index slid to 67, a nearly 20% dip in the third quarter. The good news is that a reading above 50 remains a sign of overall optimism, but the downward trend bears watching, especially since U.S. consumer confidence is also slumped earlier this summer. Okay, good to know. The next one, also from CSQ, says that Nigerian central bank to launch digital currency within days. Does that sound right, Messi?
Yeah, actually, I thought they already did a week ago, that they were giving like a brief to the population how to use it, how to open wallets, where to pay, and things like that. The in era, but that was out already a week ago. So yeah, maybe it's a bit too late, or maybe it's an update. I don't know, but I know that they are already rolling it out.
Okay, next up is from CSQ again, that a Russian court tells bailiffs to enforce collection of unpaid Facebook fines. A Moscow court told state bailiffs on Thursday to enforce the collection of 26 million rubles, about $360,000 in fines imposed on the U.S. social media giant Facebook. And how are they going to do that? I guess they could shut down the office whatever office they put there. Going to be interesting. Next one. QR codes are a privacy concern, but not for the reasons you've heard. QR codes aren't inherently bad, but know the privacy and security implications before you scan. And actually, Apple and Google are one step ahead on this issue. Now that QR codes are actually starting to work, 20 years later after they were started. So now, in part due to COVID, people don't like touching things as much, so they're scanning a lot more. And you can create a bad QR code. A QR code is simply takes you to a website, basically, and it can take you to a bad website. So you could make a sign with a bad QR code. You could make a little sticker and put it on any sign of a bad QR code and send people to a bad site that then puts spyware on their devices very easily. That can happen. Apple and Google know this. So now that QR codes are becoming popular, the latest versions of the operating systems, when you scan a QR code, it will tell you the website that you're about to go to, and you have to click it with your thumb to accept it. Clever.
That's awesome. And then the next one would just be adding a filter that allow you to track the malicious website so that you don't click
Correct. Well,
the
they already.
malicious ones that
Well,
get out there.
that's the genius part of it is Apple and Google both already have databases of bad actor sites and fishy looking sites, sites that don't smell right, and they can warn you, this don't go here, this site looks like it's scam, are you sure you want to go here? They already do that in their browsers. So they already do that in the desktop versions of their browsers, and even in the mobile browser itself. So this is brilliant that they're going to help you translate a potentially bad QR code. The next one's from Jeff G from Nikkei Japan. That Japan Disaster Tech aims to solve water problems during crises. Small companies find a place to shine as risks of extreme weather events rise. Very true. Well, we're certainly seeing these in headlines here in tech news around the world of all kinds of people getting stuck without water and whatnot. Crisis tech, a whole new category. As climate change brings elevated risk of extreme weather events, companies in disaster-prone Japan are seeking business opportunities and providing unique solutions to water problems during disasters. Startups and small companies are finding a place to shine in this relatively niche area. Yeah, incredibly niche area. It's not even an actual real area yet. Disaster tech. You're making this up, but that's okay. That's how these trends get started. When it comes to climate change, businesses have tended to focus on minimizing environmental impacts, but there are emerging opportunities in adapting to climate change, such as a new field of disaster tech, where small businesses can make the most of their strengths, said Hidemichi Miyake, an associate professor at Senshu University and expert on creation of new markets. In disasters, people often have limited access to water, which leads to higher fatalities and worse hygiene. To solve this problem, Tokyo-based water circulation system company called WOTA, which is funny because that's how Japanese kind of say water anyways. Very clever way to name a company. Use the Japanese, the English as we call it, of water. Wota is the name of the company for Japanese water. Very clever. Has been selling portable water treatment plants since 2019. They look like a household printer, and they weigh 80 kilograms. They can reuse 98% of wastewater for showering and hand washing. This is kind of genius. So you can recirculate the water from your house. On average, a person uses 50 liters of water when they're taking a shower. By using the plant to make wastewater clean again, 100 liters of water suffices for 100 people to take showers. Boom. Put that in your van life van, and then you can recycle the water instead of constantly putting in new water and spilling out dirty water. You just recycle the water over and over and over again. Then you can take a long ass shower in your little in
The
your little van.
Japanese like to use their ofuro water for their washing machine.
That too.
Hmm.
Yep. For those who don't know, an ofuro is a Japanese bath, and the Japanese are very clever about reusing their water. And in fact, I can't believe this doesn't exist in the rest of the world yet. But when in Japan, when you go there, when you go to the toilet, you will notice something truly remarkable, which is when you go to flush the toilet, you'll notice that the sink to wash your hands is oftentimes
Okay.
on top of the toilet, on top of the
Yes.
toilet lid. And when you flush the toilet, the water comes out of the top of the toilet where you wash your
Where you
hands above
wash
the
your
toilet.
hand.
The water goes down on your hands and then down your hands into a drain and into the drain into the toilet. So you're
Yeah,
washing
into
your
the
hands.
tank and then into the tub. Yeah.
You're washing your hands with the water that's going to fill the tank of the toilet.
Yes. And you know what? This is actually from like almost the beginning of time.
It's
But
old. It's from
whenever
the 50s.
yeah, when the foreigners come to Japan, they always find it so fascinating. I think, wow, this is since the beginning of time or how to
Yeah, it's
recycle
very,
water.
very old, and it's so crazy genius because you're washing your hands with the water that the toilet's refilling itself with. It's genius and so simple to do. I don't know why we don't do this in the rest of the world. It's weird. Okay.
Oh, I also saw that in the Dubai Expo on TV, the exact same thing, but it's not attached to a toilet, but it was the sink is attached to a faucet where you can actually take a cup of water. That's what they were showing in the Dubai Expo 2020 just about a week ago. I saw that. Yeah, that was
Okay.
really
Well,
fascinating.
hold your hats, everybody. Someone's just DMing me some breaking news here. So Letitia in the audience sends me this one from Reuters that speaking of crisis tech, or what is Nikkei Japan trying to call this new category? Disaster tech. It's kind of related. Reuters headline reads: Lebanese power outage will last a few days as they've run out of fuel. Lebanon has no centrally generated electricity after fuel shortages forced its two largest power stations to shut down, a government official told Reuters today, like right now. Here's the quote: The Lebanese power network completely stopped working at noon today. What time is it in Lebanon, Israel at the moment? Anybody have a
Be
guess?
like 7. It might be 7 p.m.
So it stopped at noon.
Might be 7 p.m.
Oh, it might be, yeah. Yeah, probably 8 or 9 actually. It's unlikely that it will work until next Monday or for several days.
Ouch.
The state electricity company confirmed in a statement that the thermoelectric plant at the Zahrani power station has stopped. The shutdown of the two power stations had directly affected the stability of the power network and led to its complete outage, with no possibility of resuming operations in the meantime. The state electricity company will try to use the Army's fuel oil reserve to operate the power plants temporarily, but that will not happen anytime soon. The many Lebanese normally rely on private generators that run on diesel, although that is in short supply. Lebanon has been paralyzed by an economic crisis, which has deepened as supplies of imported fuel have dried up. The Lebanese currency has fallen by 90%, and now they're out of power because they ran out of fuel. That's very unfortunate.
Hey, Tyler,
Yes.
in related news, I just sent this to you as well. New Delhi, it just came out 2 minutes ago. New Delhi chief minister warns of power crisis as coal stocks decline. And so this power crisis is obviously spreading.
Yeah.
I can also say that in Sweden, we're also having issues with prices spiking like threefold in power. Much to do because they closed down some nuclear plants. The environmentalists convinced
And
somehow got involved, and now they're saying, well, we have solar and wind and water, which we do, but there's nothing to fill the gap when we just closed down this nuclear power plant.
Oh, Tyler, might be
Yeah.
worth a deeper dive on that article about India because I
Go
read a
ahead.
little bit deeper. It's in India, over half of the 135 coal-fired power plants, which supply around 70% of the country's electricity, have fuel stocks to last less than 3 days.
I
And
think
oil just hit $80 a barrel, which is a 7-year high. So the pandemic economic recovery is putting demands on fossil fuels that are uh, challenging the supply chain of the slowdown.
And CNN's business story from yesterday: China orders coal mines to increase production as power shortages bite. They're having a crisis also.
Yeah,
And they
I,
released their storage core from Australia because of the ban. They didn't release that for almost a year.
I'm hearing news from the Russia pipeline is being choked in a sense to get up the prices also. So it seems like all of these prices are being ratcheted up.
And all of it trades in which currency?
Hey, fossil fuels fight back. It's a new movie.
okay. Next up.
So when you zoom out, don't forget this is all about the war going on between currencies between the United States, the Belt and Road Initiative, and the D5 movement. So we're just witness to what's going on, guys.
And the transition in energy and the bottlenecks and all that. It's an explosion that's waiting to happen. And the last time that energy was disrupted in the 70s with the embargo from the Arab states, it really threw the U.S. economy into a tailspin. Add to that the fact that the Republicans and Dems can't agree on the increase in the debt, and as Chris said, this all runs on the dollar. A lot of it is traded, especially oil. If I'm correct, then we're in a very dangerous territory.
And
I
if
mean,
we had
because
if we had an agile legislature, the thing that would really help this dilemma of politics and economics versus climate change, it would not be that difficult to propose increasing carbon taxes as the prices fall from their current levels, so that there's a percentage of the fall that's captured in carbon tax that funds research on carbon sequestration and carbon capture and reduce carbon emissions and alternative energy. So I've been disappointed every time we have these big temporary spikes that no legislature has seen fit to implement that kind of escalating tax that is only a portion of the decline in the fuel cost, so that consumers would still realize a decline in the cost of fuel as the taxes are escalated, so that there isn't that adverse reaction to the tax itself that is so fundamentally needed to deal with the climate change issues.
Elon Musk said on Joe Rogan that he had a conversation with the Biden administration early on and said, just put the carbon tax on the table and push it. And he said they're not interested. And it's
Yeah,
just
it's because politically it's
exactly,
unpalatable. That's
exactly,
why I'm
exactly.
proposing that for every dollar drop in the crude oil price, currently $80, as it goes down to 50, you put in a 50% carbon tax for every dollar drop in a gallon of crude. And I think that would be much more politically palatable than these sort of random proposals just to tax the consumer once more, out of any framework, out of any behavioral economics. So what I'm proposing is a behavioral economic based approach to gradual implementation of carbon tax as the cost declines, not just throw it out there at any point in time.
Okay, back to some headlines here. The next one's from Evan from Protocol, that PayPal's comeback plan for buy now, pay later. Affirm, after paying Klarna, stole a march on PayPal by getting in tight with online sellers through buy now, pay later. So PayPal's rolling out buy now, pay later. Here comes PayPal into the jumping in.
It doesn't seem like a firm or these other companies would have very much loyalty, right? I mean, I've used them and I would use PayPal equally. So I don't know how much
Yep.
stickiness they have.
It's the stickiness is to the merchant. So you do
All right.
so yeah, the user doesn't really care. You're right. But if you
But
lock
even merchants have a lot more relationships with PayPal than other Affirm
so
or
yeah,
other.
a small merchants for sure, yeah. But now with a firm having Amazon and Target, maybe they could carve up the market between big and small like that. Manaz sends in this one from Times of Israel, that in Israel, Google tests AI tech to better time traffic lights. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. That is brilliant. U.S. technology giant says early results show 10 to 20% reduction in fuel use and delayed time at intersections. We did it, everybody. We just solved one of humanity's biggest problems. Double problem, double win. Holy, I'm going to clap twice for that. Once for the better fuel efficiency, and the second clap is for the less delay time at intersections. Holy shit. Two birds with one stone.
And
And it's
then
going to
Google
move into the
Map
freeways too.
and Google Map can better estimate the time from point A to point B then.
Google, you did it. That's brilliant.
Anybody who's ever driven a big truck knows that the fuel cost of slowing to a stop for no good reason other than a light and then accelerating back up to full speed is incredibly costly, and that this solution is many, many decades overdue, in that there was nothing that should have prevented us from doing this a long time ago. So let's hope that it actually happens this time. It's hopefully it can be built into some of the infrastructure bills that happens, because there's no question that a significant reduction in fuel usage would be a result.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do LAX to Irvine, 5 times a week. And I would always say, if we just drove slower through certain parts of Seal Beach and Long Beach, this wouldn't be a problem, And I like the prospect of active speed limit.
Okay, we ready for some more here? We got this one from Verdane out of India, from the India Times, that Rebel Food joins India's ever-growing unicorn club. They are now up to 31, if I count correctly. Vinay, help me out here. Where are we up to? And we're in still early October. Let's see. They'll certainly hit
Vinay
40.
had messaged me earlier that he's at 33.
Oh,
I think
really?
3 more are coming this week. Yeah, but I think he might be away from his phone.
It's just unbelievable what's going on over there. They might hit 50 this year. That is unbelievable. 50 unicorns in a year. This is like way beyond anything I think anyone ever would have predicted. That's just unbelievable. So,
Do you
next.
think they are overvalued, Tyler? Do you think there is a bubble?
They
Mm,
have the mess.
looking at it's high, but it's not. They're not obscene. They're not crazy. They don't seem really, really like absurd. Like when,
Well, they have 1.5 billion people there, right? And that's
yeah,
really the thing, is that any market's going to be 5 to 6 times bigger than the United States.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the next article, totally related. Andreessen Horowitz to make more India investments after the coin switch. One of their current investments just became a unicorn. So now the headline is they're going to do more investing in India. Of course they are. Everybody is. The next one, I believe it's, yes, Damalera sends in this one from The Guardian. It says, a peek behind the curtain inside North Korea in pictures. Hong Kong native Ted Lau's new book tries to understand everyday life in the dystopian utopia of totalitarian country shrouded in mystery. North Korea. And BB sends in this one from South China Morning Post that China's tighter video game restrictions are being tested during Golden Week. Minors are still able to either steal their parents' national IDs to obtain an adult gaming account or pressure them into handing over the IDs voluntarily. And now that they're on holiday for Golden Week, the kids want to play video games. They're going to get very crafty. And this is how you create a nation of hackers right here. This is genius. This is going to be looked back on as Uncle G's most brilliant chess move ever of how to create a nation of hackers by taking away their video games. I think it's totally brilliant.
And Tyler, you think you can imagine because they need to, the face check from time to time, so they need their parents nearby. So you can imagine they sit together next to each other, and with your kids, with, come
Um,
here to get in
I'm
your
good. Hey,
face.
hey, Tyler, we need to talk offline about high fidelity masks for children in China to
Yes.
wear their parents'
Oh
Oh
face.
my
yeah,
God.
Chris,
Offline. Let's
My
do this.
God. Oh my God. That's the most brilliant idea I've heard in a while.
Chris, you got the unicorn.
Oh my goodness. Printed masks.
Offline, buddy. Offline. We're gonna come up with a.
Print your
It's gonna
parents'
be
face.
deep reel. We're gonna call it deep reel instead of deep fakes. We're gonna call it deep reels, deep skins. I don't know. We'll find it.
So yeah, you could sell the. God, I'm just trying to think how much you would charge per mask. You send in a photo of your parents' face. We print the mask for you. You
So
play.
Tyler, the new iPhone in future you can do the 3D printer. I mean the 3D scan using your phone. I think it will be mature in sometime in the future. So you just need to like maybe take a around I mean take a video around that the whole head
Yep.
and send that video. They can do the 3D printer, and maybe with Chris technology then you can do it in your home in the future because they did the program for you, so you can do it like Chris what Chris is doing right now.
I
Then you
think one
can.
of my friend in Dallas is already printing, well, people's face on the face mask, so that it still looks like your own face even when you're on the mask.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, since last year.
Okay, are we ready?
I thought that's quite interesting.
Okay. Next up is from May that a German auto company becomes Europe's first to use Ethereum in car financing. Auto One has become the first European company to enable financing purchase of vehicles through Ethereum smart contracts. That's clever. The next one's from Nalormi. It says, how well can AI pick targets from satellite photos? Army test aims to find out. The Scarlet Dragon exercise is evaluating ways the service might put new tools to use in the very near term, using satellites to find targets on the ground in real time. That's scary shit right there. The next one from Manaz from NBC News. Trees native to Chile hold hope for new COVID vaccine. Two saponin molecules from the bank of the Quili tree, native to Chile, are used in a new COVID-19 vaccine by Novavax, aimed at low and middle income families, which is very good because I have another headline coming up. Let me find it. Here it is. That's Chile. And let's hope that one works, because this headline from Vice says doctors are injecting bleach to treat COVID-19 across Latin America. The use of bleach to treat COVID has gained legitimacy across Latin America. Say what?
No kidding, right?
No, this is real.
So
This is
let's
real.
let's hope
So they,
let's hope that
That's bizarre.
Must be the Trump Institute of Virology in Kenya.
Does it indicate countries, the countries that are doing it?
it says across.
Bolivia.
It says Bolivia, but it says across Latin America. A mix of chlorine dioxide and industrial bleach used to disinfect swimming pools and floors, and saline seeped into Lopez's body through the IV. He'd brought a book for the wait. How are you feeling? Figueroa asked Lopez. I'm fine, but I'm depressed, he said. We are going to fix that. Don't you worry, she assured him, her face mask off despite a sign in her office saying they were obligatory. It was only a show for the authorities, she said. If injecting bleach sounds vaguely familiar, it's probably because former U.S. President Donald Trump famously suggested people could inject or drink disinfectant to kill COVID-19, triggering a short-lived fad in the U.S. and an outcry among health professionals. But across Latin America, the use of chlorine dioxide to prevent and treat COVID and even combat the toxic effects of vaccines has taken off in forms like sprays and intravenous infusions. Nowhere has this quote-unquote treatment gained as much legitimacy as in Bolivia, where the country's left-wing government legalized the production and sale of chlorine dioxide last year as an alternative treatment for COVID. Promoters of chlorine dioxide claim it prevents and cures COVID by killing viruses inside the body, just like it does on surfaces. Dear sweet Jesus.
This
Are
is what
there
it would look like.
reported side effects, Tyler? Like reported that people dying or getting sick
Yeah.
or anything
There's
like
no
that?
scientific evidence for that. In fact, the U.S. Federal Drug Administration, the FDA, warns that drinking it can cause fatal respiratory failure and heart arrhythmia, among other life-threatening conditions. The Pan American Health Organization says consuming chlorine dioxide products can cause serious adverse effects, and the marketing of such products to treat COVID should be reported to the authorities. Here's a quote: "People are looking for easy solutions. It's a rich field of charlatans to prey on," says an epidemiologist in Bolivia. "We have enough on our plate with COVID alone, but now we are seeing even more complicated cases because people have consumed chlorine dioxide. It's a burden on health system that's not manageable in this country." While
Yeah, the specific side effect to answer Messi's question, Tyler, is something called methemoglobinemia, which is a very well known side effect, and uh, there's it's like worth even a deeper dive in another room possibly about where this all comes from and how this got disseminated. It is incredibly popular. Like when I say incredibly popular, it's incredibly popular amongst when you hear about these missionary trips that some people go and they go and they quote unquote help. Some of them are very very good, but be careful what you pay for here, which is nothing. Some of these people will go out there and there's actually a church that was started by the guy that came up with this. Jim Humble is actually the father of this concept, and there's something called the Church of Health, Genesis 2 Church of Health and Healing. I'm not even kidding. This is like an entire sort of business behind this entire movement, and they were able to lobby within the Bolivian government. And in Bolivia, they're seeing hundreds, hundreds and hundreds of cases right now of methemoglobinemia, which is treatable, but holy crap, what a scary thing to. You have too much carbon monoxide in your brain. I mean, in your body, it's kind of a crazy side effect that's happening.
so the article says, Grover Lopez, a 58-year-old former accountant, explained his decision to get chlorine dioxide intravenously. As COVID vaccines began rolling out, he started reading on the internet that they contain graphene oxide, a chemical compound that's a highly versatile conductive material. While none of the COVID vaccines actually contain graphene oxide, anti-vaxxers have seized on this mistruth to claim that they introduce metals to the body. Lopez said he was resistant to getting the shot, but as COVID cases surged in Santa Cruz, he got scared and ran to get vaccinated. Around 28% of Bolivia's population is fully vaccinated against COVID. Lopez received his second dose of the Chinese vaccine Sinopharm in June. By July, COVID infections had dropped and Lopez was worried. Dr. Figueroa told him the vaccine could kill him because he suffers from diabetes. 1 month after Lopez's second dose, he was in Figueroa's cramped office getting his first infusion of chlorine dioxide in order to be detoxified. In an hour into the treatment, Lopez said he was pain-free and sweating out a metallic scent, which made him optimistic it was working. Let's hope the placebo effect actually trumps the actual serious
No pun
consequences.
intended.
No, none at all. There's incredible power in placebo effect. Let's hope this guy's mind can overcome his body.
No, I meant the word Trump.
Oh. Figueroa who is a medical surgeon, says she is overwhelmed with patients seeking her detoxification services. She charges around $150 for a 3-day course of intravenous. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Where's the dollar sign? Come on, let's hear it, Tyler, because this is
My
all
cash
about the money.
register. I know. $150 for a 3-day course of intravenous chlorine dioxide. That's a lot of money in Bolivia. Fuck yeah, that's a shit ton of money in Bolivia.
You know how much a gallon of bleach costs at the dollar store?
About $1.
On a positive, Eileen, you're clean as a whistle.
That's a lot of money in Bolivia, where most people earn $700 a month. I'm at my limit, Figueroa told us, adding that 4 vaccinated people arrive daily seeking chlorine dioxide injections. She was accompanied by her chlorine dioxide provider, Fernando, a computer engineer who's been making the substance for 13 years. In a surreal conversation, they claimed the vaccine amounted to a genocide, that people who've been vaccinated against COVID would die in a matter of years, and that those who don't die will become infertile. They show a photo of Fernando, who looks like an absolute piece of shit, a garbage human being, by the way, from the photo. And the article seems to give enough evidence for that. Fernando also claimed that the medical establishment refuses to recognize the supposed miraculous powers of chlorine dioxide because they've, quote unquote, indoctrinated us to think that it's not possible. When we asked who he was referring to, Fernando said the, quote unquote, dynasties, and named the Rockefellers and the J.P. Morgan family and the
The
Rothschilds.
best is when they say that, oh well, it's because the companies can't make any money on it. Meanwhile, they're the ones making money on it.
So he's blaming the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, all of whom he said, quote unquote, want to maintain their fortunes and their control, their global domination. This, John, is John still with us? This needs to be added to note that we have to include some kind of designation in DSM-6 whenever it comes out of this wild economic conspiracy theory-ish behaviors around Rockefellers and Rothschilds and J.P. Morgan as the, we could certainly add George Soros to that list of
It would have to revolve around the deep state, right? Like, so some kind of like
deep
some
state
term,
dementia.
you know,
Yes.
subterranean, delusional, subterranean, governmental delusional syndrome or something like that. I don't know.
It's interesting from an evolutionary biology standpoint how we do have an ecosystem of personality types. There's, OCD has virtue, ADD has virtue for creativity and association, and it's likely that there's some genetic basis for people who are very, very susceptible to conspiracy theories. and 99 times out of 100 they're dead wrong, but that one time out of 100 where they see a conspiracy that's actually real has virtue to the community. So it's quite conceivable that there is an evolutionarily selected genetic bias in a small percentage of individuals to be very skeptical of everything. So and I'm not saying that that's why there's so many conspiracy theorists today. I think that's much more founded on the epigenetic factor of distrust for authority is driving it, and it's not a genetic basis. But I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we're not going to find a gene or set of genes that tip people towards conspiracy theorism, because it does have, in the context of a large population, there is occasionally a deep virtue for that.
Well,
So is that where the witch doctors come from in the tribes too? So there'll be a gene for that?
Uh, I wouldn't characterize them as exclusively conspiratorial.
so there's no basis for Fernando's allegations. Still, he and other prominent anti-vax pro-bleach advocates shaped Bolivia's early response to the pandemic. Big Bleach is behind. I think Clorox is behind this. People lined up outside pharmacies to buy chlorine dioxide disinfectant intended for cleaning vegetables. Most people Vice World News spoke with in Bolivia had drunk the substance or knew someone who had. Fernando says he made around $12,000 a month selling his chlorine dioxide solution at the pandemic's outset, although business has waned because of competition. Oh, great. And the rollout.
12,000 a month, 12,000 when the average is making 700. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then it
Just to
said,
be clear,
hold on.
Americans
Watch this.
as well.
The last paragraph, it really kicks it up a notch. Vice says, we saw multiple homemade signs advertising the sale of chlorine dioxide, and on a major road in the Bolivian capital of La Paz, a large graffiti sign declared "No to the Jewish vaccine."
That's what I was gonna say when you were naming.
The Rockefellers and the Rothschilds
Yes, it's totally anti-Semitism. Those are the.
in Bolivia.
It's used as a weapon anywhere. Even if you don't have to have it to mobilize opinion against Jews.
Yeah, I
It's
think a
been
lot of
quite
Nazis went there after World War II. I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken.
mostly to Argentina, but
Argentina, yeah.
yeah, and Brazil. But I'm sure there's some in Bolivia.
But I
There,
was just looking online, and this thing about bleach, there was a survey done of 502 adults conducted by the CDC last year in May, and 39% had misused, quote unquote, a cleaning product in trying to address, something, maybe they were sick or ill and they were using bleach to try to cure themselves. So I think there's a problem with dumb people more than South Americans.
my questions are, number one, how is it possible the government sanctioned this? Number two, what vaccine did they use initially in that country? Was it the I forget the name of the Chinese vaccine that they felt maybe was not effective, um, and so when the new variants came out, people were getting sick and sick, and people are desperate, and then you have uh, these ministers, as you were saying, or whoever it is pushing this just for money, and people just went with it. What did they know? And the final thing is, it's really depressing that we have supposedly this information ecosystem with the internet all over the world, and instead of doing somehow getting the correct news out, people are just able to come to these bizarre conclusions because they read it on the internet and don't know how to discern what's true from what's not.
So it says about how the government got behind it. It says During when Morales got booted out, there was a new presidential elections on the horizon. Members of the left-wing opposition embraced chlorine dioxide, whether out of true conviction or political calculation. In July 2020, the Bolivian Senate, which was controlled by Morales's Movement for Socialism party, passed a bill approving the supply and use of chlorine dioxide for the prevention and treatment of COVID. On October 14, the Senate declared the legislation law. Añez's health ministry protested that the Senate had no authority to enact the law, but it hardly mattered. 4 days later, new presidential elections were held and the leftist candidate won. Unbelievable.
They've had so much disruption there. I mean, even after Morales, another one of the presidents were arrested, and then the current one, and another one just got ill. So at the top, they don't really have much going on. So it's kind of sad.
But Tyler, this is what yesterday we were discussing about censoring like information on the internet, and you were arguing, that would be an issue for like, just not having people the opportunity to say what they need to say, and some of us arguing that it is necessary to censor
Hold
sometimes
on.
just
Check
for
this.
the good of the.
Yeah, check
Mhm.
this out. The face of the movement in Latin America is Andreas Kalker, a self-described biophysics researcher from Germany, who was named speaking of Germans who went to Latin America, a self-described biophysics researcher from Germany who was named an archbishop of the Genesis 2 Church in 2013.
Yep.
Fluent in English and Spanish, Kalker is a charismatic speaker who promotes the therapeutic power of chlorine dioxide solution. He charges $575 per person to attend his Kalker Institute to learn about oxidative therapy, and he gives online consultations for $50 per 15 minutes. In 2020, he was an honored guest at Bolivia's Military School of Engineering. What the fuck's going on down there in Bolivia?
I don't know, but we need it on it, Tyler. We need it on it.
I have a new mixed drink for you, Tyler, for your resort. It's called Sex on the Bleach. Just tweeted the recipe. You might want to try it with your clients. Thank
That is too funny.
With nude snorkeling.
With nude snorkeling, Cheryl says. I don't want to cause earthquakes, Cheryl.
Nude mountain climbing.
While Kalker markets himself as a doctor, his alleged PhD comes from the Open University of Advanced Sciences, a Florida company that doesn't have an academic accreditation and advertises classes in supernatural topics like hypnosis, lucid dreams, and techniques for super learning. It's not clear how to sign up for the classes. After the company posted a letter on its own website distancing itself from the Genesis 2 Church, Kalker took down references to Open University of Advanced Sciences on his own website. Instead, he advertises an honorary degree from an online school in Mexico. When we reached him over video, Kalker was wearing a white medical coat and had lab equipment in the background.
That means he knows what he's doing, guys. That's the bar. That's the bar.
He looks like a stock photo.
That's not really funny, like in the US when COVID was taking
It isn't
over,
funny.
and in March a family member actually sent us like an article in saying that, oh, this is going to be a solution, this is chloroquine is great, it's endorsed by a doctor. Here is in the US, and then we did a research what doctor she was talking about, and he was a vet. So I mean, these things take a life of their own. It's because they just we don't look second, and we don't check and not check, and some people just take it at face value. This is what happens when you get misinformation online.
The conversation started out friendly, but he quickly accused us of being out to get him when we started questioning him about his credentials. He said his degree from the Open Institute or the Open University of Advanced Sciences isn't relevant, that chlorine dioxide had saved thousands of lives, and that Vice World News is to blame for making so many people die. Kalker also maintains he recommends small doses that wouldn't harm anyone. Here's the quote: "They try to hunt me down for 14 years, but do you think I care? I didn't do anything wrong, but you will," Kalker said before hanging up on us.
Just take the recipe and publish it and see what he says. Fuck him.
The pro-bleach movement has made enormous inroads across Latin America. In Argentina, a popular TV anchor drank chlorine bleach on live television, and a judge mandated that a hospital give COVID patient chlorine dioxide intravenously. The patient still died. In Colombia, a well-known model DJ promoted it on Instagram. Drinking bleach became a fad among the wealthy in Mexico, and mayors in Mexico and Ecuador began distributing it. In May, Peru's Congress voted to investigate whether drinking or injecting chlorine dioxide could cure COVID. The anti-vax pro-bleach disinformation network, which Kalker helped found at the beginning of the pandemic, has gained more than 200,000 followers across its social media channels, from Facebook to Telegram, and opened chapters in 21 countries. It peddles an assortment of conspiracy theories on social media, from the genocidal vaccine to the dangers of 5G. The group's evangelists, many of whom advertise personal consultations, are a collection of homeopath healers, far-right activists, and actual doctors. Their conspiracy narrative that the medical establishment is purposefully hiding something is in condemnation of chlorine dioxide found particular resonance in Bolivia. Mistrust of Western medicine, said Soria, the Bolivian epidemiologist, goes back to a U.S. campaign in the 60s to provide contraceptives across Bolivia's rural indigenous regions. The idea was to lower the birth rate, and in doing so, address maternal and childhood mortality rates. Locals didn't see it that way. People thought, they want to sterilize us. They want to take over the country. The logic began to grow and grow, and the resistance to the health system remains today. Wow, talk about long-term unintended consequences. Clever messaging that chlorine dioxide is outside the establishment has helped it avoid being perceived as a Western medicine. Yeah, well, except that Trump was supporting it.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and,
chlorine bleach.
and the other big thing is, like, for people that are listening, we have, like 300 or so people in the audience. Whenever someone is selling you on a multi-level marketing scheme, and I can explain what that is, but I think most people know, like, hey, there's this one doctor that believes in this. We all follow this one doctor, and if you sign up for a class, we'll show you how to do it, or we can send you treatments. That's got to be a red flag for, like, the average person. And I wanted to kind of address one thing that Messi said. Censorship is not particularly the answer here, especially in the country of Bolivia, where the people that would be doing the censorships are actually for this, right? And so it actually speaks to a bigger thing, which is, I don't think censorship is the answer, and it's largely not the answer because it depends on who's doing the censoring. And that's the scariest thing about this entire situation. There is no simple blanket answer. That's the issue.
Education is the answer. Teach them the reality and the facts.
Colonel Enrique Bustamante, who oversees the Military Academy of Engineering's research and production of chlorine dioxide, even described it as a quote-unquote natural medicine that's similar to drinking tea. In April, a federal grand jury in Miami indicted Grennan, co-founder and archbishop of the Genesis 2 Church, and his 3 sons with selling toxic bleach as a fake miracle cure for COVID-19, citing reports of people requiring hospitalizations, developing life-threatening conditions, and even dying after drinking bleach. Grennan hasn't yet pleaded to the charges, but in an initial letter to the court, he said they obey God rather than men. When Vice World News visited, he was treating a man who'd drunk 1.5 liters of chlorine dioxide before entering an ICU. He said the patient had delayed coming to the hospital in the belief that chlorine dioxide would save him, which made his condition worse. The man died 2 days later. We're tired. I can't deny it. He says medicine is based on science, not myth. Wild. I had no idea this was going on in Latin America. But they've had the worst COVID than anybody. The Latin America's had the worst of it globally by quite a wide margin, from what I can see on the maps and whatnot.
Well, Brazil crossed 600,000 dead recently, so second to the U.S.
The next article's from Evan, CNBC. Headline reads, Uber can now track your flights so a ride home is ready when you land. Riders in certain markets can access features including early booking, flight tracking, and extended driver wait times. We did it. There we go.
That's nice. Yeah.
Twice in
I
one
was
show.
always
How did it take us a fucking decade to do that? To
What's
send.
funny, like the journalists always crap on big tech, and I'm there some of the time, but these tech companies have so much utility in what they do. There's like, well, I don't pick one. There's so many useful apps and features, and most people just love it. So this is just yet another reason to use Uber.
Yep. So the next one's from Dr. Fran that that Bank of America is first in banking to launch a virtual reality training program in nearly 4,300 financial centers nationwide. What are they? I guess they're training their staff with virtual reality. That's pretty cool. The next one is from Gavin in the audience, and the headline reads, The metaverse is taking over the physical world. Metaverse is being the successor of the internet, and it has the potential to change our perception of reality. Yep.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, MA.
What's up? Did you cover the one about Google?
Which one?
And the one that I tweeted earlier today, right when you started the room, it was pretty impressive. This is a really interesting one. Google partners with ACE. And ACE is the parent company of the stock exchange. And they'll come to bring a platform called basically Bitcoin platform backed partners with this tech giant to expand crypto payments option. And it's Google. Google is now linking up with BACK, BAKKT, to be used online in all stores where Google Pay is accepted. Pew, pew, pew. The CEO of BAC's, Gavin Michaels, says, quote unquote, the partnership is a testament to BAC's strong position in digital asset marketplace to empower consumers to enjoy their digital assets in a real-time, secure, reliable manner. Additionally, partnering with Google Cloud will enable us to continue to build a best-in-class, innovative platform that will undoubtedly scale to meet the needs of millions of users. Pew, pew, pew. There you go.
Awesome.
Welcome to the world of the cash machine going even louder.
So the next one is from Antonio in the audience from TechCrunch. Starting today, YouTube creators have the ability to enable live auto captions for any live streams in English to make streams more accessible. This feature was previously only available to creators with more than 1,000 subscribers, and YouTube announces new audio features aimed at making videos more accessible. Very cool. Thank you for that one. And then David Crace sends in this one from the art world that Google initiative digitally recreates 3 lost Klimt paintings using AI. They've super cool. Gustav Klimt original digital restorations of 3 lost paintings. Very cool. And Antonio sends in this one from TechCrunch. Twitter invests in avatar startup called Facemoji. Avatar startups have come and go over the past few years, but the future that many of the entrepreneurs behind them originally imagined has proven So they invested in Facemoji. The next one is from David Crace that researchers at the University of Zurich have developed a new approach to autonomously, with no controls, fly swarms of quadrotor drones through unknown complex environments at high speeds. So watch out for the flying swarms of drones autonomously through complex forests of trees will be very helpful in the future of warfare, no doubt. And then Evan sends in this one from ZDNet that Apple is lying to you about your iPhone's battery. Apple's iPhone battery health percentage figure is nonsense, it says. And then we've got this one from Poppy from MIT. An inflatable robotic hand design gives amputees real-time tactile control and enables a wide range of daily activities such as zipping a suitcase, shaking hands, and petting a cat. And you can now see videos of this new inflatable robotic hand with touch sensors that go back to the person so they can feel the objects in their robotic hand. And also from Poppy, also from MIT, researchers introduce a new generation of tiny, agile drones. The technology could boost aerial robots' repertoire, allowing them to operate in cramped space and withstand collisions. And Poppy sends this one in from CNBC about the Uber can now track your flights. And this one that Amazon Air founder has a new startup that aims to take on FedEx and UPS by speeding up shipping. Scott Ruffin, who led Amazon Air and helped expand the company's shipping operations, just raised $30 million for his new logistics startup. And Cheryl found this one from the Next Web called Codifying Humanity. Can humor be reduced to an algorithm? Can an AI be funny? What does funny mean? Who gets to decide? Luckily for all of us, Microsoft went ahead and answered these questions on our behalf. The sub-headline was written by a human. Okay, but interesting article about can AIs do humor? And then CSQ sends in this one that they say they have an exclusive that the UN expert calls for North Korea sanctions to be eased as starvation risk looms. North Korea's most vulnerable risk starvation after it slipped deeper into isolation during COVID-19 pandemic, and UN sanctions imposed should be lifted to create more breathing room so they don't go deep into famine. And Moscow invites the Taliban to talks in Afghanistan on October 20th. Russia will invite representatives of the Taliban to international talks about Afghanistan that it plans to host in Moscow on October 20th with Vladimir Putin. So you could have China and Russia and the Taliban, and you might as well bring Iran, make the whole trifecta. Get the band back together. Get Russia and China and Iran are all quite friendly. Bunch of nice chaps. And get the Taliban involved. They need a drummer. Get the band back together. And the next one is the headline reads, the U.S. was right. Europe has become a hostage to Russia over energy. And we did warn them about this, about the pipeline deal, very loudly. Don't do this pipeline deal with Russia, we said. Google it. I'll Google it for you. I'm going to Google the words U.S. warns EU Russia pipeline. Let's try that. Here it is. The Guardian. U.S. warns Nord Stream pipeline is Russia geopolitical project. The German-backed Nord Stream pipeline is a Russian geopolitical project intended to divide Europe and weaken European energy security, America warned. U.S. warns companies to abandon work on Nord Stream 2 from CNBC in March. Both of those headlines were both in March. So, here's another one, also in March. U.S. warns companies. U.S. warns entities to abandon Nord Stream 2 pipeline. U.S. advisor warns lives at stake in European gas crunch. Last month, we warned you. Europe, don't do this pipeline with Russia. We warned you that Putin was going to weaponize it against you, which he's now done. Welcome. Congratulations. You played yourself. You didn't think Putin was fucking with you. You asked him, hey, Vlad, Big Daddy Vladdy, America's saying you're going to pull the carpet out from under us. You wouldn't do that, would you? He said, no, of course not, comrade. Of course I wouldn't. I would never do that. I love you, baby, sweetheart, darling, my sweetheart. I would never do that. But guess what's going on now? What did we just hear today from Aslak in Sweden? The price is going through the
Yeah.
roof.
Yep.
Once a cheater, always a cheater.
So here's the headline from CNBC. The U.S. was right. Europe has become a hostage to Russia over energy, analysts warn. Russia rode to Europe's rescue and offered to increase gas supplies to the region amid soaring prices on Wednesday. Experts said the move showed Europe is now largely at Russia's mercy when it comes to energy. The U.S. has been warning for years that Europe is vulnerable to Russia being able to switch gas supplies on and off. Natural gas contracts hit new highs in Europe this week, and regional benchmark prices are up 500% so far this year. After Russia rode to Europe's rescue and offered to increase gas supplies to the region amid soaring prices, experts said one thing had become abundantly clear. Europe is now largely at Russia's mercy when it comes to energy, just as you're getting ready for winter. Good timing. Good times. Good times. You did it. Natural gas contracts hit new highs in Europe this week. The regional benchmark prices are up almost 500% so far this year, with heightened demand and a squeeze in supply, putting pressure on the energy sector as the weather turns colder. Prices seesawed on Wednesday, hitting new highs before retreating after Russian President Vladimir Putin stepped in, offering an increase in Russia's gas supplies to Europe. Market analysis said the move showed that Europe was increasingly vulnerable to Russia, which is waiting for Germany to certify the controversial Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project, which will bring more Russian gas to Europe via the Baltic Sea. The $11 billion pipeline has now been completed, much to the annoyance of the U.S., which has long opposed the project, warning for years during its construction that it compromises Europe's energy security and that Russia could seek to use energy supplies as leverage over the region. No, he would never do that. But he loves me, though, Daddy. Don't hate Big Daddy Vlad. He's a good man. He would never hurt me.
Tyler, what's going to happen now is LNG is going to go up the roof. So liquid natural gas.
Yeah.
And I think it's US who's producing or will probably be producing a ton of it soon. And because they have a lot of it, and the other ones who have it is Iran. Of course, no one's going to be doing business with them. But anyways, yeah.
Market analysts said the move showed that Europe. Oh, yes, got that. The Obama and Trump administrations galvanized bipartisan opinion against the pipeline, and President Joe Biden, too, announced sanctions against companies involved in the project. But these were waived in May in what was seen as an attempt by the U.S. to rebuild ties with Germany. Europe has now left itself hostage to Russia over energy supplies, says Timothy Ash, emerging market senior sovereign analyst at Blue Bay Asset Management, in a research note Wednesday, calling the situation unbelievable. It's crystal clear that Russia has Europe in an energy headlock, and Europe are too weak to call it out and do anything about it, he said, calling it a form of energy blackmail. Europe is cowering as it fears that as it heads into winter, Russia will further turn the screws of the energy pipelines off and allow it to freeze until it gets its way and NS2 is certified. Putin used a televised government meeting on Wednesday to offer an increase in supplies to Europe. He also chided the region for canceling many of its long-term gas contracts in exchange for spot deals, saying the Kremlin was ready to negotiate new long-term contracts for gas sales. Many experts believe that Russia has withheld gas supplies to Europe on purpose in a bid to speed up Germany's certification of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. No, they wouldn't do that, would they? Russia has refuted this. However, with Putin's spokesman Dmitry Peskov denying on Wednesday that Russia had any role in Europe's energy crisis, nonetheless, Russia's Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak noted on Wednesday that the expected German certification of the controversial pipeline could help cool prices. Oh, so he's admitting it. Okay. Seeking.
There's another one.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that there's another thing going on that is going to making Europe really unstable, and it's the migrating people from Afghanistan through Belarus to the borders. It's getting really bad. Belarus is basically giving a free pass into Poland, and then it's getting pretty crazy.
Experts agree Europe needs to diversify its sources of energy away from Russia. The more Europe diversifies its supply, the less risk there is. Adding that there were attempts to source an increasing amount of LNG from the U.S. We've seen in the last few years a big increase in liquefied natural gas imports in Europe, notably from the U.S., commenting on the wider gas market and supply constraints affecting other gas producers around the world. An expert described the situation that gas markets were experiencing as a perfect storm of demand recovery from COVID and tight supply chains. There's been a temporary lack of supply, and some of those logistics will start to ease, but it won't be till next year. So for the next few months, we're really at the mercy of the weather. Okay, well, let's hope for the world's warmest winter, shall we?
Yeah, and Tyler, that's the other part of the proposal that I suggested earlier around increasing the carbon tax as prices decline. That would shift a lot of the ability to arbitrage the price of oil from Putin, OPEC, Venezuela, whoever controls the flow of oil, to more of a domestic income through that tax mechanism. So, to the extent that the US approximates Europe, the EU in carbon tax or fuel tax, it reduces the risk of exposure to the Putins and the OPECs and the Venezuelas of the world.
Okay. The Tinder app now includes an Explore hub that lets you buy a Lyft ride for your date. You don't have to exchange addresses or locations. You just send a credit. Yeah, and Tinder continues to add cool new features. There was I forget what it was. They had a similar cool feature a couple of weeks ago. Kind of like, that's pretty cool though. And Amazon is reportedly putting its cameras in smart fridges now. The tech behemoth could soon keep an eye on your nutrition, and no doubt they will help order things for you when you get low. And Wired has a new article on all the ways Spotify tracks you and how to stop it. Whether you're listening to workout music or a cooking dinner playlist, the app can show you ads based on your mood. And okay. Americans spend $3 billion on Halloween costumes each year. Here's how to make your own instead from Fast Company.
Hey, so Tyler, did you see on like Tuesday, Wednesday, there was a meme of Facebook, and they had basically put the Spirit Halloween costume sign over it because of the outage? I don't know. That was a funny joke.
So, what else do we got here? Dystopian. The Guardian has an article about Singapore patrol robots stoke fears of surveillance. A trial of 2 robots in Singapore to police undesirable behavior, such as smoking or breaching social distancing rules, is stoking fears of a surveillance state amongst citizens in Singapore. Although I just tweeted it out, and any cursory glimpse of this robot would scare the bejesus out of anybody. This thing absolutely, if you couldn't make this thing look more intimidating as a state-controlled surveillance device. Yeah, it looks like it's clearly has bad intentions just by the design. WeWork reaches year high of $228 million in revenue in September. still making money. And what else do we got here? Solar-powered desalination device aims to deliver water to 400,000 Kenyans. Desal in Kenya.
This is my jam. This is my jam, guys. Like, the more we can do the solar powered desal and the solar powered atmospheric water generation, the better for the planet.
Hold on here. So somebody's sending me some evidence that tech news around the world. Where do you get your startup and tech news from? Hold on, let's see here. So somebody on Twitter did a poll asking the question, where do you get your startup and tech news from other than Twitter? And apparently a whole bunch of people were saying tech news around the world. We're getting a bunch of love on Twitter. That's very nice. So I just tweeted that out. And then Dr. Fran sends in this one from Forbes that a Swedish tech company breaks sales records with disruptive new long-range electric hovering boat called Candela. Now that Candela has racked up more than 60 orders for its high-tech $350,000 floating foil boat. It's off to the races. It's amazing. It's a boat that floats above the water on a foil, and it's fully electric. And they've participated in my events in the past, and they're fantastic. And Dr. Fran sends in this one that virtual reality may help us develop empathy for oceans and marine life. Hundreds of kilometers from shore and covering 2/3 of the Earth's surface, the high seas are the world that few of us will ever see. But VR can help bridge that gap, and indeed it can. And Antonio sends in this one that Amazon's working on cameras in your smart fridge. We covered that. And also that Elon Musk says Starlink internet service will roll out nationwide soon. But you may need to wait for SpaceX to launch more satellites. And what else do we got here? This one from CSQ. About the U.S. was right about Russia. And then we've got this one from Cheryl from Nikkei Japan. Floods, droughts, and other extreme weather hit Asia more than any other region, with victims often struggling to find enough clean water. A wave of Japanese startups are rushing to offer disaster tech like portable water treatment plants. We covered that. Science closes in on COVID's origins, according to the Wall Street Journal. 4 studies, including 2 from the World Health Organization, provide powerful evidence favoring the lab leak theory. So now the Wall Street Journal reporting that lots of investigations are all pointing in the same place of a lab leak. By the way, for those who may not know, and it never comes up, but it should, a lot of credit should be given to Laowai86, a YouTuber who lived in China for over a decade, who now lives back in the US. He's American, who speaks and reads fluent Chinese. Really was the first to, because he reads and speaks fluent Chinese, he knew there was the Wuhan lab of virology. He looked at their website and was investigating that because he thought it was peculiar that the virus came from Wuhan, and he knew that that lab was there. He was investigating their website. He did a video about this way, way, way back when, before anybody. He really was the first to crack this nut.
Read it in October. It was already covered.
The Laowai 86 video?
I don't know if it's him, but we were already
Must be.
talking about it on Reddit in October because, like, we were watching the Hong Kong riots, the protests. I don't want to use the word riot, and there was inklings of a virus in Hubei province. We didn't even know that it was Wuhan. We just knew that it was Hubei and that there was a Institute of Virology in Wuhan because we had just heard it was from Hubei. And so this has been around a long time.
Yes,
And so lab leak has been around a long time.
Yes, so he made the video on April 1st, 2020, which was 2 months after
Yeah,
the
that's way
virus
yes,
started.
that's way after. Yeah, that's after. I mean, like they were already talking about a virus because here's what happened, right? The way it went down is the protesters were not happy about the facial recognition, so they started wearing masks and tearing down the facial recognition stations that they had set up. And so there was an irony there because they were banning masks just as a new virus that was likely to force masks back into the population was in Hubei. So that's why I'm even cognizant of the timeline here, because all of it adds up to right around the time of the October protests in Hong Kong. So I'll shut up now, but this is not totally new. And, people have been watching it a long time.
Yeah, I just tweeted the link to the Lao Wise video from April 1st of 2020, where he says, the title of the video is, I found the source of the coronavirus. And he points to the lab and he shows the documents of the bat lady at the lab who was testing on bats, trying to hire people to help figure out about this mysterious virus at the lab.
And then the other, and it's not sourced, so I'm just saying this knowing that did not source it further than in real time. But during that time, there were some Harvard virologists that were arrested on Chinese espionage charges, and that was the other thing too, is we were seeing a link between, Harvard and other learning institutions in the United States and that Institute of Virology. And so, like, that's why that, like, very quickly the conspiracy community clung on to that. Whether or not they were right at the time is, to be discussed. But like, all those facts were in place and well known.
Okay, here we go. So the next one is, speaking of China, I think Vinay just sent this one in from South China Morning Post, that China raises nuclear submarine stealth game with redesign and tactics to hide ID numbers. The People's Liberation Army Navy has reconfigured its new generation of submarines capable of firing ballistic missiles that can reach the U.S. and mainland. The redesign will make the sub stealthier, quieter, and able to hide ID numbers to confuse observers, a report and analysts say. Now, the South China Morning Post is going to get shut down any day now. Now that they're writing headlines like this, China has not only revised and upgraded its strategic nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines to increase their stealth power and reduce noise, but it's also using deceptive tactics to hide their identification numbers, according to both a recently released report and military analysis. So, South China Morning Post, you're begging for it at this point.
Or the journalists will just disappear.
So, next one is Cloud Kitchen startup becomes third Indian unicorn this week. Rebel Foods has become at least the third Indian startup to achieve $1 billion valuation this week. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. And this is the one that Ame read. Bakkt partners with Google on payments. Crypto trading platform called Bakkt has announced a partnership with Google Pay that will integrate with each platform's payment service. The two companies will additionally work to build new AI and geolocation tools for business insights. And oh boy, my tweet feed is going a bit berserk here at the moment. Sorry. A report alleges Tether owns billions in Chinese debt. Uh-oh. A Bloomberg Businessweek investigation finds Tether holds billions of dollars worth of Chinese commercial paper, which they were trying to imply they don't. That isn't what's backing Tether. This could get really...
And that dude disappeared yesterday,
He
right,
did.
Ame?
Yes, he did. This could get just another one about Tether. It's bad. Stop protect. Alexandra or Ame or any strong crypto folks can comment on what's currently going on with Tether, where the one of the leaders disappeared from Twitter yesterday, and now Bloomberg and Business Week investigation finds Tether's backed by Chinese commercial paper, and probably a lot less US dollars than they initially claimed. Almost certainly.
And by the way, Tyler, this will have a contagion effect across crypto.
Exactly right. Thank you for pointing that out. This has huge domino potential for the crypto space because of Tether's tentacles throughout the crypto space. And
Remember, the SEC considers stable coins to be securities.
it also has interesting implications for Nigeria, which has a lot of exposure to Tether.
And remember that China would love nothing more than to displace the dollar as the benchmark global currency. And doing that with conventional currency is never going to happen, but doing it with digital currency could definitely happen. And if you think about the potential role of Tether in that forecast, it would be central.
Yes. And Robert sends in this one from Reuters that Russia charges cybersecurity executive with treason. Russia has charged the chief executive of a leading Russian cybersecurity company with treason. And American built off-road electric motorcycle company goes public. And these are incredibly cool looking. Volcon has made history as the first US built off-road electric fat tire motorcycle. It looks like a motorcycle with super fat tires, like the 3-wheeled dirt bikes, or what do we call them, ATVs or whatever.
ATC.
Yeah, it looks like an ATC, but a 2-wheeled ATC, essentially, like a motorcycle, but with the same tires. Tesla will move its headquarters to Austin, Texas, in a blow to California. Elon Musk announced the move at the company's annual shareholder meeting. And do we remember why he's doing that?
Because some legislator tweeted, fuck Tesla.
Correct. And do you remember
And
his
he,
genius response?
yes, something like message received.
Exactly. Message received.
Well, here's, I mean, a little bit of color too. And, again, I'm not a huge Elon worshiper, but what I really don't like is they punished SpaceX for something he said while he was on Tesla. And like in California, there was an independent Tesla issue, and he said something controversial or unpopular. And the next day, they're like, well, to punish you, we're going to cancel the SpaceX contract. And when I hear that kind of stuff, it doesn't sit well with me. I mean, you can not like a person, but you're going to go completely disqualify another company they happen to own because you don't like what they said. That's like a thing that dictators do, and so
That's China
I'll
stuff.
shut up again. I'll shut up again. But like that's where it didn't sit well with me is that they do this where if you say something they don't like, they'll punish you in a completely unrelated area. You know, not tit for tat, tit for I'm going to go attack your kids, and I'll shut
Yeah,
up.
but they also impacted him too during COVID when he was trying to continue the manufacturing process. And here in California, we just started loading him with all these things that made it very difficult in other organizations to operate their business. So it's a good move by him.
Also, realize a lot of Californians have been moving to Texas. In the last couple of years, whether it was COVID related or quite a lot of it's tax related. So, I mean, just for taxes alone, people are moving from California to Texas.
It's also a lot about um, of rental prices and the cost of living of where you live. It's much cheaper in Texas. But what's interesting is that people in Texas, the politicians, the Republican Party that's basically running the state, is very pro oil, very pro like old technologies. And Musk is going in there, they're welcoming him, and he's bringing new technologies that sort of don't, aren't don't align with the old technologies that Texas has been behind, and also bringing in a lot of techies and younger people who are going to have a very different political profile and may have eventually an impact on the state. So it's a very interesting dynamic.
Okay, we're ready here. The next one up is from Poppy. Google bans ads on content, including YouTube videos, with false claims about climate change. This is now the New York Times covering it. We've heard directly from a growing number of our advertising and publisher partners who have expressed concerns about ads that run alongside or promote any content denying climate change. So now Google's blaming it on that the advertisers don't want to be associated with that content, so now that content will not be able to monetize. There you go. Now we got to the source. The next one from the Washington Post says hackers are waging a guerrilla war on tech companies, revealing secrets and raising fears of collateral damage. A resurgence of hacktivism seeks to portray cyber attacks as a moral crusade. But everyday
You
users
called it, Tyler. You called it, man.
But everyday users can also end up having their private information exposed. Then Chetna sends in this one from The Atlantic titled, A Profession is Not a Personality. Reducing yourself to a single characteristic, whether it be your title or job performance, is a deeply damaging act, is the quick summary from The Atlantic. And as usual, The Atlantic's a very thoughtful, long piece. So I just tweeted that out to the Tech News Twitter account. And here's one from Bloomberg that says, anyone seen Tether's billions? Is the headline from Bloomberg. A wild search for the US dollars, supposedly backing the stablecoin at the center of the global cryptocurrency trade. Oh boy, this could get messy. And I'm not talking about messy on stage here. The next one is from New Scientist. It says, ancient Mars Lake had fast-moving floods that carried huge boulders. Mars used to have flowing water, which filled Jezero crater with an enormous lake. Images of cliff faces taken by NASA's Perseverance rover show that the lake had very fast-moving floods that carried huge boulders. So, where did the water go, and where are the Martians?
Or are we Martians, Tyler? Or are we Martians?
And why does Elon Musk want to go home?
Mm-hmm.
I think you have the answer, Tyler.
The next one's from BB from Mac Rumors. When could the October Apple event be held? Which Professor Ossoff DM'd me right before we opened this room. Everyone wants to know, when are these MacBook Pros going to go on be launched anyways? Apple is rumored to be hosting an event this month to unveil the new MacBook Pro models, a redesigned Mac Mini, a third generation AirPods. But when the hell is they going to make this announcement? Everyone's itching to see these new items that should be coming in October. As I told Professor Ossoff, they'll very likely announce it about Tuesday-ish. And BB sends in this one of a new kind. Oh, speaking of Mars, what are the odds? A new kind of inflatable pod could house future astronauts on Mars. And I just sent a tweet so you can see this incredibly cool looking futuristic little pods for housing on Mars. Thank you for that, BB. And now we have, ladies and gentlemen, a chance to play our favorite show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time once again for Tech News Jeopardy. According to The Economist, how well is your country managing plastics? Which country scores the best overall on managing plastic?
I would say
Sweden.
Norway.
Sweden.
Sweden's number 6.
I'd be damned. We even have special tax for plastic bags.
Switzerland.
Denmark.
Switzerland.
Singapore.
No.
Mars.
No one got better than 6.
Japan.
Switzerland.
Wait. Who said Japan?
What is
Japan.
where
I
is
said
Norway?
it. Iram. I
Where
said
is
Japan.
Norway?
Iram. I said Japan. What did I mean?
Iram, give yourself a point. That's number 2. Somebody could still get double points for number 1.
China.
Thailand.
Taiwan.
No one's gonna get it.
Malaysia,
No one's gonna
Dubai.
get it.
Malaysia,
No one's gonna get it.
United Emirates. United Emirates.
That's not a
I
India,
know.
not a bad. Here we go.
India,
Here we go.
India.
I'm gonna give you the top 17. Number 1. Oh, let's go in
Okay.
reverse order.
Reverse order.
Number 17 is Russia.
USA.
Number 16, Indonesia. 15 is Ghana. 14, Brazil. 13, Malaysia. 12, Thailand. 11, Vietnam. 10, China. 9, Chile. 8, Finland. Here we go with the Scandinavia. Number 7, Australia. Number 6, Sweden. Number 5, United States. Number 4, United Kingdom. Number 3, France. Number 2, Japan. And number 1, let's hear it for Germany.
Woo-hoo. But I'm impressed that we are in top 5.
Yep, that's great.
It's awesome.
And
I am actually also impressed. The US is number 5. Wow, amazing.
yep, BB just found this one, that playing active video games can be just as healthy as jogging. There you go. Active video games, or exer games, like exercise, focus on the player using body movements to control the game to score points. The next one's from Poppy from Forbes. Empathy is the most important leadership skill, according to research. And Google paid over $2 billion for a New York City office building. And there's a whole big tech is buying up Manhattan as we speak. Snapchat hires first global head of platform safety. The latest hire reflects Snapchat's growing focus on user safety and well-being. That's when you know your company's finally starting to slow down. That's the sign right there. We were talking about growth, and then you stop growing, and now you start focusing on security. You get it? Once you get to about 1 billion users, then you can start thinking about a little more security, which is what they're doing. That's why they hired the person. So, Wired has Craig Nielsen found this one from Wired. A company called Urbanista has made the world's first solar-powered headphones. Genius. You put the headphones on your head. The strap that goes over your head is a little solar panel to charge the headphones. We did it, everybody. We did it. See, it's not that hard. Tech to the rescue. That's fucking genius.
Tyler,
Yeah.
that technology is coming from Exeger, which is a Swedish company.
I know.
They just bought a ton of land to build factories. A good friend of mine is yeah, a major investor in that.
Peter Carlson's also an investor in that. Who's also a buddy of mine.
Did you retweet that one, Tyler, about the headphones? Because that's a really good one.
I think I just did. I just tweeted it out. Okay, next one up is Axios says they have a scoop that ex-Obama aide joins blockchain.com board in anticipation of stricter crypto regulations. Cryptocurrency companies are currently operating in a regulatory no man's land. Exactly. That's why I said 2 hours ago we need more clarity, more rules, and yada, yada, yada. Amazon taps former Goldman Sachs executive as its only black board member. Okay. Amazon is attempting to make their corporate board a little more woke, according to Forbes. Wow.
Jesus.
Okay.
But aren't you being woke by skin color counting the board members? Or you're
Also, more importantly, why is it that hiring a black board member means that you're trying to be more woke?
right? Aren't you being woke by being a headline that's accusing a company of hiring a black person to be woke? Aren't you being woke by doing that? It's really weird.
Life has just turned, remember this, everybody. Life has just turned into you and your friend are sitting in a two-person car and you smell a fart and neither of you will admit you farted. That's where life is going, everybody. I'm sorry it's so gross and descriptive, but everything's just blaming everybody else when you're doing it yourself.
So
Chris, you and these fart analogies. Interesting.
the the Guardian headline says that the U.S. nuclear-powered submarine hits a submerged object in the South China Sea. Attack class submarine USS Connecticut hit an unknown object on a routine operations and is in a safe and stable condition, the U.S. Naval says. And Comcast enters smart TV market with launch of Sky Glass in Europe. And Wall Street Journal has an article about the rise of robo voices. New technology lets filmmakers create foreign language versions of their movies using samples of the original voice actors. No, they're not robo voices. They're voice prints. Wall Street Journal, get your fucking tech terminology straight. Come on.
Hey Tyler, I hope you tweet out that Comcast stuff because
I
they look
did.
like really pretty TVs. Very very nice
Yeah, I
looking.
did tweet it. We tweet all the headlines, by the way, to the Tech News Twitter account at TNATW, like this one from Wired, which asks the question, are you feeling climate dread? You're not alone. It's called eco-anxiety, a completely natural
Gee,
response to a world gone haywire, and it's way more prevalent than you think, especially among who? Young people, I imagine. Especially among young adults, yes, because their parents failed them. This whole generation of young folks who get anxiety about fucking anything because they've never been in a war, honestly. So it's one of these generational shifts, and yeah, they're so we have a whole generation of people who get anxious about everything, including having to appear on cameras for their work, and they go to the doctor and get a note saying it causes them anxiety to appear on the camera for work calls because the parents failed them. But it's it's cultural evolution. It'll circle back around. The next one from Wired, it says the grid isn't ready for renewable revolution. The massive deployment of wind and solar will turn you, the humble homeowner, into a critical actor in the operation of the U.S. power grid. Yes, and this is how we're going to evolve into the future. The current grid cannot support everybody. Everybody's going to have to support themselves. As I keep saying, as we talked about the water and the energy shortages and the food shortages and the supply chain bottlenecks and the energy this and the grid is going to fail. Yeah, and the feeling climate dread, you're not alone. All of it. You have to become responsible for yourself. You're not a fucking house cat. For the government isn't your, you're not a pet to the government. You're a wild animal. You used to be able to sustain your own life. Although I understand if you are deeply entrenched in the grid system and all of your neighbors are deeply entrenched in the grid system and no one's, protecting themselves and getting, if you're not surrounded by people who constantly get their own water and food and energy and everyone around you goes to the supermarket and depends on the city for the water and the electricity, you assume that's logical behavior. It is not. That is not logical behavior. You need to have control of your own water and energy and food. That's logical behavior. And when shit hits the fan, and shit's hitting the fan, oh, it's starting to hit the fan. I told you it was coming. I've been telling you for 6 months, long before it started, that it was coming, and now it's starting to get here. And it's going to get a lot worse. And you need to have control of your own water and food and energy. And now, when you hear me say it, it sounds a little different now that you're starting to see what's going on, right? So don't delay. You still got time, but not a lot. Get control of your energy and food and water. I know your neighbors aren't doing it. They're fucking idiots. Don't be a fucking idiot. Take control of it while you still have time. The next one from Wired is the robot-filled future of farming a nightmare or a utopia? A new paper argues that the rise of AI in agriculture could be the best or worst innovation of our environment. A robot-filled future of farming, a nightmare or a utopia? It's a bit of both, honestly. Don't get confused. This is not a complicated scenario. Don't depend on technologies. Use them, embrace them all day long. But you don't need technologies to take advantage to get your own food and energy and water. Very, very, very simple technologies. The more simple, the better, so that you can physically fix them when they fail, because they will fail. So, but then, of course, once you have your control of your water, food, and energy, use technologies all day long to enhance that. But never let yourself get overly dependent on them. But it's not a nightmare or a utopia. It's neither, is the answer to that question. But people want to fool themselves into overthinking these issues. The ultimate issue is incredibly simple. The next one, also from Wired, about the controversial quest to make cow burps less noxious. Their incessant belching loads the atmosphere with planet-warming methane, but it's not so simple as just feeding them gas-busting seaweed. That's the headline from Wired, so just tweeted that one out. The next one from CNET, holograms get real. Startup creates objects out of light and thin air, no longer relegated to science fiction. Holodeck-style creations from Silicon Valley company called Lightfield Lab are here today. That's great. Can I get a hologram of some food and some energy and some water? Is that going to help me? No, it's not. Don't get fooled. That shit ain't important. It's nice. That's great. It's candy. But that's not, don't get, people are getting a little,
That's the best point. It's kind of like when they say
you got to keep perspective. VR is great. The metaverse is fantastic, assuming you have control of your own water and food and energy. If you don't, that metaverse shit is a huge distraction and is likely going to cause you to boil yourself like a frog in a pot when shit hits the fan. So hold off on the metaverse and the VR for now until you get your fundamentals straight. And then once you got your fundamentals straight, go hog wild. You want to use metaverse? Go crazy. You want to play in crypto? Have fun. But let's focus on the important fundamentals first. The iPhone 13 is great, but I'm way more excited about the Pixel 6, according to CNET. Could the Pixel 6 leap forward the way that the iPhone X did, is their question. And there's a chance it can, because they have now in the Pixel 6 their own sensor on a chip specifically to augment and enhance the AI, which Google has been heavily investing in for a very long time. And now Google Assistant in Pixel 6 is likely to be the big breakout feature because they have a dedicated processor for it. So it's going to be mind-bendingly faster than any time anyone's ever used it before. So I think I think they're sleeping on that, and they know they're going to surprise all the reviewers when they have their event coming up in just a week anyways. But so we'll watch the live stream for the Pixel 6 event, and I bet they're going to highlight how amazing Google Assistant is now that they have their own system on a chip. Easiest prediction ever. Next one from CNET. NASA Mars rover reveals landing site was a huge lake. Now they just found it out. They landed in an old lake. Deep within the ancient river delta, there might be fossilized proof of life on Mars, is the headline from CNET. But they ran out of fucking water because they were playing in the metaverse. Don't let it happen to you.
But they ran out of water because of the proximity to sun, maybe the
Yeah,
sunlight
because
from
they were
there.
too busy playing with VR and Bitcoin and bullshit. They needed to focus on the water. By the way, if you study civilization collapses, you know, like the Khmer Empire here in Southeast Asia, etc., many of them failed rather rapidly because of water.
All about
Water
water.
is. Mhm.
And this is above my pay grade, but have we ruled out that Mars didn't just get destroyed by some comet strike or something, and what's left isn't actually what was there back then?
We don't know. Here's the next article from CNET. First moon samples in over 40 years may alter lunar history. Our current views need readjustment about how long our beloved white globe remained warm and volcanically active, says a researcher. Moon samples. The next one, a son of Afghanistan's former defense minister buys a $20 million Beverly Hills mansion. He already owns a $5.2 million Miami Beach condo at the prestigious St. Regis Bal Harbor Resort. And now the son of Afghanistan's former defense minister buys a $20 million Beverly Hills mansion. And now you know where those trillions of dollars America spent in Afghanistan have gone.
Definitely shows love for his country, for sure, right?
Well, you can't, in fairness, you can't, 20 million won't buy you much in Afghanistan these days, will it? And the next
A
one.
whole lot of bleach.
Oh man, Wall Street Journal has this headline now, which says, now flying microchips are headed our way. Why wouldn't new tech invented to monitor air particles start watching us too? Flying microchips. Tiny, tiny, tiny little flying dust-like microchips.
Let's put this in perspective, everybody. Scientists are proposing a way to monitor the environment, potentially reduce the amount of sunlight to reduce the temperature of the globe. And you're concerned about us paying attention to the dinner you had and maybe shortcutting your Instagram by about 15 seconds. Let's let that sink in.
Hold on here. So, why wouldn't the new tech invented to monitor air particles start watching us too? As if conspiracy theories didn't have enough to worry about. Conspiracy theorists didn't have enough to worry about. Northwestern University engineers have developed a flying microchip. As reported in the September 23rd issue of Nature, the airborne microchip is carried from place to place by the wind, behaving very much like a maple leaf as it gradually makes its way to the ground, roughly the size of a grain of sand. The electronic microflyer is not powered by an internal engine. It's carried by the wind. To develop the microflyer, engineers studied the behavior of wind-dispersed seeds from trees and designed a device that would drop slowly enough that it could be used to monitor air pollution and any airborne disease on the way down, which would be just great. Or would it? Like most scientific breakthroughs, the flying microchip starts out sounding like a fantastic idea. For instance, unlike drones, which some jerk always has doing surveillance above your kid's birthday party, scaring the hell out of everyone, the devices would be silent and invisible. But therein lies the problem. If you read the literature carefully, you discover that the flying microchips can also be equipped with tiny, tiny sensors and antennae facilitating wireless communication, and even embedded memory, allowing the micro devices to store information. That's where things get iffy. First off, conspiracy theorists are already convinced that microchips are planted in COVID-19 vaccines or other credit cards or lemon meringue. They are going to be certain that flying microchips are being used by the government to spy on them. They will accuse the government of using flying microchips to carpet bomb their backyards or waft down in their chimneys to see who they're associated with, whether they are paying their taxes or if they have any current plans to seize Fort Sumter. And let's face it, why wouldn't the FBI or the IRS and the Treasury
Yeah, why not? It's a natural progression.
use a tool as useful as this to track down tax cheats and gangsters? How could they resist? Even the non-paranoid among us may view flying data-gathering microchips with trepidation. It's bad enough that our computers and phones track us everywhere. They know where we go, what we purchase, even what we are thinking or purchasing, and know how fast we are driving, which stocks we're shorting, which co-workers we despise. Once flying microchips become dirt cheap, this would go much further. Should they fall into the wrong hands, and they inevitably will, they could be used to spy on business meetings, military strategy sessions, and even green lighting discussions at Hollywood studios. Then our enemies would know when the aircraft carriers are heading west, whether the Fed is raising the interest rates in December, and what happens at the end of the Wonder Woman and Batman versus the Joker 3.
Tyler, what happens if we swallow them too? Will they track that also?
Sure.
You need a mosquito zipper. We have that a lot here.
By the way, the video I tweeted out 10 minutes ago from Lawai86 on April 1st, where he says, I figured out the source of the coronavirus, which he attributes to the lab. He wasn't aware, and I'm not aware. It didn't seem anyone was aware of anyone else claiming to have found it when he made that video, which you should absolutely watch. And he found it from the lab itself in their own postings on their own website of team members they were trying to recruit to figure out a mysterious virus from the bat lady in the lab who was trying to grow her team. And he today came out with a new video about how America this week, some researchers had figured out a way to inject DNA bits into a person with a syringe. And a Chinese military minister made a comment publicly, documented, that they could now weaponize this and shoot DNA fragments on tiny, incredibly small fragments, kind of like a shotgun that would break up into tiny pieces of metal, and the metal could embed into your skin, and then you could inject essentially DNA snippets into individuals and use that as a form of weapon, because you could inject viruses essentially in all kinds of things that are even tailored to different demographics and whatnot. And so this Chinese military minister made this comment, although that isn't known outside of China. Unless you speak fluent Mandarin and read fluent Mandarin, you wouldn't know that. The Western media doesn't know that. He does, and he has the receipts, and he showed it. So that's his latest video. It's quite interesting indeed. The next one is Al Jazeera is asking, has Facebook become too powerful? Global outage is the company's latest headache, as whistleblower accuses it of putting profits above safety and privacy. But interesting how in the East, the question is Facebook too powerful? Because in many parts of the world, when the outage happens, that's what comes to mind, is we're too dependent on this. And the next one's from the Wall Street Journal. Google to block ads from appearing next to content denying climate change. We covered that. And then Al Jazeera
Have we
is asking.
discussed the power outages in Lebanon?
Say again?
Have we discussed the power outages
Yes, we
in
did.
Lebanon?
About 40 minutes ago. And you have a thought on that?
Not more than that. It is electricity is dear in the whole of Europe right now.
Okay, next up.
And sorry, small comment on that one too is that, with electricity supplies being constrained, even the power to make solar panels to work our way out of this is now constrained. So I think we're going to have to get into nuclear sooner than later.
Okay, so here we go. We got a bunch of fun ones here. From Financial Times, dozens of leading apps accused of putting children in danger. Here we go. It's not just Facebook. No, they're going to come for the rest, as predicted. Research submitted to UK regulator alleges problems with Twitter, Snapchat, Apple, and dozens more. They're all putting children in danger. I told you. It's not going to stop with Facebook. After they sink Facebook's boat, they're going to come for the rest of them. The next one is from Shirok from The Independent in the UK. The headline reads, Russia behind 58% of state-backed hacks, Microsoft claims. Nation-state hacking has about a 10 to 20% success rate, says Microsoft's head of digital security. Second place was North Korea with about 20% of state-backed hacks, and third place was China with about 8% of state-backed hacks. And then this one from Shirok from Wired. The headline reads, Facebook and Google's new plan, own the internet. America's tech giants already own the online world. Now they want to own the internet's infrastructure too. And I bet anything you want that this article is about deep sea cables. Let's find out. The cloud is not an abstraction. Your photos uploaded to Google's cloud do not float in the ether. Your iCloud backups do not break bread with the gods. The metaverse that Facebook is so keen on building will not exist in the heavens. The name cloud is a linguistic trick, a way of hiding who controls the underlying technology of the internet and the huge power they wield. Stop to think about it for a moment, and the whole notion is bizarre. The cloud is, in fact, a network of cables. Told you. So the next one's from Poppy from USA Today, that Maya Angelou, Sally Ride, and other trailblazing American women will be featured on the new 2022 quarters, everybody. There we go. Get some women on some coins now.
On the face or the obverse?
It looks like the face.
Awesome. That's awesome.
So Maya Angelou, Sally Ride, and other trailblazing American women will be featured on the new 2022 quarters. Here's what they look like. I just tweeted it out to the Tech News Twitter account so you can see for yourself. They look cool. They look very cool. Especially the Maya Angelou one. And then Poppy found this one. What does oppositional defiant disorder look like in adults, John? We found it. Poppy killed it. An adult with oppositional defiant disorder, ODD, may feel mad at the world and lose his temper regularly, even daily. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Bloomberg.
This may
I
manifest.
don't think any of us would know anything about this, huh?
They may feel mad at the world and lose temper regularly, even daily. This may manifest as road rage or verbal abuse. It may cause tension with authority figures and trouble at work. It may tear apart relationships. Here's what you need to know about the oppositional defiant disorder and its overlap with ADHD. Adults with oppositional defiant disorder display a pattern of negative, hostile, and defiant behavior that lasts at least 6 months and includes 4 or more of the following symptoms: losing temper, often argues with family and coworkers, actively defies or refuses to comply with rules and laws, deliberately annoys people, blames others for his or her mistakes and misbehaviors, easily annoyed by others, angry and resentful, spiteful, or vindictive.
Is
Sounds
it
like an
possible to get
American
And
nine?
politician.
Is it possible to get 9 out of 7, Tyler? Because I got 9 somehow.
I think you left off sometimes runs for president too.
Seeks political office. Funny. Well done to Poppy on that one. The next one is how artificial intelligence is boosting the fight against COVID. Scientists have embraced advanced technologies to help develop vaccines and analyze the spread of coronavirus, to name just a few. Tesla's move to Texas further mars the ESG credentials. Texas is a strange place to put an electric power champion these days. But Tesla boss Elon Musk isn't exactly known for following conventions. However, Reuters, I bet you don't actually know why they're moving to Texas and why they built the new Gigafactory in Texas. And I bet if I read this article, you're not going to mention the real reason they moved to Texas, which is actually incredibly the sanest place for them to move on a climate basis. But you don't know it, do you, Reuters? No, I'll bet you don't. I'll bet money right now that you don't mention it in this article, and I'm scanning the article right now, and you don't noted it. You don't know. You didn't put it in the article. Your article is about Tesla's move to Texas further mars its SEG credentials. No, it doesn't. It boosts them. And I've got the paperwork to prove it. But something that you don't know, that I do, and that Elon does, is that that essentially the factories, the battery factories, the best place you could put them on an ESG basis is wherever the cheapest energy is. And that's where it is. But you
In
didn't know that.
Russia.
Is that solar energy or?
Yeah, well, now we get into a more nuanced discussion about how green the energy itself is. But you could. Yeah, and indeed Tesla does an incredible amount of its own green solar energy when they build their gigafactories. But the whole article is about women's rights and how the abortion and okay. Women's rights also have suffered under Abbott. He recently signed a bill outlawing abortion after 6 weeks pregnancy. These dubious policies are at odds with Tesla's ambitions. Okay. The next one is Hearst launches in a bid to show advertisers virtual opportunities. Hearst builds an airship, balloon, blimp to show advertisers opportunities for virtual experiences that can reach young females in the metaverse. Okay. And what's the next one here? From BBC, Duolingo boss plans to take on TikTok with math. Luis von Ahn, chief executive of language learning app Duolingo, talks about taking on TikTok with a math app. I love it.
Did anybody say math? Who said math? I have your differential calculus here if you really, really want to. Just let me know, okay?
And then what do we got for the next one here? Japan Prime Minister Kishida holds first teleconference with China's Xi. Major trading partners face thorny issues over Senkaku Islands and Taiwan. Xi congratulated Japan's new Prime Minister, Kishida, saying China and Japan should strengthen dialogue and communication and enhance mutual trust and cooperation in an effort to build a bilateral relation that meets the requirements of a new era, to which Japan said, yeah, right, buddy. We got America. Go poop yourself. No, thank you. Ie, as we say in Japanese. Ie. Ie, and you wave your hand in front of your face like you smelled a fart. Ie. I'm pretty sure he did that. Norway bans gas car sales starting in 2025. But trends point towards 100% EV sales as early as April. Norway is ahead of the game in EV sales, with gasoline shares of the new car market vanishing more and more every month. Ken, you had an interesting point on this, which you can bring up sometime later. China. The next one's from
Oh, I might. What was the? I was eating and watching TV. What was the? What?
Norway. Norway switching to 100% EV as soon as April.
Yeah, because I had. Yeah. So basically, when you look at Norway, you also have to look at the fact that they make a lot of their money from exporting fossil fuels.
Yes.
So that's one thing. And and the second thing I think I made mention privately was any of these European countries, when you compare them to the United States and you say they do this better, they do that better, realize that the United States is paying for their national defense and the United States is subsidizing their medical costs because we have higher pharmaceutical costs here because they cap them everywhere else. And you have to say, would we have all these latest, greatest vaccines and pharmacologicals if we didn't have the high prices in the United States? Now, I don't like the high prices in the United States. I think that all the industrialized countries should pay their fair share, but it's a little distortive to say that the Europeans do everything better than the U.S. when we're picking up some very large costs, and again, in the case of Norway, they are still exporting fossil fuel. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So we've got a whole bunch more here. India's TikTok rival Chingari raises $19 million. And I had a call with him actually. And they have a TikTok clone as well. In addition to a clubhouse, they have a Clubhouse clone and a TikTok clone, which will likely do well in India. India is booming. And then we've got according to the Times UK from Katerina, foragers warned that Chernobyl radiation is poisoning German forests. Mushrooms, berries, and wild boar in the forests of southern Germany are still partially contaminated with dangerous levels of radioactive materials as a leftover of Chernobyl. And then Katerina shares this one from The Economist, that hydrogen's moment is here at last. After decades of doubts, the gas is coming of age, Chris.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then Katerina has this one, that China is building an artificial star to solve our environmental crisis. A nuclear fission reactor is the best shot at a sustainable future. Well, I hope let's pray to God that happens. And China's by not at all the only people working on that. In fact, they're not even leading that. There's other teams even ahead of them. And Korea won as well. What else do we got? A whole bunch here. Apple opens its first U.S. Developer Academy, where students can learn to create iPhone apps. New York City to phase out its gifted and talented program, according to the New York Times. Unbelievable. This is a
So
problem.
they're getting rid of gate.
Yes.
Oh gosh. Like that program is like it's how you keep the smart kids even engaged in school. Like I would have been a criminal. Like I'm positive if my fourth grade teacher didn't say, "Hey, I think Chris, he's kind of jumping around the walls. I think he's actually doing this because he's really smart, not because he's an idiot." And it took a person to like get me into the gate program to be like, "Oh, this is my jam." Like,
I'm a graduate
uh,
of the New York City public schools, and I don't know if this program in particular is the same one that I graduated. But we had classes for it's supposedly intellectually gifted. Somebody claimed for some reason I was intellectually gifted, and we had these programs. But the reason you need them, I think, I mean, even though they claim they don't have them in other parts of the country, is there's different speeds of learning. I mean, I skipped the eighth grade. Okay, I was taking 11th year algebra in the seventh grade. Well, everybody can't do that, and so do you want to hold those students back, or what? So thankfully I don't live there anymore, so I don't have to deal with it. But anyway.
Okay, let's see here. Calls for air. Hold on a second. Wow. Jeff G just found a humdinger of one here. I gotta click on this to make sure it's real here. China's most popular publication calls for airstrikes to kill U.S. invaders in Taiwan. Global Times editor. Global Times is the biggest paper in China, and it's the CCP's mouthpiece paper. The editor says the U.S. should send 240 troops to Taiwan so they can be eliminated by the People's Liberation Army Air Force. The head editor of one of the Chinese Communist Party's largest propaganda outlets, on Thursday, October 7th, called for an airstrike to eliminate Taiwan-based U.S. troops, who he described as invaders. Mind you, this is the CCP's checks everything that is said from this paper. Okay, things getting hot over there in Taiwan. The next one is also from the New York Times. That China's tech antitrust campaign snares Meituan, the food delivery giant. The $530 million fine is Beijing's second major penalty this year against an internet company accused of monopolistic practices. And Joe sends in this one from MSN that smart robots do all the work at Nissan's intelligent plant. Nissan's intelligent factory hardly has any human workers. The robots do the work, including welding and mounting. And the next one, Global Chamber sends this one in, and the headline reads, Why the Evergrande Collapse is Part of China's Economic Justice Plan. Xi Jinping's stated vision for the nation is underpinned by state-owned, not private enterprises. Okay. Katerina sends in this one from science.org that top U.S. science funder says it is swamped by investigations of foreign influence. The National Science Foundation, the NSF, chief watchdog tells Congress her office has seen a 63% rise in cases. The National Science Foundation office unable to keep up with investigating the soaring number of allegations that grantees have ignored rules requiring them to disclose support from China and other countries when seeking NSF funding. This is actually
I
quite.
always wondered, Tyler, I always wondered when we were submitting grants, they would always ask us to self disclose. So, for people that don't know, the way it works is when you're at an academic institution, and let's say you run a lab, the NSF actually doesn't, and I don't want to, get conspiracy theorists going crazy, but they don't actually check into your disclosures. So, we're talking about foreign money. Can you imagine private money, just locally, even private money? They don't actually follow through to check. Now, most academics are not, well, actually now I guess that's not true, but in general, the dogma is that academics will do self-disclosures. That's part of the culture. But I guess they're having trouble now. So just so people know, again, when you apply for a grant to the National Science Foundation, to the NIH, the only disclosures that they check, it's not like they do a background check or there's a credit check system where they can see where your money's coming from. They ask you to tell them, hey, do you have any money from anybody else? And if you say no, well, but that's the end of that.
Hey, Dr. Danish, is it also because even though we have all these laws out there, we usually do not fund these agencies with the actual budgets for the staff to be able to do a lot of that stuff also?
Yeah, so what I'm talking about specifically is not how NSF gets its money, but I'm talking about, I think, Tyler, what you're referring to is NSF is struggling because it's giving money to organizations that are not disclosing that they have foreign money, correct?
Yeah, well, this
Yeah,
article.
I guess what I was bringing up is they're not funding their own staff to do the investigations. That's all I'm talking about, to
Oh
do
yeah,
a
no,
part.
there's no money.
That's
NSF
all.
has no money like that. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And again, it's just culturally, it's just like how would they even follow up? Like how could they figure out whether my lab in my private research institution or even, NSF has private grants too. So as a company, I can go and get something called an SBIR. Chris might be familiar with this. You can go and get something called an SBIR grant, which is a grant to a private company to be involved in research that is of value to the NSF or to the NIH or the DoD. Every in the Air Force or the AFWorks program, every government institution is publicly funding. If you Google NSF SBIR, you'll start seeing company after company after company. And even I have to tell you that some of our investors, I don't know who all the LPs are, Tyler, how am I supposed to know who all the LPs are in my VC firms?
Right.
Right. So like, how do we know that there's no Mubadala money or any, money coming from, other places, foreign actors that are, sovereign funds specifically. Sorry, not to call out Mubadala specifically, but sovereign funds are not involved in the VCs that are involved with us. Are they counting that in this article?
Let me read a bit of it. It says the National Institute of Health, the largest funder of U.S. research, has led federal research agencies in pursuing the government's 3-year-old China initiative, which was spurred by concerns that China is stealing the fruits of U.S.-funded research. NIH has tagged 540 scientists as possible violators of its disclosure rules and asked 95 institutions to further investigate the behavior of 222 scientists. In contrast, the boss told legislators her 20-person investigations unit at the National Science Foundation, the largest U.S. funder of research, can only mount a reactive response to this challenge. It says, asked how many letters reflects the increased communication between NSF and the FBI over foreign influence in U.S. academic research. Lerner didn't dispute a claim by Representative Michael Waltz from Florida that the number of FBI queries to NSF has risen 1,000-fold, which Waltz said was a response to a massive growth and scale of Chinese efforts to gain improper access to U.S.-funded research. Another witness, Maria Zuber, vice president for research at MIT, told legislators she agrees with the need for greater vigilance. China should not be allowed to pay U.S. scientists to transfer research to China.
So Tyler, there's a guy, Dr. Olu. He's a professor who actually reached out. I know him separately, but he's in the audience. He can actually give some specific light into this since his institution is involved.
In her written testimony, Lerner reported that the NSF had recovered $7.9 million from 23 grantees and 21 institutions who had found violated the agency's disclosure rules. NSF also imposed a range of sanctions on the researchers. All but one of the cases involved an award to a scientist with links to China.
And so, just to kind of describe mechanically how the NIH works, there's two sides of the NIH. There's an intramural side where it's pure research and it's purely funded by the government, and for the sake of humanity and science. And then there's your extramural research, which is basically allowing you to pay for research to be done by NIH staff, use their facilities, use their knowledge, so to speak. So this speaks to the extramural side, if I'm correct, right, Dr. Danish?
Yeah, this does.
Okay.
And
And so
again,
I only have experience. I only have experience from the intramural side. Things are so tight over there that when we did a animal study, we were short a USB key to record the data. And I said, real quick, can I just send you some money for that USB key you had to go pay for out of pocket? And they said, absolutely not. A single penny cannot cross the line here, because we're purely intramural. And so there is a lot of ethics on the intramural side. And this is just from my experience now. And I have zero experience on the extramural side. So when Dr. Danish said, I may know about this, all of my experience is from intramural. So I'm just
so,
going to say that. Sorry.
so I'll tell you in the back channel what Dr. Olu mentioned. I don't know if he's coming up, but he mentioned that enforcement oversight is shifted completely to the academic institution. My university's compliance office is very on top of this right now due to all the recent violations. And clearly it's getting permeated to, and again, he's from a very, very reputable organization and institution that we all might recognize. And so I think it's clearly, oh, I think he just came into the room, but yeah, it's clearly becoming a huge issue. I'm not sure, Tyler, how they're going to actually enforce this, but it seems like they're shifting the burden to the academic institutions.
Okay, Willie, you had your hand up. What's going on?
Oh, Tyler, this was 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm looking through the tweets.
Okay, thank you.
What do you recall what it was about?
Oh, it was about the chlora. sorry. The what's the English term for chloride dioxide? Yeah,
Yes, chlorine oxide. Yeah.
and yeah, as you see, it's maybe 60 minutes ago,
Yes.
and of course, it's so strange, so ridiculous what's going on there, and people want to believe. That's an old thing. They are looking for solutions where there is none. That's not a new thing. But on the other hand, for instance, some pharmaceuticals against cancer are also very, how could I say, brute force. And the only thing which counts is statistics. What's the outcome of some therapy? Because, for instance, you have this acid in your stomach to digest your food. And if your stomach is injured, you will be killed because of this acid. It's also a very simple formula. And because if this is entering the blood, it's very dangerous. And the same is that we say it's so stupid to think about having these cleaners in your blood. I understand. On the other hand, many how could I say, cancerogens pharmaceuticals are so brute force that it's destroying your vessels when you get the injection. And so it's not impossible. I only say this for scientific reasons. It's not totally impossible that, however ridiculous it is what Trump was saying some time ago, and now people are following it, that because it's killing the virus, the problem is not they indeed are killing the virus, these chemicals, but they are at the same time destroying your metabolism, your bodily functions. That's a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Here we go. Next one up is Monica sent in a breakdown of the 31 unicorns in India this year. 7 of them from fintech. The second biggest category is e-commerce with 4, and then B2B e-commerce 2. Oh no, sorry, marketplaces with 4, SaaS with 4, crypto with 3, edtech with 3, and social media with 2, gaming 1, food tech 1. Whole lot of unicorns going on over there in India this year. A lot of fintech. And then insurance tech, on the heels of fintech boom, heats up in Africa. Now, what did I say there? It was, yeah. So, yeah, insurance tech heating up in Africa. Insurance in Kenya and Africa at large remains a marginal product with levels of penetration across the continent half the world average. And they still have a long way to go. But a lot of fintech and a lot of insurance tech taking off in Africa. BB sends in this one from Nikkei Japan that Sony to join TSMC on a new $7 billion chip plant in Japan. Good on them. And then we've got this one from Ken sends in this one from Wall Street Journal that Allstate wants to track your driving to determine your car insurance rate because they've figured it out that it's about data. And there's a bunch of insurance tech startups that are going to kill Allstate because these
No,
startups.
but Tyler, they're going to now do the same thing as Lemonade. So my whole
You didn't
point.
let me finish my sentence.
Oh, okay.
That was exactly my point. Was rather than roll over and die, they're going to fight back and copy what their startups are doing to them. So they get you. If you can't beat them, join them, and you got to start doing this tech shit. Allstate, and you got to get in this game.
But if you read the article, Tyler,
Yep.
it mentions really all the issues I kind of like we've spoken about back channel. The issue is not so much technology. It's dealing with regulators and about anti
Mm-hmm.
discrimination rules and all of that stuff. And Lemonade and all these new companies are going to have to comply with that also. So that's more. It's more of a social issue and a political issue, in my view, than it is a technology issue.
Because the regulators won't let you allow people to be tracked.
No. The regulators, if it comes out by tracking them, okay, it's So one issue is just whether people accept, but let's assume they track them, whether you get some disparate outcomes by race or some other thing that this is where it is. I mean, right now one of the things they want to get away with is using people's credit scores because credit scores typically, discriminate against minorities, and they really don't have a great reason of trying to explain why. They could show a statistical correlation between lower credit scores and worse driving, but they really logically can't explain it. So there's but those are always the issues. The issues are that insurance basically is to actually do any kind of insurance. You have underwriting. You basically have to discriminate. It's like health insurance. How come the health companies don't want to insure sick people? Because it really isn't a good business decision. But there's other social reasons or ethical reasons why you don't want just people to die or not get medical care because they're older or whatever. So society has to deal with these issues, and these are always the issues with insurance. It's not about technology. It's about people's perception, and they'll differ from one person to another, of social equity. Those are the issues. If you read the Allstate article, that's what it's about. It's not about data or technology. It's all about that because they could have done a lot of this stuff years ago. Apparently, it's okay to discriminate against 18 to 25-year-old men. That apparently, for whatever reason, has always been okay. But that's when you think about it, that's what they do. What happens if they said, you know what, maybe that's not fair? I was a good driver when I was a young man, and I had to pay ridiculous rates because I was in that category. At some point, you'll have just maybe broad-based ratings. Everybody pays the same rating, other than maybe the car you drive because of the expense with collision or something, or if you have a DUI. But they take into account now a lot of things that some people question, and so if you end up with disparate incomes in terms of race or gender, but particularly race or ethnicity, you're going to have pushback. It doesn't matter whether the statistics are good. So
A couple of things real quick. I was looking at Lemonade. They've really struggled. I mean, they went from a high of 175 to 6 to below 70 something. So something's going on there. Maybe they haven't figured everything out yet. But as to the other stuff, I would say, based on all the data we have today, uh, if there was ever, other than these, the programming, there's so many different triggers we have of not being as good discriminatory when it comes to credit ratings and everything that we used to have. We just got to put the trust in it and then let the numbers roll. Long as the measures are used effectively and fairly across everybody, everything should be fine. Just my 2 cents.
Okay.
This is an industry I don't think is going to live very long, right? I mean, yes, I think there's going to be innovation, but it may be a little too late. I mean, we're now floating the concept of you not even owning the Tesla that you drive. So isn't it Tesla that needs to be insured? And then if we move into, full fourth at level 4, level 5, if level 5, if I'm in a car that gets in an accident, I should be more concerned about me suing Tesla for the injury I sustain in the vehicle more than who's liable for creating the accident, because it sure as hell wasn't me. So this industry is facing existential issues right now because, quite frankly, in 5 to 10 years, and I'm looking at kids right now, they're 3 and 4 years old. I'm happy because I know how I was when I was 16. I got in the car and I'm like, I wonder how fast this thing will go. Those kids aren't driving. I'm happy, and I'll shut up now, but I don't think it's going to be an industry in 5 years.
Okay. Here we go. Ready? Next up is from, who's this? David Crace sends in this one from The Guardian. Intimate data. Can a person who tracks their steps, sleep, and food ever truly be free? The Guardian wants to know. Can you be free if you're tracking your steps and sleep and food? Big tech now encourages us to monitor everything from our heart rate to our glucose levels via smartphones and watches. How much privacy have we lost? The Guardian wants to know. Are you free?
What is going on, Tyler? What is this? What the fuck
You're
is
a digital slave, son.
Mercury's in retrograde.
Google's got you. Amazon and Facebook are your new boss. As the Guardian wants you to know who's really ruining your life. Big tech.
Tyler, I'd be very interested in seeing sentiment analysis around just taking all the headlines from all the corporate media and seeing how, as tech continues to flourish, how all of this is changing. I wonder if we could actually have true proof that this is changing.
Well, here's another one. Americans need a Bill of Rights for an AI-powered world. The White House Office of Science and Technology Policy is developing principles to guard against powerful technologies with input from the public, and the headline reads, Americans need a new Bill of Rights for an AI-powered world. And yet, here's the next one. Notice the difference from Mirror UK. The Wuhan journalist who blew the whistle on COVID in Wuhan, then vanished, has reappeared after 600 days of having disappeared. There were 897 cases of Chinese citizens being punished for challenging China's propaganda about the pandemic between January and April 2020. Nearly 900 citizens punished for challenging China's stance on COVID. And the notable journalist Chen Quinshi spent 2 weeks at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic reporting about the situation on the ground in Wuhan before disappearing for 600 days. And now he's back. Good as new. Maybe they could use a Bill of Rights, like in the last article we read. GM hires its first ever digital chief, Edward Coomer. General Motors going digital. Here it comes. And Payday secures $1 million pre-seed fund to build the PayPal for Africa, called Payday. And Faraz sends in this one from Reuters that NFT sales have surged to $10.7 billion in Q3 as crypto asset frenzy hits new highs. Sales volumes of NFTs surged to $10.7 billion in the third quarter of 2021, up more than eightfold from the previous quarter. 8x in 3 months. Apple seeks to delay ruling, loosening its grip on its App Store. According to Bloomberg, Apple is angling to delay making the most significant change to its App Store business model since the platform was launched in 2008. So they're appealing the ruling that they must allow for other in-app purchase options. And by appealing, they're delaying another year, which will save them billions and billions and billions of dollars just by appealing, even if they lose the appeal. Welcome to the incredibly slow, lethargic world of American legal politics. Next up is from Bloomberg. A satellite startup wants to fight climate change with next level data. Moonspace uses AI and detailed imagery to measure and hopefully help mitigate what can only be seen from space. And Faraz sends in this one that Revolut, the neobank, could be launching its own crypto token. The ultra-fast payment service Revolut could be launching its own crypto token, according to sources familiar with the matter. And Faraz sends in this one from the New York Times that Dolce & Gabbana just set a $6 million record for fashion NFTs. It auctioned a 9-piece virtual physical collection. And David Crace sends in this one from the Daily Beast that mass surveillance systems set to spoil secret lovers' paradise. Venice, Italy. Used to draw clandestine lovers from all over the world, but a new surveillance system may ruin all the fun. And Ken sends in this one from the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. set out to hobble China's Huawei, and so it has. The big maker of telecom gear and phones is short of advanced chips, and it faces customers who need U.S. sanctions or doubt the company's technical abilities. The executive of China's Huawei Industrial Company was detained in Canada for 33 months. When she returned home, she found a different company, one badly hobbled by U.S. sanctions. And Ken also found an interesting one from Variety that Apple is building a massive new Apple campus in LA, in Culver City.
They're not building it for phones, Tyler. Guess what they're building it for?
Yeah, it wouldn't have anything to do with phones, for media and ads.
They're
Metaverse.
Apple TV. It's going to be it's going to be for the content they're going to put on Apple TV Plus. They're going to they're going to take a
Media,
shot
yeah.
at yeah.
I'll take half a point on that one.
No, I'm just saying. All I ever said was that they were going to take a shot at it. They're going to throw a lot of money at it.
Yeah.
That's why it was number one issue on their thing. And
Yeah.
by the way, just quickly, I mean, I know we went over it briefly. I don't know if there's anybody here from the UK, but that those Comcast TVs, and the reason I got so excited, besides the way that they look, you're not going to need a satellite dish to get Sky anymore. It's built in. So I thought that was a good innovation.
Cool. And then Dr. Fran sends in this one from the Financial Times that asks the question, how London became a crypto art capital. Its money, talent, and tech have enabled blockchain think tanks and galleries selling NFTs to flourish. And then Verdane sends in this one from the Economic Times of India that Mukesh Ambani, who's sort of the Bill Gates of India, the Bill Gates of Bombay, joins Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk in a world's exclusive $100 billion club. And what's up next? We've got this one from CSQ that Sophia, the first Android robot with citizenship, now wants to have a robot baby. Sophia's AI is so sensitive that it has awakened the desire to start a family and be a mother of a robot baby named after her. AIs are having
Tyler,
babies, robot babies.
may I say, if I hear Sophia, for me it's pure PR. It's worthless. Sorry to say this. And going back, because Amy is here, we had some little argument about the aesthetics of the NFT art, but I like Amy's expertise on this, and I like your gut feeling, Tyler. And you see, it's not 2 hours ago that Jeremiah O. Young had this tweet. Maybe you see it already in your tweet list. What does OpenSea look like in 2030?
Mm-hmm.
His answer, just as Amazon is the commerce leader in the physical world, OpenSea could be the Amazon of the metaverse. Does that make any sense? What do you think?
Amazon of the metaverse. Oh, for buying things for the metaverse. Yeah, because the metaverse is the spatial internet that you engage with, at least in the near future, with a VR headset of sorts. And there will be all kinds of objects that you can buy and sell there, digital objects. And the question is, where will you buy and sell those digital objects? There will be some kind of Amazon of all of these digital objects. And that could be OpenSea. They sort of have they're kind of in the front of that race for the time being, but it's, I think, still very early days. And there could, when a big company comes along, and I think the company where the objects get made, so for example, OpenSea is currently sort of the eBay of these objects, these digital objects, NFTs. But what app do you use to actually make those digital objects? In large part is Epic with their Unreal Engine and Unity. Those two are really way out in front. And so once you make the object in their apps, you could mint them and make a marketplace directly. So why wouldn't the apps that allow people to make these digital objects also allow them to mint them into NFTs on a blockchain for people to participate in? I imagine they're working on that as we speak, so that you go right from manufacturing it to selling it in the same platform. And that is making the marketplace functionality for Unity and for Unreal Engine is absolutely trivial to make, compared to OpenSea trying to make a content creation engine like Unreal or Unity. That's incredibly difficult. So I think Unreal and Unity could take over if they make those marketplaces. So the next,
Okay.
yeah, the next one is, but other huge players like Facebook could try to do the same. Apple could try to do the same too, and Apple will, by the way, check this out. The LiDAR camera on your iPhone 12 Pro Max and the iPhone 13, where you scan any physical object and turn it into a digital 3D object. Why wouldn't Apple also make a store now that you have that 3D object on your phone? Currently, today, people are scanning those objects, making virtual objects after they've 3D scanned them, and they're putting them on a marketplace called Jesus. What's the name of that website? It just got sold for like $1 billion.
Axie Infinity, that one
No,
or no? That's good.
no. It'll come to me in a minute. But why wouldn't Apple just allow you to host them in a marketplace that Apple makes? Like, it's on your phone. You just made it. You want to put it in the Apple store? Apple's going to come out with their headset. So you've got then they've got the real vertical integration, as Apple always does, which is the device that makes the 3D object also has the marketplace, also has the headset and their own metaverse experience. And then you can just bring them one right into the other. And then you've got this Apple integrated ecosystem that is going to be interesting to see how the non-Apple ecosystem can compete once they've got their vertical integration, which again, classic Apple scenario.
Agreed, because the experience matters. If you don't like your experience in the metaverse, it really sucks. Yeah, and you go out, you don't stay in it, you don't waste your time in it. But if someone has the hardware to have the high quality, high fidelity of the experience without you are getting sick from it, then it would be a huge advantage in the market, definitely. So Apple is in the game, surely.
And I think the glasses, especially if they have the stereoscopic vision, is going to be able to add a lot of elements of making the experience a lot more realistic for the person that's going to be watching it, because they can take the vantage point of the glasses and really translate them perfectly to the display that the glasses can provide as well. So I think it's again that really tight integration that Apple has. And then on the if they're going to close it or open it, I don't know. I mean, recently they uncovered emails that back when they made the Intel jump, apparently Steve Jobs was trying to get Dell to install Mac OS on all its computers. I was a Hackintosh user, so I did buy the cheap Intel machines and run Macintosh OS on some computers I had. And so I always thought that, and I actually sent Steve Jobs an email saying, you're a fool if you don't spread this out to the rest of the computers. So I'm curious if, they will close it this time, or if they're going to try to bring in other players that use Android, or, become more of an open ecosystem than a fully closed one. But who knows? I'll shut up again.
Okay, we're ready. Here we go. Next up is Joe Williams. Has this one from Fast Company. These AI-powered dumpsters will help cities treat waste like a utility. Miami is piloting a smart waste system where dumpsters are automatically picked up when they're full. Businesses pay for the amount of waste they create. So you put little cameras in your dumpsters. This has been an idea for a very long time. We've been doing this in Sweden, and great to see America waking the fuck up. Which is, if you are a trash pickup service, it would be nice to know which trash cans are full, so you could focus on those and not have to pick up the ones that aren't. You don't have to go around all the time because the level of trash varies on your route.
It's too bad someone's not collecting the juicy data out of those trash cans and providing real-time consumption information now, huh?
But it saves a whole lot of time and money if you can have smart trash receptacles to let the pickup delivery know in advance how to do their route. So the next one is from Poppy from New York Times. It says, "We're smarter about Facebook now." Donish. "We're smarter about Facebook now" is the headline from the New York Times. "With each Facebook crisis, we become savvier about the influence of tech companies on our lives. And now we know. Every time we know more. Facebook. We're learning, big tech.
What's funny?
We're on to
What's
you,
funny,
big tech.
Tyler, is
New York Times told me,
I was
big
on
tech.
mute.
You're the bad guys, big tech. New York Times told me.
I was on mute, and in my mind, I'm like, "Where's the X Files theme?" And just right on cue, you hit.
We're smarter about Facebook now. And then you have to see the image that they use for this New York Times article. This is the most, they literally put Q, like the QAnon and vaccine, and they made it look like the most scariest looking headline image they've ever done. You're working overtime, New York Times. New York Times, you go, girl. You and your takedown of Facebook. This is your moment, sweetheart. Do it. You got it.
Apple, I'd like to report. I'd like to report a sinking ship, Apple, on your satellite network.
New York Times is going all in on this dumpster fire. This is how many articles have they written this week trying to convince the world that Facebook is, Ebola, digital Ebola. You do it, New York Times. You go, girl. You can do it. 5 more articles tomorrow. Let's do this. How many ways can you twist this current little predicament Facebook's in? As the stock will recover, good luck. Good luck, New York Times. Good luck sinking the Titanic from your little fucking sinking canoe. Good luck with that. Next up, from Joe Williams, from CBS News, deepfake technology could soon allow anyone to create Hollywood quality visual effects, which is kind of true, actually. Sunday on 60 Minutes, Bill Whitaker demonstrates the magic of synthetic media, allowing for the creation of photorealistic videos and sound recordings. And now you could make a movie with any celebrity. You want Al Pacino in your movie? You got it. You want Robert De Niro? You got it. Meryl Streep, you can have her too, all for the price of a piece of software. To make
That's not going to happen. You realize if they actually do that, that's not going to happen. You have a right to your own
you can
likeness.
make the movie. I'm not saying that they won't sue you, but you can make the movie.
No, they won't even bother making the movie. They wouldn't get bonded. So
You go ahead and tell China that.
Go ahead and tell Al Pachinko that.
well, China's its own world. I mean, they're already pirating movies. So I mean, I'm just talking about in the more legitimate world.
And that was not meant as a
I'm
racial
saying
thing. It was just actually a poorly
you,
timed joke.
you're taking my quote beyond what I'm making. I'm saying you can make if you want to make a movie, you can make it. I'm not saying you can release it and make money from it in America.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm saying you can make what you can do. You're not limited by your creativity. You're
No,
limited
because you were
legally.
talking about the voices, and like if you just did the voices, which is a different issue earlier, and I was half asleep when you were talking about it. But it's an interesting thing with the voices because when they do the voices, like say for Pixar, they highlight that it's the voice of Tom Hanks and it's the voice of Tim Allen. And yes, you can get people who sound just like them. And I always wondered why didn't do that and pay less money. And it's going to turn out, by the way, a lot of these. I mean, they get paid more than a typical voiceover actor. But a lot of the major celebrities that do it at a much lower rate than they would if they were appearing live. So it makes it affordable for for the thing. But yeah, but ultimately that can happen. Like you could on the voiceover, you could have a situation. It just sounds like, but you just can't say it's Tom Hanks. You won't say who it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when then you change the voice. That's the weird thing is you could change the voice gradually and the face. You could tweak the face. You could start with Robert De Niro, make the eyes a little wider, make the nose a little bigger, and then it's Robert De Niro. And I mean, it's on a perfect scale from 1 to 100%. Oh, we got to move it 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%. It's going to get very weird. Okay, here we go. More headlines. Poppy sends in this one from Wired about virtual obstacle courses help real robots learn to walk. Yeah, makes sense. You got to see the photo that I'm tweeting out now. Researchers used specialized chips and simulation software to teach four-legged robots to navigate stairs and blocks. And research finally reveals ancient universal equation for the shape of an egg. Researchers from the University of Kent, the Research Institute of Environment Treatment, have discovered the universal mathematical formulas of an egg. The equation for the shape of an egg has long attracted the attention of mathematicians, engineers, and biologists from an analytical point of view. The shape has been highly regarded for its evolution as large enough to incubate an embryo, small enough to exit the body in the most efficient way, not roll away once laid, is structurally sound enough to bear weight, and be the beginning of life for 10,000 species that have survived since the dinosaurs. The egg has been called the perfect shape. Analysis of all egg shapes used for geometric figures, spheres, ellipsoid, ovoid, and pieriform, with a mathematical formula for the pieriform yet to be derived. So yeah, they've cracked the code on the egg.
So the next time I'm called an egghead, I'm going to take that as a compliment.
We could put our heads together and make an ass out of ourselves.
If you look closely, the egg looks like a ball which has decided to be a rocket, because then to get out of the body, maybe. I've not read the article, of course, but interesting, very interesting.
I just tweeted out the article for those who want to see it. And then that brings us to this one from RCC. Remote workers can live anywhere now. These cities that we're about to name are luring them with perks. And that could be an opportunity, could it, to play our favorite show? Let's see. Maybe not. Is there a list? Give me a list. What do we got? No, it's just a big long story with a lot of photos. There's no list. I see a brief mention of Chicago, Topeka. What else do we got? Somewhere in Connecticut. Oh, Topeka is named again.
I'm surprised, Tyler, they're not mentioning small cities, because I would think that the small towns would benefit from this.
Officials running these programs are betting the U.S. will never completely return to pre-pandemic office life. Remote job listings in the U.S. with salaries topping $80,000 reached about 15% of all jobs in the third quarter. This is a real structural permanent change in the American workforce. While the mobile workforce grows, so does the competition. Stillwater, a city of 48,000 people, has thus far made offers to 4 people after launching a program in July that uses city funding to offer $5,000 in home buying assistance. No one has moved yet, and at least 2 of the applicants are weighing other incentive programs, according to the Chamber of Commerce. Interesting. One of them is 27-year-old 3M employee in Minneapolis who plans to visit Stillwater for the first time this weekend, but he may also apply to a few other programs, including Tulsa, Oklahoma, and regional program covering part of Alabama, he said. He's going to visit Tulsa, too, after a week and a half in Stillwater. And then he's going to get the fuck out of there. That's going to be a short trip.
It's just going to cost them $5,000 for the trip.
It's like when you get sucked into one of those timeshares.
Tulsa,
Hey,
Oklahoma.
come out for the trip. Come out for the trip. I swear, you're just gonna have a little presentation. We'd like you to,
In West Virginia, a program offering up to $12,000 in cash along with outdoorsy perks has netted 50 remote workers and another 60 family members, though not all have moved yet. Launched in April, it is funded by a $25 million gift from Brad Smith, a native of the state and executive chairman at TurboTax maker Intuit, and his wife Alice. The program is currently aimed at sending people to shithole cities of Morgantown and Lewisburg. The program is sponsoring.
Hey, Morgantown is nice. I resent that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the
get your
clarification.
get your clips ready. Hey Tyler, what do you think about Intuit as a company and their ethics?
Trigger warning. don't you, just the word into it. You trigger me with TurboTax. My God, don't get me started.
Hey, could I ask a question, Tyler? I'd love to hear different perspectives on this. But
Sure.
we
Oh,
were talking,
oh,
we were
oh.
we were talking yesterday.
Hold
Go ahead.
on. I found the list. Here we are. Alabama, Stillwater, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Bemidji, Minneapolis, Topeka, Kansas. And here's the different incentives real fast. Topeka, Kansas incentives include up to $10,000 in cash. Bemidji, Minneapolis incentives include up to $2,500 in reimbursement for expenses such as moving. West Virginia, $12,000 in cash. Stillwater, Oklahoma, $5,000 towards a home purchase. The Shoals, Alabama, a reimbursement of up to $10,000 based on salary. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so this bears on a couple of issues we've talked about just now and in the past couple of days around the future of remote work and the future of global collaboration and how that's all going to play out. And so my question is, anybody who's worked on a large team who's done design of hardware or software or coding or whatever knows that it's really difficult when you get into a large set of design requirements, whether for hardware or software, to be able to attribute who contributed what, because the ideas kind of bounce around and get evolved. And oftentimes it's the last person to add a minor detail who will end up taking credit or getting credit, whether they claim it or not, for the work. And so if you look at the incentives around collaboration and the dependence upon trust, and Cheryl in the last discussion brought up the term kiretsu, where everybody's interested in maximizing the benefit for everybody, the opposite of the prisoner's dilemma. Does the end state of this ability to live and collaborate anywhere depend to some extent on having already built trust within a team or having IRL meetings or conferences to build that kind of trust so that people are not reluctant to contribute design without claiming credit for it on the fly, which becomes friction for the whole design process. So I think a lot of people who have been part of of team-based design have experienced the phenomenon where somebody claims disproportionate credit for their contribution, and that has economic consequences for every member of the team. So I'm just curious what people think about this notion of purely digital, virtual, everywhere teams where no one's ever met the other person, and how that plays out in the attribution of credit, and how that plays out in the current topic around, can you really live anywhere, or do you need to live somewhere that's close enough where periodically you have IRL meetings so you can build or maintain that level of trust where the prisoner's dilemma doesn't rear its ugly head? Just curious what people think about that.
I just feel like I've been monopolizing this mic, so Tyler, I'll let you say if I should go on or not.
Go ahead.
But I do have a lot to put in here.
Go.
We started as a volunteer effort, and it took me, 12 to 13 months to really build up the trust. Before we even started talking anything about where patents go, how much shares to allocate. So it has been a big challenge, but it just takes consistency in action, authenticity in your voice, and a common goal. And I know that my situation's abnormal, right? We were trying to solve what we thought was thought and still think is like a global crisis that, and we're fortunate in the solution that we found is really cheap and can be, repeated. So I think we're an outlier case, but if I had to get to the core of it, it's just develop that trust. I'm an engineer. I did not invent the entire thing. I'm not a founder in a traditional sense. I was the manager of the project. When it came time to select the CEO, it could have been any of us. All of us have the qualifications. But they said, Chris, you've been leading the project. We trust you. You can take this role. And I didn't really own it for quite some time. I let people put in their feedback. I let them voice their concerns. Sometimes the feedback wasn't necessarily what I want to hear. We don't think you're that great of a leader, and but it takes time. It takes trust, and that's really what it is. And if you can find a team that you could trust, then I think it's possible. But if you're in this prisoner's dilemma all the time, I don't think it is possible. And so that's kind of where I leave it, John. Sorry.
No, I think that's a great response, and what you modestly didn't mention is the role of leadership in establishing trust, because I think many of us have worked for leaders who talk the talk of trust but don't walk the walk. But
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
when you have a leader who talks the talk and walks the talk and is seen to emulate trustworthiness and inspire trust in the team, then you can do that. But to be quite honest, there's a real shortage of people who can both walk and talk that talk to build large companies that scale quickly. And so, absent that, this notion of virtual distributed design teams and engineering teams, without someone like you, Chris, at the head of it, I think is going to be very difficult.
We had hundreds of meetings though, so when we met in person, and I still haven't met Teresa, my number one co-founder. I'm going to give her a big kiss when I meet her, but I know it's going to last a second and dissipate because we have built up that trust over hundreds of meetings together, and I think maybe that's the Zoom and has been the medium that allowed us to build that trust. They saw consistency of action. They saw times when I actually, behave a little bit more, um, less characteristic of the way I am on stage, but they got to see that in the end, I'm still trying to push the ball forward for the ultimate goal. No one's ever always an angel. No one's ever perfect in every situation. People do lose their cool at times. People do make mistakes, and I think part of that was the process too. They wanted to see what happens when there's a mistake. What happens when things don't go well. Customer service adages. It's not what happens when everything goes right. It's what happens when things go wrong, right? And that's where the real customer service experience begins. So again, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I can maybe add to that as well. I think it's pretty interesting because in my case, I'm sitting here in Paris and looking after EMEA, but I have someone in APAC, LATAM, and North America. And what's interesting is that there's also a group dynamic, in the sense that we're able to contribute at different time zone, actually crazy time zone. But I've noticed that when someone has a very self-centered behavior, maybe trying to claim too much credit, the group dynamic fixed that. I don't know if that makes sense. And we also have this 360 feedback and a thank you note system where you thank people and the word you use can speak to their contribution. Like difference between saying thank you for owning, thank you for supporting, that's two different things. So I think the only downside is if you've never met people in real life, the level of empathy you can have sometimes is not the same as when you're actually sitting next to each other. People go through stuff. So before complaining or flagging something, I think you don't necessarily take that into account as much as you would have if you've met these people in real life. So yeah, I think that's what I can add to that. But essentially, it's not technically hard to drive the work streams, but it's and also the credit. There are tools to fix equal distribution of credit, but the lack of empathy could be the downside of it.
Okay, here we go. The next one up is from CSQ. Sends this one in that French senator says to call Taiwan a country, angering China. Taiwan should be called a country, a senior French senator said on Friday during a visit to Taipei, doubling down on earlier comments that have angered Beijing. You gotta be real careful with that. Uncle Xi don't like that.
And the timing's right, right? Tomorrow is VB is tomorrow Independence Day in Taiwan.
We're calling it National Day.
Yeah, they can't call it
National
Independence Day. Yeah.
Yeah,
So yes,
that's a
Tyler.
little
So
too ahead.
I sometimes I feel it's like oh, the crowds are so hot and know how to irritate China, but actually, like we're having this fist waving in the air, but actually, both sides, I mean China, Taiwan, they know where the boundary is. But right now, since every country outside China and Taiwan, if they have something angry about China, they know how to poke China. So they were saying, okay, we support Taiwan as an independent country, and that will get into China's skin right away. So sometimes I feel they are not really supporting Taiwan's independence. They are just trying to make China angry. So, yeah, of course, we are happy if other countries support Taiwan as an independent country. But um, just like I said, I think there are much more behind the direct war as we support Taiwan as an independent country.
Okay.
Yeah.
World agrees. Oh, we gotta click that one. 1 second. Okay, next one up is from CSQ. That an energy crisis is gripping the world with potentially grave consequences. Advocates for renewable energy say the global crisis shows the need to move further away from coal, gas, and oil as prices for those commodities spike. Energy is so hard to come by right now that some provinces in China are rationing electricity. An energy crisis is gripping the world with potentially grave consequences. From the Washington Post. So just sending that one out. And Pornhub saw a bulge in traffic during the Facebook outage. Pornhub's self-reported traffic increase during the outage. What were people doing during the shortage? Well, Pornhub wants you to know of the uptick they experienced. Pornhub saw a bulge in traffic. And CSQ sends in this one, from robotaxis to doubling revenue, how GM is laying out its plans for the future. 280 billion in expected revenue by 2030 to 1 million robotaxis. A look at the most significant figures. 1 million robotaxis? I told you, the autonomous car networks, autonomous delivery networks, moving people and products all over the place, all the time, via AIs. 1 million robotaxis from GM. That's just one car company. You don't think Tesla plans to have 10 million robotaxis driving around? Here it comes. You won't need to own the car. They won't sell you the car. They make too much money driving everything around
And
all the time.
that's why I don't think insurance is going to be around that long. It's like you're going to have a car now, right? And then you go to buy a car. It's like, well, we don't sell them anymore. So I'd love to sell you one, but we don't sell them anymore. Sorry.
Autonomous delivery networks. The next one's from Dr. Donish from the New York Times. Yet another. Is this number 7 in the past 3 days? Lawmakers see path to rein in big tech, but it isn't smooth. If what faces big tech is anything like what happened to big tobacco, the road ahead is likely to be a years-long battle over proposed rules and regulations, as the New York Times just cannot wait to kick big tech in the teeth with every chance it gets. That's article number 55 in the past 3 days from the New York Times, trying to convince everybody that big tech is Satan himself in digital form. The next one is from Jeff G. That the defense from CNBC, that the Defense Department warns that climate change will increase conflicts over water. The Defense Department was among 20 federal agencies that unveiled climate change adaptation plans this week. And BB sends in this one from South China Morning Post that WeChat, which is the biggest app in China, has been scanning user photos in the background, but plans to stop. WeChat said a future update will remove background photo scanning that an influencer published, saying it was running every few hours. Background scanning for new photos was said to run every few hours and found using Apple's new Record App Activity features in iOS 15. Biggest app in China, WeChat, to stop routinely accessing your photos after a tech influencer published the behavior on China's version of Twitter called Weibo. Sorry about that. Oops. Our bad. We're just the biggest app on the planet. Billion people. We're looking at all your photos. You know, we're curious. We're curious people. What can we say? We're sorry. And next up from BB from futurism.com, the headline reads, VR strip clubs have an advantage. Dancers can accept money for sex. You know, which they apparently don't do in strip clubs, but now they can in VR. Gotcha. Where's the cash register sound? With the help of a VR headset, you can get digital lap dances or even earn sexual favors from the comfort of your own home. Make it rain. Can you throw digital dollars in the club? Make it rain? I don't know. Bitcoins. You can throw bitcoins.
I wouldn't know. I've never been to a strip club.
Next time you go to your Vegas conference, let me know.
I for some reason like really long songs like Kashmir, the 12-minute version.
The next one. Oh no, we got to save that one. That's a good one. We're saving that one for last. Oh, we have a doozy of an ender, which Evan knows all about. So RCC sends in this one that the flu practically vanished last year. Now doctors are bracing for a potential twindemic of flu and COVID spikes, according to the Washington Post. Experts say
Get your flu shots.
Experts say Americans have built up less natural immunity against influenza because so few were infected in 2020. And then RCC sends in this one from the New York Times that tech jobs are everywhere now. New data show that companies are increasingly hiring outside of places like Silicon Valley. And then David Crace sends in this one that Walmart to provide same-day delivery for Home Depot customers. Walmart is kicking off its new delivery business with an impressive first client, Home Depot. Bada boom. Vinay sends in this one that Cloud Kitchen startup becomes the third Indian unicorn born this week. No, maybe the second. There's at least 3 this week. There's 2 different articles claiming a startup was the third unicorn this week. And this one from Bloomberg that MIT's beer game shows humans are weakest link in supply chains. MBA students are taught to suppress their panic buying impulses in order to come out on top. And from Bloomberg, Google tests ways to showcase breaking news in Twitter like Move. Google's trying to make search more of a go-to destination for breaking news and live events, moving directly onto Twitter's turf, but algorithmically, without tweets, by sucking up all the data of what everyone's searching for, because they know who's searching, so they know something's cooking up. Everyone's searching for why is Britney Spears shaving her head. Let's find out and provide all the content they need right then at that moment. Let's find out where they're clicking, where they're getting their answer, and then just bring that answer for everyone who's searching for the letter B. Oh, were you searching for Britney Spears shaves head? Because everyone else is. You type the words BR, you're probably looking for this. Here's the answer. It's called using your algorithms. This is obvious stuff. I'm surprised they didn't do it 10 years ago. The next one is from, oh no, that's the same article. Hold on. We still have precisely just a bit more tweets to get into here. From the New York Times, starting a fire, U.S. and China entered dangerous territory over Taiwan. The self-ruled island has moved to the heart of deepening discord and rivalry between the two superpowers. According to the New York Times, here it comes. And a 2,000-year-old Roman tomb offers insights on ancient concrete resiliency. Concrete often begins to crack and crumble after a
Wow.
few decades of life, but curiously, that hasn't been the case with many Roman structures. So
Wow. This is huge, Tyler. Like you studied, you know that was lost in the Alexandrian fire. And basically, concrete. And this is huge. All right.
You're in the matrix.
Donish sends in this one from Reuters that the New Delhi chief minister warns of power crisis as coal stocks decline. The chief minister of New Delhi on Saturday warned of a looming power crisis in the Indian capital of 20 million people. That's quite a few people. That's a lot of Subway footlong sandwiches, by the way. And then Evan sends in this one about spotting colon cancer early with the Google Earth of colonoscopies. And you can see it, but you got to see it from the tweet I just twatted on Twitter at TNATW. Then Evan sends in this one about
What was that? Sorry, that sounded just really. What do you mean? Was that a test or?
No, it's an app that allows you to see inside the body, like the Google Earth of colonoscopies, which can spot.
Okay, so it's just like one of these pills you swallow, and then you get this huge kind of map, or
Yeah, kind of. You look at the tweet I just shared. It says spotting colon
okay,
cancer
I'll check it
early.
out.
And then a company called Ameren, Illinois, deploys methane sniffing vehicles to track emissions. And Robert sends in this one from CNBC that SoftBank backed Greensill Capital reportedly files for insolvency. They can't all be winners. Evan shares this one that AI can help halve road deaths by 2030. Countries and investors need to step up the development and use of AI to keep roads safe. Jeff G.
Some of the driver assist tools they have now are amazing, like the lane departure warnings and all that kind of stuff.
Jeff G found this one that drug treatment for Lyme disease could lead to its eradication. Fantastic. And also malaria, the new malaria vaccine that's just been approved. We could end malaria as well. And Luis found this one from Bloomberg that the White House weighs in on the wide-ranging push for crypto oversight. Evan found this one from The Guardian, that anti-vaccine TikTok videos being viewed by children as young as 9 years old. What is TikTok? I thought TikTok was nothing but totally healthy, wholesome content. I'm so confused. COVID misinformation remains on the site for months, adding to concern over impact of social media on young people. The Guardian is confused. Why is TikTok sharing COVID misinformation and challenges to have students destroy their schools? What's going on, TikTok? Next up, Evan found this one from Boston Dynamic. From CNBC, that Boston Dynamic has captivated the public with viral videos. Now it's looking to impress paying customers. Yeah, quite a few places testing out the robotic dogs and whatnot. And Damalaire found this one, that people with higher socioeconomic status have lower emotional intelligence, especially at high levels of inequality. A series of studies published in Social, Psychological, and Personality Science found that people of higher socioeconomic status have lower emotional intelligence. So that could be true. The next one from Dr. Fran says, brain expanding meme, tech news around the world style. Oh, thank you. She's just giving us a compliment. And then Evan found this one from CNN, that a UK court found that Dubai's ruler hacked his ex-wife's phone using the Pegasus spyware. And then what else do we have here? NASA moves 2 astronauts from Boeing missions to a future SpaceX launch following serious Starliner delays for Boeing.
Boeing is fucked.
And Reuters reporting that Lebanese power outage started at noon today and will last until at least Monday. The power's gone out in Lebanon. Dr. Fran sends one, that Grift Horse Android malware present in 200 scam apps affecting 10 million Android users. Oh boy. That's what you call a pandemic. That's a virus. You got yourself a computer virus pandemic called Grift Horse for Android. 200 different apps are spreading it, affecting 10 million Android users. And what else do we got here? What's this one, Evan? Anti-cancer drug derived from fungus shows promise in critical trials from Oxford. More plants. Netflix's huge new hit, Squid Game, owes its popularity to anxieties of modern life. It's the first
Are you a fan, Tyler, of Squid Game?
I have not seen 1 second of it yet.
Probably a good idea.
It's the first South Korean drama to top the US TV charts, and its core message is, can I ever repay this debt?
It's the biggest show on Netflix. It's a really, really big deal. Whether some people like it or not, and I have not seen it yet, but it's a really, really big deal. All I can tell you is breaking all sorts of records. It's basically like Hunger Games in a way. I mean, it's just, in some sense.
Kids love it.
And then Shirok also sends in a separate publication with a separate but similar headline to one we just read. How TikTok lets children see anti-vax posts, lies, and conspiracy theories about COVID-19, which have amassed millions of views and are accessible to young children, have been available
Now,
for months.
Tyler, I wonder if the same amount of anti-vax sentiment is seen in China. Could kids in China see it on TikTok? The same stuff.
They don't have TikTok. It's called Douyin, and
It's called Douyin, yeah.
basically, and in China, you're forced to get vaccination needed. So there is you won't see the anti-vaccine.
And
Actually,
you're only limited to 40 minutes per day in China on TikTok.
for children, yes, for children.
Under 18. So I doubt it. I really doubt it. So the next one is Okay, no, here we go. Are you ready? We've made it again. After 6 hours, we just passed 6 hours and 20 minutes, and Evan has the last headline. We've gone through all the tweets. Here it is. You've waited for it. Subway, this one coming in, the headline reads Subway tuna, not being tuna debacle is finally closed.
We did it.
A hot
We
debate
did it.
over whether Subway's tuna is really tuna at all has just been closed after lab analysis of a number of Subway tuna sandwiches failed what? Where'd it go? Failed to identify any fish DNA. A pair of residents of Alameda County in the Bay Area sued the sandwich chain in January. Hey, Americans are going to do what Americans are going to do. We're going to sue your ass. You said it was tuna, Subway. What did you think was going to happen in America?
There's more issues with how Chilean sea bass gets labeled than there is with Subway tuna. I mean, that's a whole other subject, by the way.
They lodged the complaint with the U.S. District Court of the Northern District of California over claims, including fraud, international misrepresentation, and unjust enrichment, among other California state laws. However, the lawsuit has since been dismissed by a judge, but not because of the contents of the sandwich being proven to actually be real fish. Karen Danawa and Nalima Amen were branded by the judge as not meeting the legal standards to sue Subway. The Washington Post reports the lawsuit began when multiple samples of the tuna purchased from a branch from the chain in California were sent for the independent lab testing. The results of the testing showed the samples to be a mixture of various concoctions that do not constitute tuna, yet have been
That's
blended together by defendants to imitate the appearance of tuna. At the
that's
Fish
bullshit.
paste.
at the time,
The
Subway dismissed the claims as baseless and declared the tuna was in fact 100% wild caught. The lawsuit was subsequently amended in line with the findings to claim that the Subway quote-unquote tuna was not in fact 100% sustainably caught skipjack and yellowfin tuna, the New York Times reports. Subway launched the Subway Tuna Facts page to counteract the rumors surrounding the quality or even real nature of the fish. It stated how the tuna was regulated by the Food and Drug Administration and was specifically wild caught skipjack tuna, premium and 100% real. Contrary to the company's claims, media outlets decided to test the fish themselves with a sample by Inside Edition revealing tuna present, but a sample by the Times resulting in no amplifiable tuna DNA being present. This is getting really fishy. The ruling reached.
No, Tyler, you get into all sorts of issues with fish because there'll be some people who will say cod and tuna are the same. Other people will say there's not. I mean, you go to sushi restaurants. I know which I there's so much stuff with fish and what people call it. I mean, this. I mean, whether there is just so much
Yeah,
Here's the
it's
variation.
fake.
conclusion.
It's counterfeit seafood.
The ruling reached by the U.S. District Court Judge John S. Tiger didn't reveal whether the tuna was actually tuna. Tiger simply dismissed the case on the basis of the required legal standard not having been met by the plaintiffs. In his ruling, Tiger noted that specific statements they saw and relied upon would still need to be described by the plaintiffs to meet the heightened pleading standard. In light of the judge's dismissal, Subway stated, "We commend the court for dismissing the reckless and improper lawsuit surrounding Subway's tuna. However, despite the dismissal, as per Bloomberg law, the attorney for the plaintiffs has implied that the plaintiffs may amend the filing to bring it up to pleading standards." So, to be continued, my friends, on this the most
So
important of
confused.
all headlines. What the fuck is inside of these Subway
can I
sandwiches?
just can I just bring to attention the fact that a Karen nearly took down Subway? I'm just saying it's a win for Karen everywhere.
Okay.
I don't care what that shit is. I'm
Oh,
gonna eat it anyway, as long as it's not people.
okay, everybody, we did it 6 hours and 26 minutes. I think that's a
Unbelievable.
record for us.
That's a record.
Man,